Welcome to Howls of Midnight Desire. If possessive werewolves and slow-burn romance help you sleep, you're in the right place. Hit the like button and subscribe for more stories filled with longing, growls, and moonlit obsession. Now, curl up and let the story carry you away. The sky had always spoken to her. Not in words, but in warnings. Low rumbles that stirred something deeper than sound, something bone-deep and older than the world she knew. Miravela had never been special. Her life in the sleepy village of Elmsmoor was stitched together by routines. Morning tea with mint leaves from the crooked garden, tending the old bookshop that smelled of forgotten pages and rain, and silent dinners where her only company was the wind scratching at the shutters. But in the weeks before her 22nd birthday, the quiet had shifted. Birdsong faltered, the fog clung longer. Shadows stayed too long at the edges of her vision. And the dreams came. They were not hers. In them she was someone else, robed in ash-colored silk, standing in a temple carved from obsidian, whispering words in a language her waking mind had never heard. She would wake up breathless, her fingers tingling as if they'd touched something sacred. Or cursed. Each time the same voice lingered behind her ribs. "You promised me eternity." Mira told no one. Not the widow who ran the apothecary next door, not Father Edric who always asked too many questions, and certainly not Mrs. Harrow, her landlord who believed in curses the way most believed in taxes. But something was coming. The thunder knew it. The earth did too. That afternoon, it rained black petals. Not from any tree she knew. They drifted silently onto the cobblestones as she locked up the shop, swirling like ink in water, leaving stains on her skin. She wiped them off, heart stuttering. No one else seemed to notice. No one ever did. Back in her cottage, the fireplace crackled as she wrapped herself in a wool shawl. She opened one of the dream books she kept hidden beneath the floorboards, pages filled with fevered sketches of temples, altars, and eyes like dark moons. None of it made sense. But it was all hers, until the knock came, not a rap, a command. 3 slow, heavy strikes against wood that had held strong through every storm. Her pulse leapt, then ran. She shouldn't answer, she knew that. But something ancient moved her feet. When she opened the door, the world tilted. A man stood there. No, not a man, not entirely. His cloak bled shadow, clinging to him like living smoke. Hair dark as ravens fell over shoulders that held a weight too vast for mortals. And his eyes, gods, his eyes were like polished obsidian split by starlight. Cold, beautiful, endless. "Mira," he spoke, voice low like wind through ruins. "You have forgotten me." He stepped forward, a single black petal falling from his shoulder to her doorstep. "But I have come to collect what was promised." And before she could scream or shut the door or even blink, he bowed. Not with reverence, with ownership. "My soul bound," he said. "You are mine." She didn't run. She couldn't. Not because she was afraid, but because somewhere inside her, a voice whispered back, "I know." And in that breath between thunder, something long buried began to stir. She didn't remember the vow, but her blood did, and it sang like a curse beneath her skin. He didn't step inside. He didn't need to. The threshold trembled, the ancient wood groaning as though the very bones of the cottage recognized him. Wind slithered in around his boots, cool and smelling of night-blooming thorns. The air shifted, heavy with something Mira had no name for, familiarity laced with dread, the scent of ruin wrapped in longing. She stood frozen, one hand still clutched to the doorframe, the other twitching at her side like it remembered a weapon long since lost. "You're mistaken," she breathed. It wasn't a protest. It was a prayer. To gods who no longer listened. The stranger tilted his head. A single strand of dark hair slipped forward, brushing against his cheek. The gesture should have humanized him, made him real, approachable. It didn't. "I do not make mistakes," he murmured, and the truth of it hung in the room like a blade. She backed away. Not far, just enough to put space between her breath and his. But space meant nothing to beings who crossed planes and promises. What are you?" she asked. She hated the way her voice trembled, hated that the question wasn't who, but what. Because deep down she already knew. This wasn't a man with secrets. This was a secret wearing a man's shape. His eyes flicked to hers, not with cruelty, but with gravity. "I am what was forged when the veil was young." I am bound by pact, blood, and vow. And I am yours, Mirabelle. A pause, like a breath held too long. Though you have forgotten me, I have not forgotten you. Her mouth parted, but her thoughts were a shattered mirror, no single shard large enough to hold a question. You were only a child when they took you from me, he continued, voice threaded with something ancient and bruised. Before your blood could remember, before your soul could resist, they severed the tether, hid you in this skin of normality. Mira flinched. Something inside her recoiled from the words, tether, soul, blood, but not in denial. In recognition, the dreams, the voice, the aching sense that she was out of place, that the world had never quite fit around her bones. I dreamed of you, she whispered before she could stop herself, before you came. His expression shifted. Barely, but it was enough. The bond persists, he said, even when broken. Silence bloomed between them. Then, as if conjured by the gravity of his presence, the black petals returned, falling slow, soft, impossibly heavy. They pooled at his feet, a coronation of sorrow. You don't get to claim me, she said suddenly, the words raw with desperation she didn't understand. I'm not a prize, or a bride, or a soul-bound anything. I didn't choose this. No, he agreed quietly. But you did once. The fire in the hearth cracked. The flames leaned sideways toward him, and in that flickering light she saw something behind his eyes. A fracture. A wound. A memory too sharp for the living. You gave yourself to me, Mira, with blood and name and breath. He leaned in, just slightly. His voice dropped to a hush, and the shadows seemed to listen. And when the old gods bore witness, the stars sealed the vow. Her heart thundered, too loud for her ribs. You are not bound by force, he finished. You are bound by your own will. She stepped back again. This time he did not follow. Instead, he reached into the folds of his cloak and drew out a thin strip of ancient silk, charcoal gray, embroidered with a symbol she had only ever seen in her dreams. A circle split by a crescent, wrapped in flame. He held it out to her, palm steady. When you are ready to remember, he said, burn this in moonlight. And just like that, he turned and walked into the mist. No flourish, no threat, only the heavy silence of something important ending, or beginning. Mira stared at the ribbon in her hand, the embroidered thread warm against her skin. Outside, the black petals vanished one by one, as if they had never fallen. But inside, a single word pulsed behind her eyes, ancient and aching. Ashariel. And though she didn't know whose name it was, her soul whispered it like a vow remembered too late. Mira didn't sleep. The ribbon remained on the table, coiled like a serpent beside the cold teacup she'd forgotten to drink. Hours passed in silence, broken only by the restless shiver of wind tapping against the shutters like impatient fingers. Ashariel. The name pressed against her temples, a drumbeat without rhythm, impossible to ignore. It meant nothing, yet it echoed inside her like a forgotten lullaby. She moved through her home as if it were no longer hers. The books she'd once loved seemed dimmed, the fire dull, the walls unfamiliar. Even the reflection in the window, a pale woman with hollow eyes and tangled hair, seemed like a stranger mimicking her shape. Had she been living someone else's life? The dreams returned before dawn, sharper now. Not fragmented visions, but full memories she hadn't asked for. A forest of bone-white trees stretching endlessly beneath a violet sky. A black altar carved from obsidian, bathed in moonlight. A kiss sealed in blood beneath a rain of dying stars. And him. Not cloaked in shadow as before, but bare beneath the light of 1,000 hovering flame flies. His face was the same, yet younger, less burdened. The corners of his mouth curved with something unspoken, fear, hope, reverence. She touched his cheek in the dream. Her fingers burned. She smiled, though her eyes were wet with sorrow. I will find you again, he'd said. Even if time forgets your name. Mira gasped awake. The ribbon pulsed on the table, as if it had waited centuries for this moment. Her hands moved before her thoughts could protest. She wrapped the ribbon in trembling fingers, stepped out into the frigid dark, and followed the soundless pull of something older than instinct. The moon waited, fat and silver and watching. She didn't speak. She didn't breathe. She struck the match. The silk burned silently, curling into itself, the flame white-hot and unnatural. It didn't smoke. It didn't ash. It dissolved into the wind, unraveling into strands of glowing light that vanished into the night. The ground trembled beneath her bare feet. Then she heard it. A low melodic hum, like the world itself remembering a song it had once known by heart. The trees bowed. The mist thickened not with fog but with presence. And then, he appeared, not walking, not approaching, simply there, Ashariel. No cloak this time, just dark armor traced with silver filigree, and eyes that burned with recognition so intense it made her bones ache. "You remembered," he said, and there was no triumph in his voice, only grief, raw and infinite. Mira stood frozen. The wind lifted her hair, wrapping it around her like a veil. Every breath she took felt shared, like the air between them wasn't hers alone. "I saw you," she whispered. "In the dream, I touched your face." His jaw clenched. That was not a dream. It was the last moment before they took you. Her fingers curled at her sides. "Who?" Ashariel stepped closer, slowly, cautiously, as if she might vanish again. "Those who feared what we were becoming. The sealed circle. The ones who believe fate is a chain, not a choice." He stopped a breath away. His eyes searched hers, as if trying to find the version of her he had once loved. "You were a conduit," he said. "Half mortal, half lightborn. They used your blood to open the gate of dusk, and when the veil between worlds thinned, they erased your memory, hid you, buried the truth." The world tilted. Mira staggered, reaching for the nearest tree. Its bark pulsed beneath her palm like a heartbeat. "No," she whispered. "That's madness." "But it's your madness," he said gently. "And mine." The ribbon's warmth lingered in her palm, though it was long gone. She looked up at him, at the eyes she had drawn in her notebooks, at the man whose name her soul had whispered in sleep. "Why come for me now?" she asked, voice breaking. "After all this time?" Ashariel stepped forward. The space between them disappeared. "Because the veil is thinning again. Because they'll come for you. And because—" He reached out, fingertips grazing her wrist. "I still love you." Mira didn't flinch, but the forest did. Every branch bowed, every leaf shivered. She didn't know this story, but it knew her. And as his touch met her skin, the stars above blinked once, as if the sky itself was watching two halves of a vow begin to remember their whole. The next morning arrived too soon and too bright, but Mira couldn't feel the sun. Not really. She sat on the edge of her bed, hands still tingling from Ashariel's touch. Beneath her skin, something coiled and whispered, as though memory had taken root in her bones. There were no words for it, no shape, but she felt changed. Stretched between two lives, Elmsmoor remained the same. Children ran past the bakery, giggling through the fog. The old men at the tavern played their morning cards beneath ivy-draped awnings. And Mira walked among them like a ghost in her own life. No one had seen the man cloaked in shadow. No one smelled the smoke of the ribbon. No one heard the wind hum her name. Back in the bookshop, she tried to lose herself in the familiar, sorting the new spines, writing titles in the ledger, tracing the frayed leather of old tomes she'd never quite dared open. But the silence was wrong now. It throbbed with waiting. Ashariel had said they would come. The sealed circle. Who were they? Priests, magicians, gods? Her dreams offered no answer, only flashes of faces in gold masks, cloaks that swallowed light, rituals that smelled of iron and ash. Each image vanished when she reached for it like breath on a mirror. That evening a storm gathered. It rolled in with a hunger, devouring the edge of the sky. The villagers spoke of it with uneasy humor, summer thunder. They called it, though Mira felt no warmth in the air. She locked the shop early. As she crossed the stone bridge near the edge of town, she felt it. A pull. Not from within her, but toward her. Her vision dimmed, and suddenly she was not alone. They stepped from the trees like shadows made flesh. 3 figures, tall and robed in crimson, with veils drawn over their faces. Where their feet touched the earth, frost spread. Mira stopped breathing. "You've lingered too long," the one in the center said, though no mouth moved beneath the veil. "You were meant to forget." "I didn't choose to forget," Mira said, voice ragged. "You took that from me." A ripple of power swept through the clearing like the world itself recoiling from truth. "You broke the circle," another intoned. "The pact was sealed. He was to remain bound in the dusk, and you, unknowing." She felt the mark then, not a visible wound but a thrum beneath her ribs, hot and alive. The place where her soul had once been tied to Ashariel. "You lied to me," she whispered. "No," the center figure said. "We protected you. From him, from yourself." A sound echoed from the trees behind her, low, vast, ancient. "Ashariel, He stepped from the shadows like he'd always belonged there, his armor glinting with stormlight. His presence bent the air. The red-robed figures hissed, stepping back as if scorched. "She knows," he said coldly. "You cannot undo that." "She remembers fragments," the tallest replied. "But knowledge is not consent. She is not whole." Ashariel turned to Mira. His expression was unreadable, but his voice was a thread between them, soft, coaxing. "You don't have to choose now, but if you do, if you say the vow again, they will no longer be able to touch you." "What vow?" Mira asked, her voice breaking. Ashariel stepped closer. Slowly, reverently. "Your true name," he said. "The name only I remember." And then he whispered it. It wasn't Mira. It wasn't anything she'd heard spoken before, but it shattered through her like starlight, like fire, like truth. She fell to her knees, gasping, her heart beating so loudly she thought the earth might break. The red-robed figures screamed, not in fear, but in fury. "The bond reforms," one roared. Ashariel's hand closed around hers, and a blaze of light erupted from the ground beneath them. Sigils carved into the dirt flared into view, old, forgotten language written in flame. Mira stood, not by will, by memory. She spoke 3 words, not in English, not even aloud, but the earth heard her, the veil heard her, and the pact rekindled. The circle vanished in a shriek of unraveling magic torn back into the places between time. The storm above them broke into silence. The air cleared. Mira collapsed against Ashariel. "You remembered enough," he murmured. "You're awakening." She didn't respond. But in her palm, a mark glowed softly, a crescent wrapped in flame. And deep beneath the soil, something ancient shifted, because a soul-bound bride had remembered her name, and the stars were listening again. Mira did not dream that night. Dreams were for those untouched by memory, for minds still unbound by the truth. She had crossed that line. Instead, she remembered, not in linear pieces, but in waves, heat and sorrow, blood and promise. Ashariel's voice echoing across 1,000 lifetimes, her own laughter carved into the hollow silence of ruined temples. She saw herself in silks of storm-colored thread, standing beneath a sky that was not a sky at all, but a dome of flickering constellations stitched by forgotten gods. In the morning, the mark on her palm had faded from gold to silver, but its warmth lingered. She could still feel it pulsing, soft and steady, like the hum of distant thunder beneath her skin. She was Miravele, and she was someone more. The house felt smaller, the village thinner. Every wall she'd once trusted seemed newly transparent, as though reality were growing tired of holding back the veil. Ashariel stood beneath the blackthorn tree when she stepped outside, waiting. No words passed between them. Not at first. He watched her with that stillness he always wore, like a statue left behind after the world ended. But today there was something else beneath it. A flicker of hesitation, of hope. "You burned it all down," she said finally, not as accusation, but fact. "I would burn the stars themselves if it brought you back to me," he answered. The words struck her harder than she expected, not because they were beautiful, but because they felt true. They walked through the edge of the woods where the path vanished and the trees grew close like old secrets. The deeper they went, the more the world changed. No birds sang here. No light broke through the branches. The air held the quiet of sacred places, where even breath felt like trespass. "You said I was a conduit," she said as they walked, "that I was used to open something." Ashariel nodded once. "The gate of dusk, a threshold between this realm and the beyond." "And I agreed to that?" she asked. "No," he said, glancing toward her. "You were deceived. You were told it was a ritual of protection, that the bond between you and I was a necessary seal, that without your essence, the realm would fracture." Mira stopped. "My essence?" He turned to face her fully. "You were born of both realms. Your mother was mortal, your father was not. That bloodline made you more than human. It made you a vessel, and they coveted that." "Who were they?" she whispered. He looked away. "Priests, kings, old ones with no names. The sealed circle were only the final hands in a long chain of theft." A wind stirred the trees, lifting the edges of Mira's coat like invisible fingers. "And you?" she asked. "What were you in all this?" His eyes darkened. "I was your guardian, your equal, your tether. The bond we forged was real. It was the one thing they did not anticipate." Mira exhaled slowly. "So they severed me from you." "They tried." His voice was raw now, but something in you resisted. Even when your memory was broken, your soul never let go. She wanted to believe him, but her world had cracked open too quickly. Why didn't you come sooner? She asked. Ashariel stepped closer. His presence curled around her like dusk. I tried, but the seal blinded me. I searched across realms, I tore through veil and time. I came when the tether sparked again, when you dreamed of me. And now that I remember, she said, looking up at him, now you are in danger. The words dropped like stones. He lifted his hand, not to touch, but to hover just beside her cheek. They will come for you again, not to erase, but to consume. She shivered. Why now? Because the gate is waking. The beyond is stirring, and if they take you again, his voice faltered for the first time. You won't survive it this time, neither will I. Silence bloomed between them, then Mira took his hand. It was warm, human, and not. We fight then, she said softly, together. Ashariel blinked. The faintest smile ghosted his lips. Together. From the woods, the air shifted, and something screamed, not with sound but with magic, a ripple across reality, a war drum beneath the surface of the world. Mira didn't flinch. She stood taller. The past had found her, but so had her power. And as twilight bled into the sky, Miravale walked deeper into the woods, not to hide, but to awaken the part of herself that had once kissed the stars and dared to bind a god. The deeper they walked, the less the world resembled the one she'd always known. Branches arched above them like cathedral vaults, threaded with silver moss that pulsed faintly with light. The trees were no longer simply trees. They leaned, listened, and hummed in languages older than words. Roots twisted like veins across the forest floor, and every step Mira took felt like a trespass through living memory. This place, she whispered, reaching out to trail her fingers along the bark of a great white tree. It was smooth and cold, as if made of stone rather than wood. Ashariel walked a step behind her now, not out of distance, but deference. This is the Waking Hollow, he said, a place suspended between breath and memory, where the veil is thinnest. Mira turned to him. It remembers us. He nodded. We came here once, when you first bound your name to mine. A rush of warmth flooded her chest. Not memory, but emotion. The echo of joy so fierce it frightened her. She stepped into a clearing ringed with black thorns. At its center stood a small stone pedestal, covered in moss and etched with the same sigils that had burned beneath her feet the night the sealed circle vanished. Without thinking, she knelt before it. The stone pulsed under her palm. Why does it feel like I've stood here before? She asked, voice low. Ashariel's footsteps were silent behind her. Because you have. This is where you made your vow. Then why don't I remember everything? She asked, frustration bubbling in her throat. Why only flashes? Why only pieces? Because memory is not a door, he said gently. It is a maze, and you are still finding your way back. She pressed her forehead to the stone. I feel like I'm drowning in someone else's life. Ashariel crouched beside her, close but not touching. It's yours, he said. It always was. The silence between them thickened. The forest watched. The pedestal thrummed. Mira turned to him slowly. Then show me, she said, all of it. I don't want shadows anymore. Ashariel hesitated. For the first time, fear crept into his eyes. If I show you everything, he murmured, you may not forgive me. She held his gaze. Let me decide. He exhaled one breath, ancient and sorrowful, and reached out with both hands. Give me your palms. She offered them. The moment their skin met, the world disappeared. Darkness, then a scream, hers but not now. A scream torn from a younger throat, echoing through halls of silver and glass, hands dragging her down steps, ribbons torn from her hair, cloaks swirling around her as words were spoken in a tongue she could almost understand, her name carved into stone with iron blades. And Ashariel, bloody, bound, broken, kneeling before her as the circle chanted, no, she sobbed, tears burning. I won't, don't make me forget, don't take him from me, but they did. The sigils flared, the veil opened. Her name was split from her soul and buried, and her world went white. Mira gasped. She was on her knees in the clearing, hands shaking. Ashariel was beside her, his face pale, jaw clenched. You fought them, he said quietly. You bled for me. She nodded, tears sliding silently down her cheeks. I didn't want to forget. He didn't answer. He didn't need to, because they both knew what had been taken and what had now been returned. The forest bowed. The sigils on the pedestal ignited once more, flaring blue then violet. Something in Mira's chest unlocked. A tether. A vow. She felt it anchor, not around her wrists or throat, but her heart, soft, unyielding, eternal. She turned to Ashariel. "Say it," she whispered. He hesitated. Then, like a prayer, "I am bound to you by choice, not fate, in light and ruin, in dusk and fire." And Mira answered with the words buried in her blood. "I am yours, by vow freely given, my name, my soul, my breath." A wind roared through the hollow. The trees bent low. And in that moment Mira Vale was no longer fractured, she was whole. And as the hollow bloomed around them, pulsing with ancient light, Mira realized the greatest magic was not memory, but choosing love again, even when the wound still bled. The hollow did not release them gently. Once the vow was renewed, the world shivered. A seam tore in the air, silent, silver, vertical, and the very fabric of the forest twisted inward. Trees leaned in unnatural arcs, petals unfolded from flowers that hadn't yet bloomed, and shadows slithered along the bark in reverse. Time stumbled over itself. Memory unraveled and rewove in an instant. Ashariel took Mira's hand. "This place is shifting," he warned. "It's folding to your will. The vow has awakened it." She looked around, her breath caught. The symbols on the stone pedestal flared again, not just sigils but language. Words she could now read, written in the first tongue of the Veil Walkers. Her former self had carved them. A promise, a map, a warning. Should the bond be reforged, the world will remember what it tried to forget. "What does it mean?" she whispered. Ashariel's grip tightened. "It means we are no longer hidden." A soft ringing began, high and glassy, like icicles striking one another in wind. Mira covered her ears. Ashariel drew her into his arms and turned, his cloak swirling as the ringing built to a pitch that cut the air like a scream. A figure emerged from the tree line. Not red-robed, not cloaked, but wreathed in flame. A woman, barefoot, with a dress of molten threads and eyes the color of split embers. Her hair drifted above her like smoke, and her skin glowed with cracks of gold light, as if her body barely contained what burned within. "A flame-born," Ashariel murmured, jaw tensing. The woman's voice licked the air like fire. "You've unbound the tether, fool." "I restored what was stolen," Mira snapped before she could think. The woman turned to her, and for a heartbeat, fear washed over every inch of Mira's skin. Not because the woman threatened her, but because she knew her. "Mira," the flame-born hissed, "you were not meant to remember." Ashariel stepped in front of her, protective. "You don't speak her name." "Oh, I do," the woman said, eyes narrowing, "because I burned it into her bones myself." Mira stumbled back. Ashariel growled low, his voice a reverberation in the hollow. "She was part of the circle?" Mira asked. Ashariel nodded once, grim. "One of their oldest, the Firekeeper. She forged the sigils that tore you from me." The Flameborn extended her hand. "Come with me now, and I will unmake the bond again. You'll forget. It will hurt less this time." "No," Mira said, steadier than she expected. "I'm not yours to break." "You were never meant to belong to him," she spat. "I don't belong to anyone," Mira snapped. "I choose him. I chose him then, and I do now." The forest roared. The Flameborn snarled, lifting her hands. Fire spiraled in glowing rings from her fingers, forming runes in the air that pulsed like heartbeats. Ashariel moved faster than thought. His blade, wrought from shadow and starlight, appeared in his hand, slicing through the runes before they could strike. The Flameborn screamed and vanished in a burst of heat that scorched the treetops. Silence returned, but not peace. Mira's knees buckled. Ashariel caught her before she fell, holding her tightly as the hollow exhaled its tremor. "She'll return," he murmured. "They all will." "How do we stop them?" Mira asked. He pulled her close, his voice barely more than wind against her neck. "By becoming what they feared the first time." Mira looked up at him, his eyes burned like stormlight. "And what was that?" she asked. He smiled, slow and quiet. The end of prophecy. Behind them the sigils on the stone had changed. Not words now, but a doorway, drawn in light, glowing, open. "A realm walk," Ashariel breathed. "It leads to the place where your power was first awakened." Mira swallowed. "The place they tried to bury me." He nodded. "Will I survive it?" "I don't know," he said. "But I will walk it with you." She didn't hesitate. She took his hand and stepped into the light. And as the hollow sealed behind them, the world held its breath, for the soul-bound bride had chosen memory over mercy, and love over safety, and now the past would burn or bloom by her hand. There was no sensation at first. No falling, no weight. Just the slow collapse of the world around her, as if light itself had curled inward to make room for something else, something older, deeper, impossible. And then, breath, sound, a heartbeat not her own. Mira landed hard on cold stone. The air was sharp, metallic, and tasted of storms. A thick fog clung to her skin, heavy with whispers she couldn't understand. She pushed herself to her knees, palms stinging from the impact, and blinked as the fog began to thin. They were in a vast chamber carved from dark crystal, the walls gleaming with veins of violet light. The floor was etched with sigils that pulsed in time with the beating of her heart. Overhead, no ceiling, just an endless void that shimmered like water reflecting starlight. Ashariel stood nearby, his form outlined in silver blue. The realm seemed to respond to him. Every movement he made left glowing trails in the air, as if the space remembered him too well to let him go unnoticed. "Where are we?" Mira asked, her voice too loud in the stillness. He turned, slow and reverent. "This is the sanctuary of the first vow," he said. "The place where our souls were first bound, long before you bore the name Mira." She stood, legs unsteady, her gaze sweeping the room. "This was my prison," she murmured, the words tumbling from her mouth before her mind caught them. "No, not prison, altar." Ashariel nodded. "You were both sacrifice and sovereign. They called it preservation, but it was erasure." Mira walked forward, each step echoing with a resonance that made the chamber hum. She reached the center where a raised platform waited, carved into the shape of a blooming thornflower. A shallow bowl sat atop it, blackened, cracked, and ringed with ash. "My blood was here," she whispered. "They took it to seal the gate." Ashariel moved beside her, silent. "You remember more with each breath," he said. "The veil inside you is unraveling." She turned to him, her hands trembling. "I'm not the same person anymore." "No," he agreed. "You're more." A flicker of movement caught her eye. She spun. On the far end of the chamber, a mirror had awakened, a tall, oval shape carved into the crystal wall, now rippling like disturbed water. It didn't reflect her. It reflected the other her. She stepped closer and saw herself, draped in ceremonial robes the color of winter storms, eyes glowing with defiance, mouth smeared with blood. Around her neck, a choker of sigils. In her hands, a blade of bone. "Is that me?" she whispered. Ashariel approached behind her, slow. "That was the night of the betrayal. The night you severed the pact and ran. The last time you were truly whole." She couldn't stop staring. The reflection tilted its head, and then spoke. "You're late." Mira staggered back. "It's speaking. How is it speaking?" "It is the last echo of your former self," Ashariel said. "A memory too strong to fade." The mirrored version smiled, cruel and calm. "You're soft," it said. "You've forgotten what they did to us. You've forgotten the screams, the burning, the betrayal." Mira's voice shook. "I'm remembering." The reflection leaned closer. "Then remember this," it hissed. "You asked to be unmade. You begged them to take your name. You thought love was weakness." Ashariel stepped forward, his body tense. "Enough." But the echo sneered. "And you," it spat at him, stood there and watched her bleed. The words hit harder than any blade. Ashariel's face paled. "I tried to stop them. I was too late." Mira's hands curled into fists. "You didn't tell me that part." He met her eyes. "I didn't think you were ready to carry that pain again." Silence bloomed between them, but this one was different, full of jagged things unspoken. "I trusted you," she whispered. "You still can," he said, voice raw. But the reflection laughed. "You trusted him once, and it led you here." The mirror began to crack. Fine lines spread across the surface like veins. The image bled away, and from the center, black smoke spilled forth. It hissed across the floor, forming shapes, hands, mouths, screaming eyes. Ashariel drew his blade. "They've sent wraiths to silence what you've remembered." Mira stepped back. "No," she said, trembling but resolute. "They won't take this from me again." Her hand lifted on instinct. Power pulsed from her palm, the mark glowing with renewed fury, and the crystal chamber responded. The sigils blazed, the floor quaked, light erupted from her chest. Not magic, not memory. Truth. The wraiths screamed as they burned, disintegrating in the air, ripped apart by the force of her becoming. Ashariel lowered his blade. The chamber fell still once more, and the mirror shattered. All that remained was silence, deep and reverent. Mira stood alone at the altar, her breath shallow, her heart pounding. I remember, she whispered. Ashariel stepped beside her, his voice quiet. What do you remember? She turned to him. Her eyes were wet, but they glowed. I was not their pawn, she said. I was their undoing. And as the dust settled around her, Miravalle, soul-bound, sovereign, and scarred, stood not as a girl seeking answers, but as a flame reborn in the shape of defiance. The wind here did not blow, it breathed. Each exhale raked across Mira's skin like the fingers of a long-dead god, warm with memory and sharp with grief. Ashariel had warned her that the sanctuary would shift once the mirror shattered, and he was right. The chamber was gone. Now they stood beneath a crimson sky that pulsed like an open wound. Before them stretched a vast field of pale flowers, their petals paper-thin and trembling, rooted not in soil but in bone. Human. Not human. Some enormous, some impossibly small. The bone garden, Ashariel murmured beside her, his voice a low offering to the silence. It blooms where truth is buried. Mira stared at the ground beneath her boots. The bones were interwoven like a net, ribs cradling femurs, jawbones locked in endless screams, spines curving like roots beneath the blossoms. And among them, tiny sigils flickered, pulsing with soft violet light, like lanterns guiding a procession of the dead. Are these, she began but couldn't finish. Souls, Ashariel said, bound and broken, carved apart by the circle in search of obedience. This is where they discarded the ones who remembered too much. Her stomach turned, the petals brushed her calves as she walked, and each touch brought a whisper. Faint, fragmented, names, pleas, prayers. And one voice, clear as glass, run, she spun. Did you hear that? Ashariel's eyes were already scanning the horizon. They're watching. Not the circle, them, Mira said, pointing to the hill at the center of the garden. A structure rose there, twisted and angular, like a tree turned inside out. Its roots curled into the air, its trunk formed from the spines of beasts long extinct. At its crown was a flame, black, still, breathing. The archive of ash, he said, where they kept the deepest truths. Mira's pulse spiked. We need to go there. Ashariel moved in front of her. If you do, you'll see everything. The vow, the betrayal, the reason they tore us apart. You may not want what waits at the center. She met his gaze. You keep protecting me from things I asked to know. Why? His jaw tightened. Because once you open that place, you won't be able to return to who you were, Mira. I don't want to go back, she said, voice steady. Not if it means living in shadows. Ashariel's eyes softened, then darkened with resignation. Then walk carefully. The garden listens, it remembers. Together they crossed the bone-laced meadow. The closer they came to the archive, the heavier the air became, charged with memory, bristling with pain. Mira could feel the eyes on her, though she saw no faces. Only petals, only bones. At the base of the structure, a staircase descended into the earth, carved from teeth, rib, and time. A door waited below, wide and open, pulsing with red light from within. Do you remember the first time you came here? Ashariel asked quietly. No, Mira said, but my body does. She stepped into the dark. The archive swallowed her whole. Inside, it was warm. The walls were lined with scrolls made of skin, bound with hair, and inked in blood that never dried. But it wasn't gruesome, it was sacred. Every strand hummed with ancient power, 1,000 voices murmuring in languages Mira didn't need to translate. She understood them now. At the far end of the chamber, a single altar rose from the stone, cradling a shard of glass no larger than her palm. Mira approached it slowly. Ashariel remained near the threshold, as though he dared not follow. What is this? She asked. The memory you gave away willingly, he said. The one you demanded they cut from you, no matter the cost. Her hand hovered over the shard, and then without thought, she picked it up. Pain ripped through her. It wasn't just memory. It was a sensation. The cold kiss of a blade at her throat, the burn of magic searing through her chest, her own voice screaming, "Take it!" As Ashariel fought to reach her, chains held him back. And beyond them, a council of cloaked figures watched, their eyes empty voids. But worst of all, she saw herself smiling as it was done. A small, hollow smile. Because she believed it was the only way to save him. The shard fell from her fingers, clattering against the altar. Ashariel caught her as she collapsed, her breath ragged, her body soaked in cold sweat. I chose to forget, she rasped. I thought it would protect you. And it nearly destroyed you, he said. You gave up everything to keep me from becoming the weapon they needed. You broke the bond, not out of fear, but out of love. Tears streamed down her face, but they weren't from pain, they were from clarity. They made me believe I was weak, she whispered. But I was never weak. I chose to lose everything. For you. Ashariel pressed his forehead to hers. We find them now, he said. We burn the circle from the roots. She nodded, but as they turned to leave, the flame at the top of the archive roared to life. From its center a voice whispered, She remembers. Send the others. Ashariel froze. They know we're coming. Mira looked back at the altar one last time. No, she said softly. They know I'm ready. And as she climbed out of the garden of death, the air shook, not from fear, but from the promise of reckoning, born on the lips of the girl who once begged to forget. They emerged from the archive into twilight, though no sun had set. The bone garden had dimmed, the petals now closed in weeping crimson sap. The wind no longer breathed. It watched. Ashariel walked beside her in silence, his blade still sheathed but humming low with tension. Mira didn't speak, she couldn't. Her throat was raw with revelation, her heart pounding with a rhythm that wasn't entirely her own anymore. She had touched the shard. She had remembered, and now, they were coming. She felt them before she saw them. A wrongness curling at the edge of reality, bending light, stretching sound. The trees bowed away from their approach, their leaves withering in silent panic. The sky above splintered into fractured violet veins, like lightning made of memory. Ashariel stopped. They've sent the others. Mira's voice was little more than a breath. What are they? Remnants, he said. Spirits without form, without past, without name. The circle feeds on what's forgotten. These are the scraps left behind. A chill slid down her spine. Can they be killed? Ashariel's jaw tensed. Not truly. But they can be banished, if your will is stronger. From the tree line, they came. Not walking, not crawling, but dripping into the world like spilled ink, their forms shifting, warping, never holding shape. Eyes blinked across their bodies, dozens of them, glassy and unblinking. Mouths opened where no mouths should be, speaking in voices that echoed with Mira's own forgotten screams. One stepped forward, or folded into shape, half tall, half wide, and whispered, You gave yourself to silence, why speak now? Mira stepped in front of Ashariel, because now she could. I was made to forget, she said clearly, voice slicing through the thick air, but I remember, and I will not be silent again. The creature writhed. Another leaned in, its face forming into a mirror of her own. You are broken. I was forged, she said, in fire and love and blood. The first lunged. Ashariel moved, shadow and blade in one motion, but Mira raised her hand first. The mark on her palm blazed brighter than ever before, forming into a glowing circle of light. Not a shield, a memory. The circle filled with visions, her past lives, her vow, her sacrifice, her awakening. Each fragment carved into the air around her like constellations. The creature struck the edge of the light and screamed. The scream turned inside out, folding back into the creature, and it burst apart in a shower of obsidian dust. The others hesitated. Ashariel stared at her, awed. They feed on forgetfulness, she realized aloud, but I've taken it back. They can't consume what you've claimed, he said. Another creature lunged, but she didn't flinch. Mira stepped forward, letting the visions pulse from her skin, from her blood, from her soul. They scattered. Some dissolved, others fled, but one remained, larger than the rest. Slower, watching. Its form coalesced into the shape of a man, familiar, too familiar. Mira's breath caught in her chest. It looked like Ashariel. She turned to him, but he was beside her, real, tense, silent. What is this? She whispered. The doppelganger stepped forward. I am what you fear most, the part of him that left you behind, that watched and did nothing, that will betray you again. Mira trembled. You're not him. I could be, it purred. He already hid things from you. He already made choices for you. He already let you forget. Her fingers curled into fists. Ashariel stepped forward, furious. That's not me. The creature grinned with his face. But it could be. She wonders. She doubts. Mira stepped between them. Maybe I do, she said. But love isn't perfect, it's choice. Again and again. She pressed her hand to the creature's chest. It hissed. You are not my truth, she whispered. You're just the echo of my fear. The light surged from her mark, this time not just white but violet and gold, a swirling torrent of reclaimed self. It poured into the false Ashariel, cracking him down the center. With a final shriek, the creature shattered. Silence fell. The sky above reformed, softening into a deep indigo. The bone garden shimmered beneath the stars. Mira turned to Ashariel. How much of it was true? He met her gaze. Some, not all. I did fail you once, but I've never stopped fighting for you since. She nodded. Then we moved forward, together. Ashariel took her hand. There's only one place left. The circle, she said. He nodded. They wait in the citadel of dust, at the edge of the world. Mira inhaled, steadying her soul. Then let them wait, I'll bring the storm. And as they left the garden of the dead behind, the stars blinked in time with her pulse. For the girl who once begged to forget now walked like a reckoning, wrapped in light, love, and fury. They walked until the world thinned. The trees gave way to cracked earth, and the sky grew pale, not with light, but with memory drained dry. Color faded, sound dulled. Even breath came with effort, as though the air itself resisted the living. Ashariel wrapped his cloak around Mira's shoulders without a word. It smelled of night and silver and something she could never quite name, something that had once made her feel safe. Now nothing felt safe. Ahead, the citadel rose like a ruin of thought, a fortress built from collapsed time and forgotten faiths. It had no walls in the traditional sense. Instead, enormous slabs of stone floated mid-air, suspended by sigils that pulsed faintly in rhythm with Mira's heart. Each block carried carvings that mirrored her dreams, spirals of pain, loops of vow, spirals of eyes watching from within stone. The citadel of dust, Ashariel said, voice hollow. It exists beyond place, built where memory decays, where truth is worn smooth by time. Mira couldn't stop staring. It's beautiful, she whispered. It was never meant to be, he answered. This is the end of forgetting, the circle's sanctuary, their prison for the divine. They crossed the threshold, no doors, no gates, just shadow that swallowed their shapes and returned them changed. Inside, the walls breathed, not metaphorically, literally. They shifted with a pulse too slow to track, exhaling cold winds that carried whispers in languages Mira now understood. Every step echoed with the weight of 1,000 souls sacrificed to silence. She reached for Ashariel's hand. He didn't flinch, but his grip was tighter than before. They passed statues of gods with broken mouths, pools of memory where faces stared up from still water, murmuring regrets that dissolved if looked at too long. Above, chains dangled from nowhere, each link etched with a name Mira almost recognized. How far in? She asked. He gestured to a spiral stair descending through a floor of glass. All the way down. They walked, deeper. Past rooms where shadows argued with themselves. Past a chamber where a woman in silver wept into her own reflection, over and over, never aging. Past a hall of doors that opened into mirrors that didn't reflect. And then, they reached them. The circle. There were 9. Clad in robes of dusk and ash, their faces hidden beneath masks carved from the remains of forgotten gods. Each mask bore a symbol. Flame, serpent, bone, thorn, eye, gate, chain, blade, and silence. They stood in a ring around a pulsing well of dark light. Not fire, not shadow. Something between. You are early, spoke the mask of flame. You are broken, added the mask of silence. Mira stepped forward, her mark burned under her skin. Her soul felt both too large and too fragile. You tried to erase me, she said. You carved out my name, buried my love, stole my vow. They didn't deny it. You offered it, the mask of chain replied. You begged for forgetting. You kneeled before us. Because you lied, she snapped. You said it was the only way to save him. Ashariel stood at her side, silent but burning with wrath. You would have made him into a weapon, Mira said, and me into a lock. You were the lock, said the mask of gate. But we broke, she whispered, and now we remember. The circle didn't move, but the citadel trembled. You've awakened what should have stayed buried, said the mask of eye. The gate stirs. You mean the truth, Mira said. You're afraid of what happens when I choose it. The well between them pulsed. The circle stepped back. Ashariel drew his blade. But Mira raised her hand. No, she said, this is mine. She stepped into the center of the circle. The mark on her palm burst into light, white, gold, and violet, blinding in its purity. The well screamed, the air tore, the walls cracked. Mira spoke not with voice but with soul. I revoke your claim. I reject your chains, I remember and I choose. The masks began to crack. The circle screamed, not in pain but in fear. Mira lifted her hands. The memories she had reclaimed, every fragment, every echo, every vow, unfurled like wings made of light. They swept through the citadel, burning the false histories, unraveling the chains, undoing the forgetting. And the circle fell. Their masks shattered. Their bodies crumbled into ash and song. Silence claimed the citadel. Real silence, not suppression, peace. Ashuriel stepped forward. It's done. Mira turned to him, breathing hard. Her eyes glowed softly. No, she said. It's just beginning. The citadel cracked beneath their feet. Time unraveled, and the gate began to open. And as light poured from the wounds of a broken world, Mira Valle, no longer soul-bound, but soul-whole, stepped into the storm she had once been made to fear, her name a blade and her love a vow sharpened by flame. The gate was not a door. It was a wound, a raw tear in the fabric of existence, stitched loosely with light and sound that refused to behave. Beyond it lay motion without form, color without color, voices singing in reversed tongues. Time blinked like an uncertain eye, and it was opening, wide and slow and eternal. Mira stood at the edge of it, the fractured floor of the citadel crumbling beneath her boots. Ashuriel stood just behind her, sword sheathed, hands clenched. Not in fear, but in awe. The gate of dusk, he said, voice barely a breath. Sealed by your blood, opened now by your will. She stared into it. It didn't pull her forward. It didn't seduce her. It waited. It feels like falling, she whispered, and rising, all at once. It is, Ashuriel murmured, a place between endings, between selves. The air around them cracked. The last remnants of the circle had dissolved into the dust, their chains broken, their rituals undone. But their destruction was not without cost. The veil between realms had thinned too far. The gate could no longer be ignored. I was the lock, Mira said, voice soft, but I'm not anymore. Ashuriel moved beside her. You were never a lock. You were the key. You were choice. You always were. She turned to him slowly. There's more beyond it, isn't there? More than what they feared. More than what I was. He nodded. What lies beyond is not destruction. It is truth. But truth can change you. She held his gaze. Will you come with me? Ashuriel hesitated, for the first time since she'd met him beneath the blackthorn tree. He looked into the gate, and his expression changed. Not fear, not reluctance, grief. If I cross with you, I will be unmade. I was forged in the realm you seek to leave behind. My soul is tethered to laws that won't exist beyond that threshold. Her chest tightened. But our vow, your vow is eternal, he said, touching her cheek with reverence. But I am not in that place. The silence pressed between them like a second heartbeat. I just got you back, she said. And you made me whole, he said. But love isn't always meant to last in form. Sometimes it endures in the echo. Sometimes it guides. She shook her head, but tears were already forming. I don't want to lose you again. You're not, Ashuriel said, stepping closer. You're setting me free. The light from the gate spilled across his face, catching in his eyes like stars. I will wait, he said, on the other side of dusk, in dreams, in fire, in whatever comes next. He leaned in and kissed her. Not hungrily, not desperately, but deeply, as if pressing his soul into her mouth so that even if the gate swallowed him, she would carry the echo. When he pulled back, she tasted memory on her lips. Ashuriel placed a silver ring in her hand, simple, etched with the first sigil they'd shared. Wear it when you forget, he whispered. It will always lead you back. Then he stepped away, one final look, one eternal silence, and Mira turned to the gate alone. Her mark flared once, searing her skin in the shape of a crescent wrapped in flame. The gate pulsed in answer. She stepped forward, and everything broke. The world unraveled, her name stretched across time. She felt herself expanding, dissolving, remembering, the girl who had forgotten, the woman who had chosen, the soul who had loved. She did not scream, she bloomed, through memory, through magic, through grief. And as the gate swallowed her, Mira Valle was no more. She was light, she was fire, she was the vow that could no longer be broken. And somewhere, beyond stars and silence, a voice whispered her name not in sorrow but in awe. Because what was once bound by fate was now carried by flame, and the girl who chose truth became a god of her own making. There was no ground beneath her feet, no sky above, only becoming. Mira didn't fall. She transformed, layer by layer, memory by memory, as the gate reshaped her soul. Her mortal name dissolved into ash, her former body reduced to light, But the pieces didn't vanish, they rearranged. She was not dead, she was rewritten. The gate did not destroy, it revealed. It peeled away the veil between who she had been, who she might have been, and who she was always meant to become. And when she emerged, she was not alone. All around her, starlight, not the kind found in mortal skies, but pure consciousness. The essence of all who had ever dared to choose truth over comfort, love over fear, memory over silence. Souls wrapped in fire, beings who had stepped through the gate before her, carrying their broken pieces into eternity. But none like her. They watched her, waited. Miravalle had not come here to ascend, she had come to remember. And she did. Her fingers, if they were still fingers, stretched outward. Her skin glowed like polished moonstone, threaded with veins of violet and gold. Her heart no longer beat, it pulsed with will. She could feel every vow she'd ever made, every life she'd touched. Ashariel's kiss still burned on her lips. The ring remained in her hand, unchanged, even as the rest of her remade itself. A single anchor to who she had been. A single truth untouched by the gate's fire. She pressed it to her palm, and from her mark a new sigil bloomed. Not the crescent wrapped in flame, but a spiral of light wrapped around a shattered crown, the sigil of the god marked. And with it, understanding dawned. She had not been chosen by fate, she had defied it. That defiance made her divine. The others stirred, some wept, some knelt, none spoke, but she heard them, in her mind, in her bones. Welcome. You found the end of forgetting, and you chose to become. But Mira did not bow, she did not drift among them, she looked beyond. And found the boundary, a shimmer in the distance. Not another gate, but a mirror. Not like the one in the archive. This one was alive. She approached it. Within she saw herself, not glowing, not remade. Just Miravalle. In the woods. Cold, human, mortal, lonely. It was the moment before it all began. The day before Ashariel knocked. The life that almost remained forgotten. She reached out, and the mirror rippled. A choice. Stay. Ascend. Forget pain, float, or return. Return to grief, to memory, to the fragments of a ruined world, but also to choice, to fire, to love. The starlit soul stirred behind her. You would give this up? One asked. I would live again, she said, not because I must, but because I can. And if he is gone? They asked. If he waits in no place you can reach? I'll carry him, she said. Through me, he is not forgotten. And with that, she stepped into herself. The mirror shattered. The starlight wept. And somewhere far below, in the ruins of the citadel, a single breath stirred the ash. Miravalle awoke beneath a fractured sky, clothed in mortal skin, her body aching, her palms scarred, but her soul whole. The ring was still in her hand, the sigil still pulsed beneath her skin. Ashariel's voice did not greet her, but the wind did, carrying a whisper, just once. Remember me, she stood. The world was broken, but she had become the fire that could forge it again. And as she walked alone from the edge of the world, Miravalle bore not the weight of loss, but the power of becoming. Her love a star still burning, her name now a god's quiet promise to never be silenced again. The days that followed were not days in the way Mira once understood them. Time for her no longer followed lines. It spiraled. She wandered through what remained of the world, the husks of old cities, the bones of kingdoms, the shadows of gods who had long since faded. She met no one, but everywhere she went, things awoke. Fountains long dried whispered her name as she passed. Stones cracked open and bled memory. Trees straightened in her presence, as if remembering how to breathe. And still, Mira walked, not as a queen, not yet, but as something becoming. The mark on her palm no longer glowed constantly, it pulsed once every few hours like a heartbeat buried in stone. The ring Ashariel gave her hung from a chain around her neck. It was heavy, a reminder, a promise. She did not weep, but she mourned, and in that mourning she created. Each place she passed she left something behind, a sigil carved into broken walls, a whispered word into winds that had forgotten how to listen. These were seeds, not spells. Small offerings to the future she refused to give up on. On the seventh spiral of twilight she reached the crown, not a castle, not a throne, but a hill of crystal and ruin, rising like a tooth from the earth's mouth, surrounded by mirrors that faced inward. At its center stood a single throne, untouched by rot, carved from bone and ash and fire. The Echo Crown, a place where only the God-marked may sit, where reality listens, where fate negotiates. Mira climbed it alone, the winds screamed. The mirrors flashed her lives, every choice, every breath, every version of herself that had once fractured across possibility. The Mira who ran, the Mira who forgot, the Mira who never found a Shariel, the Mira who became cruel with power, the Mira who burned it all to dust. She saw them all, she forgave them all, she reached the top and stood before the throne. It was not empty. A single figure sat there, head bowed, hair dark, eyes closed, a Shariel. But not as she remembered. He shimmered, half here, half not. A spirit forged from vow and love and the flame she carried through the gate. His hands rested on the arms of the throne, unmoving. The crown of silence rested at his feet. Mira's heart clenched. "Is it you?" she asked, barely more than breath. His head lifted, eyes opened, and there he was. Not whole, not living, but present. "As much as I can be," he said, his voice an echo wrapped in her memory. "You brought me here." She stepped closer, trembling. "I thought I'd lost you." "You did," he said gently, "but not all loss is absence." Tears slipped down her cheeks. "I don't want you to fade." "Then wear the crown," he whispered, "and I won't." Mira looked at the throne, at the circle of mirrors watching from below, at the endless sky above. She understood. To sit upon the echo crown was to choose to carry it all, the grief, the glory, the weight of becoming. But in return, she could write the world anew. Ashariel reached for her hand. She gave it, his fingers closed over hers one final time, warm, real. "Say the vow again," he murmured. She leaned in, forehead pressed to his, and spoke. "I am yours, by vow freely given. My name, my soul, my breath." Ashariel smiled, and faded into light. But the warmth in her hand remained. She turned, sat, and the mirrors shattered, not with violence, with release. Every version of her, every broken self bled into her skin. She became one, she became whole. And as she wore the echo crown for the first time, the world exhaled, not in fear, but in reverence, for the god-marked girl had returned not as memory, but as myth, and the stars bent low to witness her reign. It began with a thread. Mira felt it under her fingertips, a single line of light stretching out from the echo crown into the broken sky. It shimmered, faint at first, like a breath caught in twilight, but then it pulled taut. Another thread joined it, then another. Dozens, hundreds, each one pulsed with memory, not hers, the world's. This was the weave, the unseen tapestry beneath all things, the net of vow and time, of love and betrayal, of endings and beginnings. The circle had tried to manipulate it. The gate had exposed it, but only Mira, crowned and awakened, could touch it without unraveling. From her throne she saw it clearly. Kingdoms fallen, still echoing with the songs of their last kings. Forgotten forests where beasts slept in cages of bone. Children born under starlight who never knew their names. Threads of injustice, fraying at the edges. Threads of beauty, buried beneath dust. Threads of hope, tangled and thin. And through it all, a single golden strand. Ashariel. She followed it, down past the gate, into the root of time itself, where souls once tethered by blood and fire, drifted in the silence between pulses. He was there, not whole, not gone. A memory anchored to her own heartbeat. "You still exist," she whispered. His thread trembled. "I remember you," she said again, louder. The thread pulsed brighter. "I remember us." A warmth spilled from her chest, violent, radiant, reverent. It didn't pull him back. It wove him in, not as a man, not as a god, but as a truth. Mira closed her eyes and began to braid, not with hands, but with will. She wound threads of forgotten joy into the seams of barren lands. She stitched courage into the hearts of those still bound by silence. She repaired broken oaths and unraveled old lies. Where the weave had thinned, she poured herself in, not as a savior, but as remembrance. Ashariel's thread danced beside hers, no longer alone. He did not return in body, but he was in every vow reforged, in every thread of fire and dusk, in the new stories that would bloom from soil no longer salted by fear. Hours passed, or lifetimes. Mira sat, radiant in her crown, not ruling but repairing. And when she stood, the world had changed, not all at once, not obviously, but somewhere, a boy who had never dreamed would find his voice. A mother would wake with the name of her stillborn child on her lips and remember it without pain. A priest would burn his stolen scripture and walk into the woods, no longer afraid of questions. A kingdom long drowned would rise in the hearts of 3 scattered daughters. The weave whispered again, and Mira, goddess of memory, listened. She left the echo crown that day, not abandoned, but fulfilled. Its shape dissolved behind her, no longer needed. She walked alone, but not empty. And when she passed through a dying valley, a young girl hiding in a burnt-out tree looked up and saw her. "Who are you?" the child whispered. Mira knelt, smiled. "I am the fire they tried to bury, the truth they feared you'd remember, the love that chose to return." The girl blinked. "Are you a queen?" "No," Mira said softly. "I am the thread you hold between your fingers, and you are about to sow something new." She touched the girl's forehead, a spark passed, and then she was gone. And far beyond the veil, where no gods dared linger, the wind carried a vow rewritten. Not to rule, not to conquer, but to remember, and through remembrance, to make the world whole again. The world did not change with thunder. It shifted quietly, like a song hummed beneath breath, half forgotten, half remembered. Mira's footsteps no longer left imprints in the dust. Instead, they left echoes, soft vibrations of warmth and light that lingered long after she passed. Not even the birds feared her now. They sang when she neared, as if greeting an old truth returned to flesh. She wandered through a once-forgotten glade, where the trees arched inward like reverent monks. The air smelled of moss and old parchment. Here, time had curled in on itself, days stacked atop days, looping endlessly. This was a place once locked away by the circle, a sanctuary of memory too fragile for their control. Now Mira entered it freely. The glade recognized her. The wind circled her ankles like a dog returned to its first master. The grass brightened. The air sighed. She knelt at the glade's center, where a single stone lay cracked in two, an offering place, old, sacred, untouched. From the pouch at her side, she pulled the fragment of a bone flute, the one she had found after leaving the Echo Crown. It wasn't hers, not exactly. It had belonged to another girl once, in another age. A girl who had chosen silence rather than scream. A girl whose story had never been told. Mira had no voice for her, but she had a thread. She wound it, golden, shimmering, and tied it gently around the flute. She placed it in the broken stone, closed her eyes, and listened. The glade sang back, not with music, but with wholeness. All around her, pieces of forgotten stories drifted into place. A mother remembering the lullaby her child used to hum. A warrior recalling the face of the brother he lost in fire. A boy who had never seen the stars naming one after his father's smile. Mira wept, not for pain, for healing. The weave thrummed beneath her skin now. It no longer required effort. It was her, woven into every step, every blink, every breath. She was no longer a vessel of memory. She was the keeper of songs that no longer ended in silence. Somewhere in the glade, a thread brushed against her thoughts, a Shariel. She turned inward, closed her eyes, reached, and there he was, not as a ghost, not as a shadow, as presence. A warmth beneath her ribs, a steady hum in her chest, a light behind her eyelids when the world went dark. "You're still here," she whispered. "Always." She smiled through her tears. "I thought I had to let go of you to carry this. You did, and you didn't." Silence passed, and then "You are my becoming." She held that like a relic, and sang, not aloud, but within, a melody of broken vows made new, of stolen names reclaimed, of a love that chose remembrance over resurrection. When she stood, the flute was gone, but in its place the grass had grown taller, the stone no longer cracked, and the wind had learned a new note. Mira turned her face to the sky. Somewhere beyond all this, others would hear the song, and they would follow it home. And as she walked on, thread by thread, vow by vow, the world healed beneath her touch, not because she was divine, but because she had dared to remember what even gods had forgotten, that nothing truly broken is ever beyond song. The sky had begun to whisper again, not in words, in pulls, tugs at the edges of Mira's consciousness, like a memory reaching from the dark, asking to be heard one final time. She knew this call. It came from a place older than vow, older than weave, the place where the gods once buried their regrets. She followed it without hesitation, through valleys that shimmered with the light of unborn stars, through rivers that ran backward in time, through ruins where prayers still hung in the air, unfinished. At the journey's end, she found the hollow crown. It was not a throne, it was an absence. A wide stone basin carved into the earth, ringed with dying torches that neither burned nor faded. At its center stood a single crown, made not of gold but of shadow, hollowed, empty. A coronet of loops and voids, as if it had been made not to adorn but to contain. and Mira knew exactly what it was. The first crown, she whispered, the one they made for the god who chose silence. Asheriel's voice stirred faintly from within her, the crown that bound all memory. She stepped into the circle. It felt like stepping into grief, but not her own. The hollow crown trembled. 1,000 voices rose in chorus, not screams, not pleas, regret. The first gods had crafted this thing as a prison, not for power, but for remembrance itself, to hide from what they had done, to bury their sins in silence, to crown their shame and forget. And now the world had brought Mira here, asking her to decide, break it, or wear it. She understood the risk. If she wore it, she would carry all that had ever been lost, every forgotten name, every burned truth, every erased soul. It would hollow her, fill her, unmake her as Mira, but remake her as something else. If she broke it, the echoes might scatter. Freedom, yes, but chaos. History turned to noise. Vows unraveled. She could end it here, or she could become what the first gods feared, a vessel of all truth. Asheriel whispered, gentle in her soul, whatever you choose, choose it for yourself. She reached out, touched the hollow crown. It was cold, it was ancient, and it fit. The moment it rested on her brow, the world collapsed. Not into darkness, into remembrance. She fell through time, through every broken oath, every stolen childhood, every lover buried without name, every war that was rewritten, every whispered lie pressed into history by those who feared what truth could become. She saw it all, and did not look away. Her spine burned, her bones sang, her heart cracked open, but she held. And when the visions faded, she stood not as Miravele, not even as the god marked, but as the crowned hollow, the bearer of all that had been lost. She walked from the basin, slow, radiant, terrible. And where her feet touched, entire ages bloomed again, the lost libraries of flame, the twin cities drowned in pact, the names of children who had no graves. She carried them now, and the weave bent in reverence. Asheriel stirred softly within her still. You are not hollow, you are whole. She smiled, and looked to the sky. For the first time it bowed. And as the hollow crown burned against the stars, the world knew the weight of what it had hidden, and loved her not for her power, but for her mercy, given freely from the hands of one who chose to carry us all. The sky no longer spoke in riddles. It whispered truths now, raw, unvarnished, clear as cut glass. Where once clouds hid the sun, now they parted for her. Where shadows crept through the valleys, now they paused, bowed and wept at her feet. Mira walked through the waking world not as a queen, not even as a god. She was something rarer, something older. She was the remembrance of mercy. Since claiming the hollow crown, her mind held every name that had ever been erased. She remembered the shape of their grief, the sound of their first laughter, the smell of their final breath. The world pulsed beneath her feet with unbearable truth. And yet she did not bend beneath it. She breathed it in. Each breath exhaled a kind of healing. In the shattered city of Fenro, where the skies had not cleared in 2 centuries, the clouds broke apart at her approach. The stone grew warm again. Children who had never dreamed began to speak in languages they had never been taught. In the cavern temples of the north, long sealed by fear and frost, the dead stirred, not in haunting but in peace. Bones were knit, not to rise but to rest. A final sleep, soothed by her presence. And in the mirror lake of Karoth, where reflections once screamed, the water stilled. The lake showed only truth now, including her own. She looked into it one dusk and saw not Mira, but every version of herself that had ever lived and died in silence. The girl who once hid behind shop shelves, the vessel who bled on the altar, the memory who walked through flame. They were all her, they were all here, and standing behind them, always, always, Asheriel. No longer reaching, just watching, content. You were never meant to stay, she whispered into the rippling glass. But you stayed long enough to teach me how to carry it. She did not cry. Not anymore. Not because she was numb. Because there was no grief without memory. And memory had become a gift. She rose from the water's edge and turned toward the path that had always waited for her. The final one. The endless stair. Carved from the first stone, it rose skyward into a spiral that had no top. It was said only those who remembered the names of every star could climb it. Only those who had forgiven themselves. And so she began to ascend. Each step was a year, each breath a lifetime. She remembered it all. The moment she first felt forgotten. The the weight of being chosen, the terror of losing him, the power of choosing herself. And she forgave. With each step, the hollow crown grew lighter, not because it carried less, but because she was finally sharing it. The world remembered with her now. At the stairs' summit, if it could be called a summit, she found no gate, no throne, no prophecy waiting, only wind and light, and a single voice, Ashariel, not beside her, within her. This was always where it led, not to power, not to peace, but to purpose. She nodded, eyes closed, her crown shone like dusk and dawn braided together. I know, she said, I am ready. And for the first time since the circle severed her soul, she let go, not of memory, not of love, but of separation. She opened her arms and the world poured in. Miravalle ceased to be a name, she became a force. A hymn sung in every broken heart that dared to hope again. A whisper in every forgotten prayer spoken into the dark. A warmth in the hands of every soul who chose truth, even when it cost them everything. And as the endless stair disappeared behind her, the world exhaled, not in fear of what she was, but in awe of what she had chosen to become. Not a goddess, not a savior, but a vessel of mercy, memory, and the love that remains when all else is burned away. The world did not stop when Mira vanished from it. It breathed. In the highlands where silence once stifled song, voices returned. Farmers, weavers, children, each began to speak the names of those lost, and the wind carried those names like offerings. Forests bloomed in spirals where her footsteps had once lingered. The rivers shifted course as if remembering where they had once meant to flow. But something deeper changed. Something within the weave itself. It no longer drifted like mist above the world, it ran through it. With her departure, Mira had threaded the last knot, binding the past to the present, sorrow to healing, memory to mercy. And now it began to hum, not as a force of control, but as a living song. The hollow crown no longer existed as an object. It had dissolved, folded into the sky, melted into every heartbeat that carried love without condition. Where it had once been heavy, it now lingered in whispers and morning light. Yet one place still felt her most. The Watcher's Hollow. Ashariel's forest. The trees no longer slept, their roots pulsed with life. The moonlight spilled in strange shapes across the forest floor, bending around spaces where she had once stood, once wept, once chosen him. And deep within, in the glade where they had first touched hands without words, the threads converged. No one saw the figure that walked there now. Not with eyes. But if they stood still long enough, if they breathed deep and trusted their grief, they might feel her. A presence that didn't press, but wrapped gently around their sorrow like cloth over a wound. She did not speak. She listened. For that was what she had become. The song that never asked to be sung aloud, the memory that needed no altar. The love that did not demand its name be returned. In 1,000 corners of the world, those who had been forgotten began to remember themselves, and those who had buried their guilt began to forgive. The last of the circle, still hiding in ruins of magic and fear, felt the shift and trembled, not because they feared punishment, but because they finally understood. Their power had never been taken. It had simply become irrelevant. Because Mira had taught the world something truer than sovereignty or control. That remembrance was stronger than dominion. That mercy was fiercer than wrath. That love, when chosen freely, could undo even the oldest chains. And now, in every place where silence once ruled, there was song. And in the hush between each note, she waited, not to return, but to be found, again and again, in the spaces between pain and healing. In the quiet place where every thread remembers how it began. They would tell stories of her, not because she demanded it, she never did, but because some truths refused to be forgotten. Children born beneath the silvered moons would hear her name woven into lullabies. Miravalle, the girl of no past, the vessel of all memory, the mercy that remade the world. The circle, once feared as keepers of the divine, faded into myth, whispers of those who tried to bottle time and lost themselves inside it. And yet, across the living lands, something endured. Not power, not prophecy, but a single unbreakable thread, choice. The weave no longer bound, it danced. Like wild silk unraveling in the wind, it wrapped gently around each soul, not to control, but to offer. Every person born thereafter would feel it, a subtle presence, a warm pull, not fate, not command, but invitation. And when the day came that immortals stood at the edge of silence, wondering if they mattered, wondering if their sorrow meant something, they would hear her. Not in voice, but in memory, in the quiet feeling of being seen, in the sudden peace of being known. And sometimes, if the dusk hung just right and the wind turned silver, they would look toward the forested hills and catch the flicker of a figure moving between trees, crownless, barefoot, with eyes like the first dawn, and they would understand. Mira was never gone. She had simply become everywhere love refused to die. Asheriel lived on in her, not as a ghost, not as a god, but as the whisper that says yes to pain, to beauty, to the bond that does not need to be remembered to be real. In the end, there was no throne, no temple, no monument, only a garden where names grew like flowers. A place for those the world forgot, each bloom glowing with light, each root buried in truth. And at its center, untouched by wind, sat a single stone etched with words not in any language but in feeling. She remembered us. So we remembered her. And as the garden bloomed into stars, the world exhaled once more, knowing that no shadow could swallow a love bound not by fate, but by the courage to remember. Now, close your eyes and drift into the next story, where darkness is a lover, and every breath carries a secret. The forest swallowed her scream. Trees too old for names stood silent, their bark slick with fog, their roots coiled like secrets in the earth. No one would find her here. Not in this place. Not in the hollow where light did not linger. Alara had stopped struggling hours ago. Now she sat curled on the cold stone floor of a room too clean to be a dungeon, too bare to be a home. The air smelled faintly of pine and old parchment, of damp stone and something else, something animal. A scent she couldn't place but felt against her skin, thick and primal. She didn't know how long she'd been unconscious, only that when she'd woken, the door had been locked, the shutters nailed shut, and her throat sore from screaming. The silence was not empty. It pressed, as if the very walls listened. She pulled the wool blanket tighter around her shoulders, not for warmth, but for armor. The only objects in the room were a narrow bed, a basin of fresh water, and a single chair in the corner, facing the door. That chair unsettled her most. It was waiting, and then it came. The sound that wasn't a sound, footsteps, too heavy, measured, echoing faintly beyond the door. They stopped just as the handle turned, slow, deliberate. Alara stood, or tried to. Her legs trembled, but instinct pushed her upward, fists clenched at her sides. The door creaked open, and he filled the frame, tall, broad-shouldered, wrapped in a long dark coat lined with fur that might once have been a wolf's. His face was shadowed by the hood, but his presence filled the room like a storm, silent and sharp, the air tight with tension. He didn't move forward, didn't speak. And for one long moment they stood in stillness, captor and captive, the boundary between them drawn by the threshold. Then he stepped in, shut the door behind him, and walked to the chair, sat, still silence. Alara's breath caught. She was shaking and hated that she was. Finally he spoke. His voice was low, unhurried, like each word had to climb through gravel before reaching her. I will not hurt you. A lie? A promise? Or something in between? She didn't reply, couldn't. He continued as if reading from a script only he could see. Each night I will tell you one truth about me. You deserve to know before you decide what to fear. That voice, its roughness was strangely human, but edged with something feral, something broken. Tonight, he said, you only need to know this. I have taken lives, more than I can count. Some I regret, others I do not, but I remember each face. Alara blinked. That was it? He stood, turned, paused in the doorway. I leave the door locked for your safety, not mine. And then he was gone. The silence returned, but this time it wasn't empty. It throbbed. Not with fear, with something she couldn't name. Not yet. And as the lock clicked shut, Alara stared at the chair he'd left behind, still warm, still watching, and wondered, what kind of monster tells stories to the woman he's stolen? The second night fell like a curtain. Alara sat on the edge of the bed, back straight, hands balled in her lap. She hadn't eaten. She hadn't slept. The tray of untouched food in the corner was proof enough of her stubbornness, though even she wasn't sure if it came from defiance or dread. The chair waited again, unmoved. At dusk, the air shifted, the quiet warning of his approach. Like last night, the door opened slowly, quietly, with care that unsettled her more than violence would have. This man, this thing, could break the door with a flick of his wrist. Instead, he opened it like he feared the sound might disturb her. He entered, coat still damp from the mist, and sat without a word. The same chair, the same distance. But tonight, Alara looked at him differently. He hadn't hurt her, not yet. He cleared his throat like someone unused to speaking aloud. "You should know my name," he said, voice softer than before, though it still scraped the air. "Names matter." Alara stared at him, the hood still hiding his face, though she thought she caught the brief glint of a jawline, sharp and pale beneath the firelight. Caius. The word was simple, but it echoed. It was not monstrous, not unearthly, just a name, too human for the man who'd stolen her from her life. "They used to call me other things," he murmured, voice thick. "Beast, monster, shade of the pines." His hands, large and gloved, rested on his knees, not clenched, not threatening. "But I was born Caius. I want you to know that, even if you never speak it aloud." She should have said nothing, should have turned her face away, let silence speak for her. But her voice surprised her. "Why me?" A breath caught in his chest. She heard it. "Because you looked up," he answered simply. That made no sense, but she didn't ask again. He stood. No further explanation. The ritual was over. "Tomorrow, I'll tell you what I was before the curse," he added. Then, quieter, before the blood. The door shut, the lock clicked. Alara exhaled. Her name was still hers. But now his name pulsed in the quiet like a second heartbeat. And as the night pressed in around her, Alara whispered it to herself, not out of sympathy, not yet, but because the dark felt different when it belonged to someone with a name. The third night, she waited for him. Not with anticipation, not exactly, but her fear had softened at the edges, no longer sharp enough to cut through her thoughts. She'd spent the day tracing the lines between the wooden beams above her, memorizing every knot, every crack. The room was a cage, but it wasn't cruel. And he, Caius, had not lied to her. Not yet. When the door creaked open again, she didn't flinch. He entered like before, shadowed and tall, his coat smelling faintly of snowmelt and pine. But tonight she noticed something different, a limp in his left leg. Barely a hesitation. Just enough to prove he bled once, long ago. He sat in the same chair, elbows on his knees. The fire crackled between them, casting orange across the floor like a warning neither of them obeyed. "I told you I'd explain who I was," he said after a pause, "before the blood." She didn't speak, just watched. He didn't remove the hood. But he leaned forward slightly, and for the first time, his voice lost its rough edge. It softened into memory. "I was a soldier. Not for glory, not for king, just for gold. That's what my village had, soldiers or beggars. And we begged for little." The way he spoke, measured, practiced, felt like a confession carved from old wounds. The forest was different then, not cursed, not haunted, just wild. And we weren't afraid of it. Not until the massacre. Alara tensed. He looked down at his hands, gloved in black leather. "We were told to burn a village. Punishment, they said, for harboring traitors. But it was women, children, no weapons, just fear. I didn't disobey, I didn't hesitate. I lit the torch, I watched them burn." A crack from the fire startled her. Or maybe it was her heart. He looked up, and though she couldn't see his eyes, she felt them. "I wasn't cursed for what I did. I was cursed because I didn't regret it." Not then. Silence wrapped around them like smoke. Alara's throat felt tight. "And now?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Caius stood, paused. "Then, now, I see their faces when I close my eyes, every night." He turned for the door. The ritual was ending. "You should hate me," he said, hand on the handle. "Most days I do." And then he was gone. The lock clicked, the shadows settled. But Alara didn't cry. She stared at the fire until it dimmed, until the room cooled, until sleep came like fog through her ribs. And in her dreams, she walked through fire. But someone waited for her at the center, scarred, still burning, but no longer alone. Morning came and went unnoticed. Alara hadn't slept well, if at all. Her dreams had twisted, half memory, half something else. A forest bathed in red light. Screams caught in wind. A face in the trees that might have been his or hers. She tried to eat this time. The bread was still warm when it arrived through the small slot in the door, the tea steeped with chamomile. Kindness, it seemed, was part of the trap. But kindness could also be cruel. She waited. At sunset, he came again. Same quiet tread, same shadowed silhouette, but something in him was heavier. Tonight he didn't sit right away. He stood just inside the doorway, back to the fire. The glow made the edges of his coat shimmer, highlighting the fur that lined the collar, too coarse to be decorative, too real. "You asked no questions last night," he said. She watched him, unmoving. "You answered more than I could have asked." A pause. Then he crossed the room and sat, slower than usual. The limp more pronounced. "Tonight's truth," he began, "is what I am now." Alara leaned forward, the smallest shift. She couldn't stop herself. He reached up and pulled back the hood, and her breath caught. His face was wrong. Not monstrous, not inhuman, but not untouched. Jagged scars sliced through his cheek, pale against tan skin. One eye, golden and too bright, gleamed like molten metal. The other remained dark, shadowed by the burn of something ancient. His jaw was strong, beard-lined but twitching like his mouth didn't trust itself to speak. "This is only half of it," he said. "The rest comes when the moon does." A silence stretched between them, deep and trembling. "I shift," he continued. "Every night. Not just full moons. Every single night. It's not clean. It never gets easier. My bones break, my skin splits. I become something else. Not mindless, but not myself." Alara felt cold. Not fear, something deeper. Something like grief. "Do you remember the screams last night?" he asked. She nodded. "That was me. I scream through every transformation, no matter how long I've lived with it. The pain never dulls." His voice cracked. Just once. And she believed him. He stood again, slowly, like movement itself betrayed him. "I lock myself in the West Wing, far from you, far from anything I could rip apart." Alara finally spoke, voice low, careful. "And yet you come to me after." He didn't smile. But something soft tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Because if I don't, I forget the man I used to be." He reached for the door, paused. "Sleep easy, Alara. The monster you fear has already suffered more than he deserved." And then he was gone. But his scent lingered, smoke, pine, and the sharp tang of magic. She sat alone again, but it felt different now. Because for the first time, the walls didn't feel like a prison. They felt like ribs around a heart that still beat, wounded but defiant, in the shape of a curse. The fourth night changed something. Alara had counted every stone in the walls, traced every groove in the floorboards, but none of them mattered when the door creaked open again, and he entered. Caius. No hood tonight. His scarred face was exposed, pale in the flicker of firelight, jaw tense as though speaking again might break something inside him. He didn't sit right away. Instead, he walked to the small window, the one she'd never reached, the one with iron bars. "When I was a child," he said, voice low, "I heard a story about a girl who cried for wolves." Alara turned slightly on the bed. "It wasn't a cautionary tale," he added. "It was a prayer." She furrowed her brow, intrigued despite herself. "She was kept in a stone tower," he continued. "Like you. And she screamed every night, begging the wolves in the forest to come take her. Not to kill her, not to rescue her, just to take her. Because anything was better than the silence." He turned to face her, and for a brief second there was no monster in him at all, just a man who had stood at too many edges, hoping the wind would push him. "I used to be that girl," he admitted. Alara blinked. "I wanted the wolves to come, and now," his smile was bitter, "now I am the wolf." She swallowed. The air between them thickened with something unspeakable. "Did they come for her?" she asked, her voice barely above breath. He tilted his head. "In the story? Yes, but not to devour her. They came to listen." He stepped closer. Not too close, just enough for her to feel the pull of something ancient and aching inside him. "Tonight's truth," he said, lowering his voice, "is that I don't just suffer the curse, I keep it." Alara frowned. "You mean you don't want it broken?" Caius looked toward the fire. "Part of me doesn't, because the curse punishes me, and I deserve punishment. If it breaks, I'll have to live with what I did. And that might be worse." She stood without realizing it. For the first time they stood at eye level, only a few steps apart. He noticed. She could tell by the slight flare of his nostrils, the twitch in his scarred jaw. "So you punish yourself every night?" she asked. "By choice?" Caius didn't answer, but that silence was an answer in itself. He stepped back, reached for the door, paused. "I've told you too much," he murmured, and yet he lingered. "Sleep well, Alara. If the wolves come, it's because I sent them. Then the door closed, and the room was colder without him. But in her chest, something warm curled like smoke. She didn't know if she pitied him or understood him, but she knew now that monsters were often made of men who once prayed to be taken. The fifth night brought wind. It howled against the stone like a beast denied, rattling the barred window with icy fingers. Alara wrapped the thin blanket tighter around her shoulders and waited, heart ticking like a second clock in the silence. When the door opened, he was already inside the room before she realized she hadn't heard his approach. Caius. No hood again. But tonight, something was different. His hands were bare. The leather gloves were gone. His fingers were rough, veined, scarred, human, and not. He sat slowly, wincing as he lowered himself into the chair. I shifted early, he said before she could ask. The moon was impatient. Alara hesitated. Are you in pain? His eyes flicked to hers, golden alert. Always, but that's not tonight's truth. She nodded, heart louder now. Caius drew something from his coat, a shard of broken mirror. He set it on the floor between them like an offering. It caught the firelight and split it into fractured lines across the room. I haven't looked at myself in years, he said. Alara didn't speak. Not truly. I use water when I need to shave. I've smashed every mirror in this house. Even this one, I keep because it cuts. She stared at the shard. It was smeared faintly with blood. Tonight's truth, he said slowly, is that I fear becoming something I can't return from. She raised her eyes. You mean the curse? He shook his head. No. I mean this. He tapped his chest. This hunger. The part of me that waits for the moon not with dread but with anticipation. His voice dropped. Some nights, I like it. The power, the way the world quiets when I hunt. The way everything makes sense when I'm not a man. Alara's throat tightened. And that terrifies me. Because it means I could choose it. I could surrender to it fully. Let go of guilt. Let go of humanity. She stared into the fire. It didn't crackle tonight. Just pulsed. But you haven't, she whispered. Caius didn't answer. You come back to yourself, she pressed. You come back to me. His hands twitched on his knees. She realized then they were shaking. You are the last thing that reminds me I'm not lost, he said, barely audible. The mirror between them shimmered, catching both their reflections in pieces. He reached out slowly. Not to touch her, but to place his fingertip to the glass. Look, he said. She leaned forward and saw it. His face, fragmented, but not monstrous, just tired, and beside it her own, soft, awake, unafraid. He looked at her, truly looked at her, and for the first time she didn't see the curse in his eyes, she saw him. Do you hate what you see? She asked. Caius shook his head once. No, because tonight I saw myself through you. He rose. The mirror stayed on the floor, glinting quietly. He lingered at the door longer than usual. Sleep, Alara, and if you dream of monsters, know that one of them would burn the world to keep you safe. The door closed, but she didn't lie down. She stared at the mirror for a long time, until her reflection no longer looked like a prisoner. Because in that broken glass, she no longer saw a girl waiting for rescue. She saw a woman unafraid to love something that howled. The sixth night arrived with a hush. No wind, no owls. Even the fire in the hearth crackled like it knew it should be quiet. Alara didn't sit on the bed tonight. She waited by the chair, heart coiled tight inside her ribs. When the door opened, Caius stood there, cloaked not in darkness but in something heavier. His coat was damp from dew, his hair tousled, his expression unreadable. But she noticed what he carried before he even stepped in. A collar. Thick, iron, etched with runes that pulsed like embers. He laid it gently on the table between them, and when he looked at her, his voice came quieter than ever before. Tonight's truth is the collar. She didn't touch it, just stared. I wear it when I shift, he continued. Not because it controls me, but because I believe it might remind me that I should be controlled. Alara looked up. It hurts you? He gave a faint nod. It sears my skin. The runes were carved in blood and regret. It tightens every time I lose control. She felt the sting in her own chest. I made it myself, he added. Forged it the night I killed someone I loved. The breath fled her lungs. She couldn't finish the word. He didn't make her. A brother. He tried to stop me the first time I shifted. I didn't know what I was. I tore through his ribs like bark. Caius sat then, finally, but he didn't look at her. He died with my name in his mouth, and I made the collar before I buried him." Alara reached for it, slowly. Let her fingers hover just above the runes. "Does it help?" she asked. "No," he said, "but it punishes." They sat in silence, the collar humming softly with old magic. "And yet you still come to me every night. Without it." He turned his face to hers. "Because if I wore it in here, I'd be admitting I'm afraid of you, and I'm not." She tilted her head. "Afraid of hurting me?" His eyes held hers. "No," he said. "Afraid of needing you." The room felt smaller then, like the walls had leaned in, listening. "What if you let it go?" she asked. "The collar, the punishment. What if you forgave yourself?" He gave a bitter smile. "And if I stop being the monster, what's left of me?" Alara finally touched the iron. Cold surged into her fingers, laced with something ancient and cruel. She gritted her teeth, kept her hand there anyway. "Maybe. Someone who can be loved." His breath hitched. The fire snapped, and something cracked between them that wasn't wood or stone, but silence itself. He rose too quickly, jaw tense, like her words had pressed into his bones. "Sleep," he said, voice rough. "Don't think too hard on broken chains." But she did. Long after the door closed, she lay beside that collar, listening to it hum. Because the chains we forge for ourselves are always louder than the ones others place on us, and loving a beast meant learning how to unmake the cage. The seventh night passed in silence. No footsteps down the corridor, no turning of the iron key, no scent of pine and storm announcing his arrival. Caius didn't come. Alara sat in the corner of the room long after the fire had dwindled to a bed of dull embers. She stared at the door, willing it to open. It didn't. The collar still rested on the table like a discarded crown, cold, silent. At first she told herself he might be late. Maybe the shift had gone wrong. Maybe he was, but the night stretched on, and the absence settled over her like frost. By morning she was pacing. By noon, she was clawing at the window bars. By evening, she was whispering his name into the silence. Furious at herself for caring, even more furious that he hadn't come back. When the door finally opened on the 8th night, he stumbled in. Blood on his sleeve, eyes ringed in exhaustion, hair matted from rain and leaves. Alara froze. What happened? Caius didn't answer at first. He closed the door gently behind him, like noise might shatter something fragile between them. Then he looked at her and she saw it. The limp in his step, the dried blood smeared along his jaw, the deep, gnawing sorrow in his eyes. "I didn't want you to see me like this," he said, voice raw. "You're hurt. I deserved it." "What happened?" He sat down slowly, as if his bones protested every motion. "Tonight's truth," he said, "is that I don't always win." She crossed the room before she could stop herself, knelt before him. "Was it someone from the village?" she asked. He shook his head. "No. A hunter, a friend of someone I killed years ago. He tracked me through the woods, silver in his blade, rage in his heart." Alara's breath caught. "And you didn't kill him?" "I couldn't." "Because you're tired of being a monster?" "Because," he exhaled, slow and shaking, "I didn't want to come back to you with more blood on my hands." Her hands found his without thought, warm, rough, trembling. "You still came back," she whispered. He looked at her, and the gold in his eyes was soft now, liquid and flickering like candlelight. "I almost didn't. I lay in the dirt for hours, bleeding, thinking maybe this was the end I earned. But then I heard your voice in my mind." She blinked. "What did I say?" "You told me not to wear the collar anymore." Her throat closed. She didn't remember saying it, but she meant it now. "Caius." "And I realized," he said, voice shaking, "I didn't want to die without telling you something." The fire caught behind him, flickering up the stone wall. "I'm listening," she said. He didn't flinch. "I think I'm falling in love with you." The words weren't grand or poetic. They were broken, bleeding, like him, but they landed in her chest like a key turning in a lock. She stood, trembling, walked to the hearth, threw the collar in. It sizzled, shrieked, cracked open. He stared, stunned. "You're not wearing chains anymore," she said. "Neither am I." Then she knelt beside him again, brushed a strand of hair from his brow, and kissed the skin just beneath it. Because love doesn't arrive clean. It crawls in bruised, bloodied, and afraid, asking only to be let in. Caius didn't visit her cell the next night, because he never left it. Alara had insisted he rest there, on the floor, against the wall, beside the cold ashes where the collar once hissed and seethed. She had dragged blankets from her bed, built a makeshift nest of warmth between them, and sat silently as he slept beside her, breath shallow, muscles twitching from wounds that hadn't fully closed. He looked younger in sleep, less beast, more boy. She touched nothing, asked nothing, only listened to the way his chest rose and fell, until just before dawn his eyes fluttered open. They found hers instantly, not feral, not afraid, open. "I dreamed of the forest," he murmured. Alara leaned in slightly, voice soft. "Were you hunting?" He shook his head. "I was running, and you were chasing me." Her lips twitched. "You're not very fast. You were barefoot, and still faster." She smiled, just barely. "What does that dream mean?" she asked. Caius closed his eyes again, as if the answer might hide behind them. "It means I'm not the predator here." A long silence passed, between the low crackling of morning frost against the walls and the slow reawakening of birds beyond the barred window. Alara began to understand what he meant. He wasn't hunting her. He was terrified of being caught. "What are you afraid I'll find if I catch you?" She whispered, "The part of me that wants to be caught." Alara's breath hitched, because she felt it too. The pulse beneath her skin that wasn't fear anymore. It was want. She shifted, her knee brushing his hand beneath the blanket. He didn't pull away. "Tonight's truth?" he asked, voice deeper now, rough with sleep and something older than desire. "Yes. The curse wasn't what made me dangerous. It only gave me claws. But the hunger inside me..." He opened his eyes. "It was always there," she swallowed, chest tightening. "What kind of hunger?" His gaze dipped to her mouth. "Just once. The kind that doesn't go away." Alara's breath shuddered from her lips. Her fingers found his wrist, thumb tracing over an old scar she hadn't noticed before. He didn't flinch. "Then let me see it," she said. He sat up, slowly, body stiff and unsure. But his hand didn't leave hers, and the silence between them burned hotter than any fire. "If I let it out," he warned, "I won't be gentle." "Don't be." It was an invocation. Not of lust, but of surrender. Their mouths met like a secret unearthed, slow, reverent, filled with all the words neither of them had dared speak aloud. His hands trembled when they touched her. Not because of pain, because of restraint. He buried his face in her neck and breathed her in like a man starved. She held him like he'd always belonged in her arms. When he pressed her gently back into the blankets, something unholy and sacred passed between them. Not just a kiss, not just a touch, a choice. To stop fearing the beast, to stop running from the hunger, to meet it, to welcome it, to burn with it. And when the moon rose high above the bars of her window, it bore witness not to a monster and a captive, but to two broken souls who had found solace in each other's ruin. Alara woke to warmth. Not just the weight of blankets or the residual heat of the hearth, but the unfamiliar press of skin against skin. Caius lay beside her, arm draped across her waist, breath soft at the back of her neck. He hadn't shifted in the night. No claws, no growls, no golden flicker in his eyes. Just a man who had once been a monster. A man who had given her every shattered truth piece by piece, until she didn't just see the wolf. She saw the wound beneath the fur. The first light of dawn filtered through the bars and slender ribbons, casting silver patterns across the floor, over the tangled sheets, over the scarred spine of the creature who had once chained her to this room. And yet she didn't feel trapped anymore. She turned slowly to face him. His eyes were already open, watching, waiting. "Do you regret it?" he asked, voice hoarse, quieter than the wind outside. "No," she said without hesitation. "Do you?" He reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The same fingers that had once held a blade, that had clawed through earth and bone, now trembled like he didn't trust them to touch her gently enough. "I regret everything but this," he whispered. You were the only thing I never wanted to hurt." She studied him. The vulnerability in his face, the ache behind his eyes. The walls between them had collapsed, but some ghost still wandered the wreckage. "Then don't," she said. "Don't hurt me by pushing me away. Don't lock that door again." He closed his eyes for a long moment. When he opened them, they glistened. "You're not my prisoner anymore. Then let me go." The words hung there, not as a rejection, but as a request, a test. Would he love her enough to free her? Would he trust her enough to believe she might still choose him? He sat up slowly, pulling the iron key from the small pouch tied to his belt. He held it out in his palm. "Take it," Alara looked at it. So small, so cold, and yet it had held her in this room for weeks. It had chained them both. She took it from him. The front door too? Every door. What if I leave? He looked away. Then you were never mine to keep. She leaned in, pressed her forehead against his. You never had to keep me, she whispered. You just had to let me stay. A tear slipped down his cheek. She caught it with her lips. And then she kissed him again, not with desperation, not with hunger, but with the gentle certainty of someone who had chosen the ruin, the scars, the whole cursed truth. The key rested between them, unneeded now, because no door could keep them apart anymore. And when Alara stepped out into the morning, it wasn't freedom she felt. It was the fierce, trembling joy of choosing to come back. The door creaked open under her hand. The heavy wood, once a barrier, now gave way like it had been waiting for her all along. Sunlight spilled through the hallway, warm and golden, softening the harsh stone walls and revealing how different the world looked when she wasn't a prisoner inside it. Alara turned to find Caius standing just behind her. He wasn't dressed like the beast of legend or the fearsome warden who once paced these corridors. He looked human. Barefoot. Bare-chested. Eyes unsure. You don't have to leave today, he said, voice caught somewhere between invitation and fear. She searched his expression. The way he watched her like one breath might shatter everything they'd built. The way his hands stayed at his sides, not reaching, not pulling, just open. Waiting. I don't want to leave at all, she whispered, his brow furrowed. You don't? I wanted to leave, she clarified, stepping closer, before I knew you. Before I saw who you were beneath all that fur and fury. She took his hand in hers. But now, I want something else. What? A room without locks. A door I can close behind me, not because I have to, but because I want to stay. His fingers tightened around hers, then drew her slowly back inside. They walked the halls together. He showed her the library, dusty, untouched for years, shelves of forgotten books, many of them in languages even he couldn't read. I was supposed to live forever, he murmured, trailing his hand over a spine. Immortality makes you a hoarder of regrets. They went to the kitchens, the cellar, the garden choked with ivy and thyme. Everywhere they went, he confessed something. He pointed to a blood-stained flagstone and said, "That's where I lost control for the first time." He showed her the broken staircase and whispered, "I used to stand here and scream at the moon." He brought her to the tower and told her, "This is where I thought I'd jump, but the night I met you, I stepped back from the ledge." Truth after truth. Little lights cast into the dark, and with every piece of him he gave, she felt herself mending. Later, in the quiet hush of twilight, she sat curled in a windowsill with a book from the library. Caius lay on the floor beneath her, head resting on her thigh, eyes closed, not sleeping, just existing beside her. "You don't have to keep telling me things," she said softly, stroking his hair. "Not if it hurts." "I want to," he said, eyes still closed. "Because for the first time in centuries I want someone to know me, all of me." She bent low, lips brushing his temple. "Then I'll keep listening." They stayed like that until the stars bled across the sky. No keys, no chains, no need for escape, just a man and a woman building a home between broken pieces. And somewhere, beyond the trees, the moon rose silver and quiet, no longer a curse, but a witness to the slow miracle of healing. The days that followed were slow. Not in boredom, but in the kind of stillness that allows something broken to start knitting itself together. Alara moved freely through the manor now, barefoot like the wild thing she had become. No longer a captive, no longer a stranger to the shadows. And Caius, ever a step behind her, watched as if in disbelief that she hadn't vanished the moment he gave her the chance. He didn't sleep much, but when he did, it was near her. He didn't eat much, but when she cooked, he always took the first bite. They rarely spoke about what happened the night he gave her the key, or what followed in its wake. It was too sacred, too raw, like naming it aloud might steal the magic from it. But they spoke of everything else. She learned he used to be a prince, not of a kingdom, but of a clan long turned to dust. That the curse hadn't come from a scorned witch, but from his own bloodline, twisted by centuries of violence. "I used to believe I was born with teeth because I was meant to bite the world before it bit me," he said one evening, watching the fire crackle. "And now?" she asked. He turned to her, eyes soft. Now I know I was just afraid. Alara reached out, took his hand, and traced the faint crescent scars at his knuckles. The marks of a man who had fought too long to be touched. They shared a bed, but not always a body. Some nights they simply curled into one another, breathing in tandem, letting the silence speak. On others he would wake from nightmares, and she would hold him until he stopped shaking, whispering truth into his ear. You are not the monster they made you to be. And still, each night, he gave her a piece of himself. I killed someone once who didn't deserve it. I begged the moon to end me. I used to dream about your face before I knew you existed. Confessions wrapped in vulnerability, like petals peeling back to reveal something delicate inside. One night, as the wind howled beyond the tower, he brought her to the western wing, sealed for years. With a heavy creak, he opened the doors and showed her a mural, hidden behind dust and vines. It was her, not exactly, but close. A woman cloaked in twilight, eyes alight with fire, standing before a wolf bathed in moonlight. I painted her before I ever knew your name, he whispered, the soul-bound, the one the curse told me would come. Alara stepped closer, heart thudding. Her likeness stared back at her across the stone. But this version wore a crown of stars, and in her outstretched hand was a broken collar. Do you believe it's me? She asked. I don't want to believe in fate, he said quietly. I want to believe you chose me. She turned to him, lifted his hand and pressed it to her chest. Then believe this, she said. I did. And somewhere deep within him, the wolf lay down, not in defeat, but in peace, content at last to be seen. Alara stood at the threshold of the chamber where it all began. The door was open now, wide and unguarded, but the air still carried a residue of memory, cold iron, silence, and the thud of her own heartbeat when fear was all she had. She stepped inside, barefoot on the stone, and ran her fingers along the wall. The hook where the chains once hung was rusted now, unused, forgotten. She tugged it free, the iron brittle in her grip. It snapped like a dry branch. I should burn this room, Kaya said from the doorway behind her. She turned, the broken hook in her hand. No, you should leave it. He looked surprised. She met his gaze. So you remember what you survived, she added. He crossed the room slowly, his bare feet whispering across the floor like he was afraid to disturb the ghosts here. And you? I'll remember this room too, she said, but not for how it started, for how it ended. Caius reached for her, fingers brushing her cheek. The calluses had softened with time. Or maybe it was just the way he touched her now, gentle, reverent, like she was something holy he still didn't believe he deserved. I've told you everything, he murmured. All but one last thing. Alara waited. I dreamt of your death, he confessed, voice cracking. Every night for years, different every time, fire, water, chains. And in every dream, I failed to save you. She cupped his jaw, stared into those golden eyes that had once terrified her and now held entire oceans. But I'm alive. Because you saved me, he said. They stood there for a long time, wrapped in a silence more powerful than any vow. Later they walked the grounds together. The garden had started to bloom again. She'd pulled weeds from its corners. He had turned the soil with his bare hands. They were building something. Not just a home, but a life without fear. The moon rose that evening, full and pale, casting silver across the world. It no longer stirred violence in his blood. He didn't pace. He didn't lock the doors. He simply watched it with her, arms around her waist as they stood at the window. Do you still feel the curse? She asked. He thought for a moment. It's quieter now, like it's sleeping. And if it wakes, he kissed her shoulder. Then I'll fight it, because I have something to lose now. That night, they didn't speak confessions. There was no need. Their silence was filled with touch, with breath, with the soft gasp of two souls choosing one another again and again with every inch of skin, every whispered name, every heartbeat tangled between moonlight and memory. The fire crackled beside them, but the real warmth came from his hands. He kissed her slowly, like he was relearning the shape of salvation. Her nails traced old scars with reverence. And when their bodies joined, it was not in hunger, but in healing. They moved together like two pieces, returning to the shape they were always meant to be. No longer a prisoner and her captor, no longer a wolf and the girl who feared him, just Alara and Caius. Two names whispered in the dark, and when sleep finally took them, the chains had long since turned to dust, and the moon watched over them like a promise kept. Morning arrived like a breath held too long, soft, cautious, golden. Sunlight slipped through the high windows, washing over their tangled bodies in a quiet benediction. The fire had died in the hearth, but warmth still lingered in the space between them, skin pressed to skin, the silence full of afterglow and something deeper. Alara stirred first. Her head rested on Caius's chest, the rhythm of his heart slow and steady beneath her ear. She traced lazy circles across his ribs, memorizing the scars, the ridges, the proof of a man who had endured. "You stayed," he whispered, voice husky from sleep. "You let me." He opened his eyes, gold flickering in the morning light. "I would have let you go." She tilted her head to meet his gaze. "But you didn't want to." He shook his head slowly. "No, I wanted to hold you until the moon forgot me." "Then start with now," she said and kissed him again. The kiss wasn't hungry this time, it was quiet, lingering, like a thank you. They spent the morning wrapped in sheets and silence. Words came later, gentle, ordinary ones. Breakfast, bathwater, laughter. She wore his shirt, far too big, and danced barefoot through the halls as he watched her from the doorway. There was something wild in her joy, and something reverent in his stillness. "You look like someone who never expected to be happy," she teased. "Because I didn't," he said honestly. They walked the grounds again, hand in hand this time, no longer needing distance or secrecy. The garden bloomed in earnest. Bees buzzed lazily, flowers leaned toward the sun. She knelt to touch the soil where they'd planted lavender. It had taken root. It was growing. "Isn't it strange," she asked, "how something can bloom where there was only rot?" "Not strange," he murmured. "Just rare." They found a small gate hidden behind a tangle of bramble, a path leading into the woods. "I never noticed this before," Alara said. Caius smiled faintly. "I never wanted to leave." "And now?" He stepped beside her, fingers brushing hers. "Now I'll follow you wherever you go." She looked to the trees, wind dancing through their limbs like ghosts finally laid to rest. The world felt open, wild, new. "Not today," she said softly. "Today I want to stay." That night they built a fire in the garden. She read from a book by candlelight and he sat beside her, head resting against her shoulder. "Tell me something," she said, closing the book. "Another confession?" "No," she said, smiling. "Tell me something good." He thought for a long time. Then, "I used to believe the curse made me less. That being a monster meant I couldn't love or be loved. But now I know. Love was the only part of me untouched by the beast." She turned to him, eyes shining. "Then maybe love is the cure." And in the hush between heartbeats, under the soft hush of wind and stars, they found a kind of freedom no key could ever offer. One built not from escape, but from choosing to stay. It was the first time Alara had felt truly safe in her own skin. Not just unchained, not merely tolerated, but safe, in the presence of a man who had once prowled her nightmares and now lingered in her every breath. Caius was no longer afraid to touch her, and she was no longer afraid to let him. The walls between them had fallen, quietly and completely, with every whispered confession and every fevered kiss. What remained were the ruins of pain turned into something sacred, like an altar built from ash. But there was still one last shadow they hadn't named. It came in the form of a letter. Alara found it buried beneath loose floorboards in the tower room, old parchment, brittle and curling at the edges, sealed with a faded crest, a wolf howling beneath a crown. She brought it to him without a word. He sat beneath the sprawling oak in the garden, painting again. The image forming beneath his brush looked eerily familiar. A woman cloaked in twilight, her eyes distant, hands open to something unseen. "I found this," she said, handing it over. He hesitated, then took it, fingers trembling. "It's from my mother," he whispered after a pause. "I thought I burned them all." "Do you want to read it?" "No," he said, but he opened it anyway. The silence stretched long and brittle. Then he read it aloud. "Caius, if the curse has taken hold of you by now, I beg you, do not hide. The beast is not what you are, it's what we were made to be. And that's not the same thing. Love, if you find it, will not save you, but it will remind you what it felt like to be whole. Remember that, fight for it, you are not lost." His voice cracked, he let the letter fall. Alara knelt beside him, picked up and folded it gently, tucking it into her pocket. A relic, a truth too long buried. She knew, Alara said softly, and I hated her for it. You don't have to forgive her, she said, but you can stop carrying the weight alone. That night, Caius told her the last secret. The curse doesn't end, he whispered. Not truly. The wolf inside me is still there. I can feel it in my bones when the air shifts, when the moon rises. I can hear it, howling at the edges of my mind. It wants blood, Alara, and I'm afraid that one day I won't be able to stop it. She took his hand and pressed it to her chest. Then I'll howl with you. He stared at her like she'd just rewritten every law of the universe. You'd stay? Not in a cage, she said. But in your arms? Always. Their kiss that night wasn't desperate. It was devotional. He touched her like he was afraid she would dissolve beneath his hands. She kissed him like she was learning a new language, one only they could speak. When their bodies came together again, it wasn't just fire. It was the storm after fire, the quiet crash of thunder when the sky decides it's done burning. And when she lay tangled in him, heart beating steady against his chest, she whispered, "Tell me who you are now." He kissed her forehead. "I'm yours." And though the wolf still lived within him, it curled at her feet that night, tamed not by chains or curses, but by love that had never needed to be earned. The nights grew warmer, but Caius still built fires wherever Alara went. It wasn't about warmth anymore. It was ritual, a silent offering, flame and ember, like the first night he had whispered truths to her in the dark. But now she knew them all, or so she thought. Until the night she traced the jagged scar on his lower back, one she hadn't noticed before. He stilled beneath her touch, tension knotting through his body like a warning. "That one," he murmured, voice low, "wasn't from a fight, it was punishment." She said nothing, only waited. "When I was 14, I tried to run, thought if I fled far enough into the forest, the beast wouldn't find me. But it wasn't the curse that came for me, it was my father." Alara's breath hitched. He said it was better to beat the wolf out of me than let it grow. She leaned into him, hands wrapped tightly around his ribs, grounding him. "It didn't work," he said, almost bitter. "But I stopped trying to run." "You survived him," she whispered. "I became him," Caius replied. "That was the worst part." "No," she said fiercely. "You broke the cycle. You let me go. You chose love." His breath trembled against her neck. "Every time I look at you," he confessed, "I wonder how someone like me was allowed to love something so soft." Alara's voice was steady. "Because softness doesn't mean weakness, and you didn't earn me, Caius. You met me." They lay in silence for a long while. Then she stood, letting the sheet fall from her shoulders, burying herself in the flickering firelight. "You've given me all your scars," she whispered. "Now let me give you something." He rose slowly, reverently, as though afraid she might vanish with the smoke. His touch was gentler than it had ever been, hands gliding down her spine like a vow, lips trailing reverence along her skin. There was nothing hurried between them, no frenzy, only worship, only healing. When she sank into him, it was with full knowledge of who he had been and who he might still become. When he moved within her, it was not to conquer but to connect, to anchor himself to something mortal, something true. And when they collapsed together in the aftermath, breathless and trembling, she whispered into his throat, "This is how we write over the pain." He kissed her hair, voice thick, "Then write on me forever." And so they did, two haunted souls, rewriting their ruin with hands that knew how to hold, and hearts that finally dared to stay. The dreams returned, not hers, his. Caius awoke drenched in sweat, breath ragged, fingers clawing the sheets as if they might anchor him to the present. Alara stirred, half asleep, reaching for him. But he was already halfway across the room, staring out the window at the moonlit trees. "Another memory?" she asked gently. He didn't answer right away. The silence pulsed between them like a third heart. "I saw the night I changed," he finally said, voice raw. "The first time." Alara sat up, letting the sheet slide around her waist. She waited. "I wasn't supposed to survive it. Most don't. The first shift, it rips through you like fire and bone. You lose your name, your mind, your soul." He looked over his shoulder, eyes golden in the dark. "But I remembered one thing. My mother's lullaby." Her voice sang, "You are not the monster they fear. You are the son I love." His voice cracked. "I think that's why I made it back." Alara rose and crossed to him. She didn't touch him. Not yet. That night, he continued, I killed a man, a traveler. He was just in the woods. Wrong place, wrong time. His shoulders hunched. I didn't even feel guilt at first. Just hunger. The beast was still too loud. Alara stepped beside him and looked out the window. And now I feel everything, he said. Too much, sometimes, and every time I feel joy or love or peace, I wonder if it's stolen, if I deserve it. She turned to him, her voice steady. You do, not because you've atoned or suffered enough, but because you choose to carry that pain. That's what makes you human. His throat bobbed. She touched his jaw, guiding his gaze to hers. You don't have to bleed every time you remember, she said. You don't have to stay in the fire. Then pull me out, he whispered. She kissed him with all the softness of spring rain and all the strength of a promise. Later, beneath the same stars that once watched him turn, they lay together again. Not out of lust or comfort, but out of need. A need to be seen, to be forgiven, to belong. Caius wrapped his arms around her like armor and whispered, If I am made of monsters, then you are the spell that tames them. And above them, the stars kept their secrets, knowing that sometimes love was not a cure, but the map that led survivors home. The forest had begun to whisper again, not with fear but with memory, ancient roots stirring beneath the soil, birdsong that carried warnings laced in wind. Alara felt it too. Even when Caius held her, even when the tower felt like sanctuary, something old and waiting stirred beyond the trees. It's calling you, she murmured one morning, her fingers tangled in his hair. I know, he said. And it's not just the curse, it's the bloodline. My family, what's left of it. They've always belonged to the forest, to the hunt. He looked at her then, a question written across his face, but unspoken. You think I'll leave? She asked, reading it anyway. I think you should. The words stung, even though they were meant as mercy. You set me free, remember? She said. I just never walked away. Because you're good. Because you see the wounded thing in me and you want to fix it. No, she said softly. I stay because I see the man in you, not the monster. But doubt was a parasite. And in Caius, it had roots deeper than guilt. That night, she packed her things, not because she was leaving, but because she needed him to believe she could. He watched her fold a cloak, tuck away a book, move with that calm, deliberate grace that had undone him from the start. Where will you go? He asked, voice caught between pain and resignation. To the river, to think. She kissed him gently, like she might not return. And she didn't, at least not until the next day, when dawn painted the sky in bruised gold. He was still in the garden, slumped beside the old oak, eyes hollow, as if sleep had never touched him. She dropped her pack beside him. I could have left, she said, I know. But I didn't, because this, she gestured around them, this is my choice. He reached for her, fingers trembling. Even if I break again, then I'll help you gather the pieces. Their kiss tasted like ash and rain and rebirth. And when they made love again, it wasn't desperate or tentative. It was wild and slow and sacred, like worship on wounded knees. Afterward, he whispered, You caged yourself here. She smiled against his chest. Then you're the only prison I'll ever beg to stay inside. And so, beneath branches heavy with history and skies thick with reckoning, they stayed. Two souls no longer trapped, but tethered by the kind of love that asks for nothing but everything, all at once. The night of the full moon arrived cloaked in silence. No bird song, no wind. Just a hush, deep and reverent, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Caius stood bare-chested at the edge of the glade, the moonlight slicking his skin in silver. His scars glowed faintly, like old runes reawakening. Alara stepped out beside him, dressed in white linen that clung to her like fog. This is where it happened, isn't it? She asked. Yes, he said. The first change, the first death. The first time I realized I could never go back. She took his hand. He flinched, but didn't pull away. It's still in me, he murmured. That hunger. That madness. No matter how much I love you, I don't know if I'll ever be safe. Then don't be safe, she said. Be honest. Be present. Be yours. He looked at her, something breaking in his gaze. You'd love me even if I turned right now? Right here? I'd love you even if your teeth found my throat, she whispered. That did it. The shift came fast, violent, bones cracked like trees splitting under lightning, his back arched, his jaw dislocated. His screams tore through the clearing. But she didn't flinch. She didn't run. She knelt, right in front of the beast. Golden eyes locked on hers, muzzle dripping with sweat, breath labored. But he didn't attack. He didn't move. She touched his snout, slow and gentle. "You're still Caius," he whimpered, "and I am still Alara." Her voice trembled, but her spine did not. The wolf bowed, not out of submission but in reverence. Later, when the sun threatened to rise and his form had returned to something human and worn and blood-streaked, he collapsed into her lap. "You didn't leave," he croaked. "You came back," she said. They lay there, dirt and sweat and moonlight tangled between them. And when they rose, it was not as prisoner and captor, not as monster and maiden, but as equals. Bound not by chains or fear or even fate, but by choice. Made each night beneath the moon, and sealed each morning in one another's arms. The tower was empty now. The locks she once rattled in fear were unlatched. The iron gate stood open, the woods outside no longer holding her captive but beckoning like an old friend. Yet Alara didn't walk through it. She sat at the hearth, robe draped loosely over bare skin, a book open but unread in her lap. Behind her, soft footsteps, bare against the stone. Caius stood in the doorway, shadows playing across his scarred chest, eyes darker than the sky outside. "You're still here," he said quietly. "You're still worth staying for." He crossed the room slowly, the way you approach a sleeping god. He stopped beside her, kneeling. "I have nothing left to confess." "Then give me something else," she whispered. His breath caught. "What?" "All of you." The kiss that followed wasn't tentative. It was the culmination of nights wrapped in silence and secrets, of questions left to rot and answers that healed more than they hurt. He lifted her gently, carrying her to the bed like a vow. Their mouths met again and again, not with urgency, but with hunger wrapped in reverence. Hands explored like cartographers were learning a map by memory. He whispered her name into her skin like an apology. She moaned his into the dark like a prayer. There were no chains now, no curses, no cages, only skin and breath and trembling surrender. When it was over, they lay tangled beneath the furs, his heartbeat steady against her back, her fingers drawing circles over the scar near his ribs. "You never asked if I loved you," she said into the quiet. "I didn't have to," he answered. And then he pulled her closer, arms like armor, soul like flame. Outside, the first snow began to fall, soft, soundless, holy, and the forest whispered not with warnings, but with peace. For even the wildest things can be tamed, not with cages, but with love that burns slow and true, until even the moon kneels to watch. Let the next chapter lull you into a dream of dangerous promises, whispered secrets, and love that defies fate. The forest was dead quiet, save for the slow drip of blood from Cale's shoulder. It wasn't his own. The moon hung high and full, casting a silver veil over the clearing where bodies lay broken and still. Leaves glistened with crimson. The air stank of wet earth, torn flesh, and betrayal. Cale moved like a ghost through the wreckage, his claws slick, his breath ragged. The ambush had come fast, too clean. Whoever had sent the assassins had known how to kill a werewolf. And that meant one thing: vampires. He should have left, fled, warned the pack. Instead, something had caught his eye beneath a shattered pine, a flicker of movement, a figure cloaked and still. He'd approached, ready to strike, until he saw her face. She didn't look afraid or wounded. She looked amused. "You're not like the others," she murmured, voice smooth as poison and twice as sweet. He crouched before her, muscles coiled. "And you're not dead." "That's a problem." She tilted her head, revealing the faint gleam of fangs, and licked a speck of blood from her lower lip. His blood. "You should be. I bit you. Didn't take. It always takes." Cale's growl rumbled low, primal. He should rip her apart, snap her like the others, but something in her eyes rooted him to the earth. Not fear, not malice, curiosity. "What's your name?" she asked, voice hushed, almost reverent. "Cale. You?" "Lyra." She rose slowly, her cloak falling back to reveal a sleek figure dressed in black leather, blades strapped to her thighs, her hair like midnight ink. He could smell the death on her. She had killed tonight. But he had, too. They stood inches apart, predator and predator, both poised to strike, neither moving. "Why didn't you finish it?" he asked. "Same reason you didn't." Silence crackled between them, charged and unbearable. Then, without a word, she turned and disappeared into the trees. Cale didn't follow. He didn't need to. He knew this wasn't over. That bite should have ended me. Instead, it awakened something I was never meant to feel. Cale hadn't told anyone about her. He should have. That was the rule. If a vampire crossed into pack territory, you reported it. If she bit you, you ran straight to the shaman. But Cale had done neither. He'd washed the blood from his skin in the river and let the memory of her name echo in his mind until sleep took him. Lyra. It tasted like danger, like frost on bare skin. The pack was restless. They could smell the death on him, ask the right questions, sniff the wrong trail. But Cale kept to the trees, to the shadows, moving through the world like a man balancing on a cliff's edge. No one asked. No one dared. 3 nights passed before he saw her again. She waited for him. Same clearing, same moonlight. No words at first, just breath shared between them, and the tension of beasts who didn't understand why they hadn't already killed each other. Lyra leaned against a tree, arms crossed, crimson eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Her cloak billowed behind her like smoke. Did it fester? She asked. No. Pity. I wanted to see what you'd look like bleeding from the soul. Cale didn't laugh, but something curled in his chest. Interest, curiosity, madness. Why are you here? To see if you were. The silence thickened. Cale stepped closer. Lyra didn't flinch. Their bodies were near enough now to feel the hum beneath the skin. You're not like them, she whispered. Neither are you. She studied him, the way a wild animal studies a storm, wanting to know if it will pass or destroy. I killed 2 of your brothers that night, she said softly. I killed 3 of yours. Do you regret it? He shook his head once. Do you? No. Still, neither attacked. Cale reached for something he didn't understand, and before he could stop himself, he asked, Why didn't you kill me? Because I wanted to see you again. She stepped forward, close enough to touch. Now tell me something true, Cale. Something no one else knows. His lips parted, but the words stuck. He hadn't spoken of the nightmares in years. Of the first time he lost control. Of the time he woke up in the snow with blood in his mouth and no memory of what he'd done. But her eyes pulled it from him. Sometimes, he said, voice low, I'm not sure I deserve to live. Lyra blinked once, then nodded like she understood. Then we're the same. She turned and vanished again, not like smoke this time, but like a promise unraveling into wind. Cale stood alone in the clearing, but her presence lingered. That night, the wind carried her name again, and this time, it didn't feel like a warning. It felt like fate. Cale didn't dream that night, but he woke with her name in his throat. Lyra. He could still smell her, violets and blood. Still feel her breath brush his jaw. Still hear the soft rasp of her voice echoing the things no one else had dared to ask. What did it mean when your enemy knew the parts of you no one else did? What did it mean to crave the one you were raised to destroy? He left before dawn, legs pulling him toward the old border, long abandoned by both clans after the last treaty fell apart. There were no guards, only the silence of betrayal rotting into the trees like a scar the land refused to heal. She waited again. No words this time. Lyra stood barefoot on the ridge, cloak tossed aside, letting the rising sun burn red against her pale skin. Cale's breath hitched. He hadn't expected that. She looked almost human, almost soft, until she turned and met his gaze, and he saw the raw hunger behind her composure. She stepped forward, offering a piece of herself. I was born during a famine, she said. My parents gave me to the circle in exchange for food. They told me it was an honor. Cale watched her, unmoving. They bled me for 3 days to prepare me, said it would make me stronger. That pain is how we're shaped. Her eyes flicked to his claws. I'm guessing your people aren't much different. He flexed his hands. The scars up his forearms tightened. No. They sat in the grass. For a moment it felt like the war didn't exist. Like the forest was just a forest, and she was just a woman, and he was just a man, bleeding out a secret need neither of them had permission to name. Tell me something, she said, something you swore never to say. Cale hesitated. But she waited, patient as nightfall. I killed my own alpha. She didn't blink. He was my father. Lyra's breath caught, the only sound between them for a long time. Her lips parted then closed again. She didn't offer pity. She didn't recoil. She simply nodded and leaned her head back against the moss-covered stone. Good, then you know what it means to survive betrayal. The tension between them thickened into something heavier than silence. He looked at her and saw not a vampire, not a killer, but something cracked in the same way he was. Hollowed out, hungry for more than blood. You're dangerous, he murmured. And you're not, he smirked, the first in weeks. Lyra rose to her feet, eyes glowing under the morning sun. Same time tomorrow? Cale nodded. As she vanished, he noticed her cloak remained on the stone. A trace, a choice. She left it there on purpose, and I knew then, whatever this was, it had already begun. The next night, she wore no cloak. She stood in the clearing bare-shouldered, moonlight draping over her skin like silk. The woods were quiet around her, as if the world held its breath when she arrived. Cale watched from the trees, heart pacing like prey. He hadn't intended to admire her, but there was something about the way she stood, always still, always sure, like she feared nothing. And maybe she didn't. You're late, Lyra said, not turning to face him. I was watching you. Why? Because you didn't look like a killer. She turned then, slowly, her mouth curving just slightly at the corner. A smile, not cold or cruel, but curious, surprised even. And you didn't look like a liar, she said. Yet here we are. Cale stepped into the clearing. She didn't retreat. Why do you keep coming back, he asked. Why do you? Neither answered. They sat beneath a twisted oak, close but not touching. There was no need for pretense now. They both knew what this was. Not friendship, not alliance, something slower, stranger, more dangerous. Tell me something, she said, picking a dead leaf from her hair. What was your greatest fear as a child? He didn't hesitate this time. Becoming my father. Did you? Almost. She was quiet, absorbing his answer like rain into cracked earth. Then she spoke. I was once chained to a wall for 9 days. Cale turned toward her, but she kept her gaze on the stars. I killed someone I shouldn't have, a boy, young. He'd just been turned. He didn't even know what he was yet. Why? Because he smiled at me, and I mistook it for a threat. Her voice cracked, just slightly, like a blade flexing beneath pressure. I begged them to chain me there. I wanted the punishment. I needed it. Cale exhaled slowly, not in judgment, but recognition. What happened on the 10th day? I bit through the chain, crawled out, found the ones who turned him, and slaughtered them. Silence, and then laughter. Cale laughed first, rough and low. Lyra blinked, startled. Then her shoulders shook with something small and breathless and real. That's the first time I've heard you laugh, he said. That's the first time I remembered how. He didn't say it, but he watched her like he'd never seen her before. They didn't move closer, not yet. But something shifted in the air between them. The moon felt warmer, the silence less lonely. Same time tomorrow? He asked. She rose, always. He watched her go, the way her figure disappeared into the dark without a trace, except for the ghost of her smile, still burning behind his eyes. That night, her smile followed me into my dreams, and for the first time in years, they didn't end in blood. He felt her coming before he saw her. The forest stilled like prey, sensing a predator, yet Cale's pulse didn't quicken in fear. It slowed, softened, as if his body already recognized her presence as something inevitable. Lyra stepped from between the trees barefoot again, dragging her fingers across the bark like she could read the memories carved into wood. She didn't speak at first. Neither did he. But the space between them shimmered with something different tonight, like the hush before a lightning strike. You're bleeding, she said. Cale glanced at his shoulder. A long, shallow gash oozed across the skin, clotting slowly. A scout, he muttered. From the northern pack, got a little too close. Lyra was beside him before he could blink, eyes glowing with something darker than concern. Did he see me? No. But I lied about where I was going. If they follow, they'll know soon enough. She stared at the wound, then at him. You risked exposure. I couldn't miss a night. The air grew heavier, tighter. The distance between them thinned like mist burned by flame. Why? She asked, and her voice was barely a whisper. Cale stepped forward, heart hammering against his ribs. Because every time you speak, I remember what it's like to be something other than a monster. Her eyes flashed, wide and vulnerable, like she wasn't expecting softness. Like it frightened her more than teeth. You think I make you better? No, he said. I think you remind me that I want to be. She looked away, swallowed hard, then reached for him. It wasn't a grand touch, just her fingers brushing over the edge of his wound. But Cale sucked in a breath, because her skin was cold and burning all at once, like frost laced with fire. "This will scar," she murmured. "Let it." A moment passed, then another. And then, for the first time, she leaned into him, not as a predator, not as a soldier, but as a woman carrying too many ghosts. Cale wrapped an arm around her, unsure whether he was comforting her or himself. "They won't let this go," she said, voice muffled in his chest. "Our kinds, they'll hunt us. Let them. They'll kill us. Then let them try." She pulled back, enough to look at him. Her pupils narrowed, fangs peeking just slightly between parted lips. "You're insane." "No," he said. "I'm just tired of pretending I'm not already yours." The kiss was sudden and slow, like two storms colliding not with fury, but with the surrender of silence after destruction. Her lips tasted like night and copper. His hands trembled when they touched her waist, but they didn't rush. They didn't need to. Because for the first time, touch wasn't about power. It was about recognition. They broke apart only when the moon sank behind the trees, and even then their breath stayed tangled. "Tomorrow?" he asked. "You'll come?" "Even if it kills me." She smiled. "Then I'll make it worth it." That night, the wound in my shoulder stopped bleeding, but the one she left inside me had only just begun to open. Cale had always known it would happen. The question was never if, only when. When would the others notice his scent gone too long from the borders? When would the whispers in the pack reach the ears of the elders? When would they follow? The answer came with the howl that split the night open like a throat beneath claws. He was already halfway to the clearing when it rang out again, closer this time. A chorus of them, low, angry, full of war. Lyra was waiting. She stood in the center of the clearing like a shadow made flesh, her daggers drawn, the hem of her cloak stirring in a wind too still to explain. Her eyes locked on his, but she didn't ask questions. "They're here," he said. "How many?" "Enough." She didn't flinch. "Then we give them a reason to regret it." The moment the first wolf broke through the tree line, Cale shifted, bones snapping, fur erupting in waves of dark smoke. His beast rose to the surface with a roar that cracked the silence like thunder. Lyra was already moving, a blur of obsidian and death, her blades kissed by moonlight as she danced among the attackers. She didn't fight like someone trying to survive, she fought like someone with nothing left to lose. They fought back to back. Blood sprayed in arcs. The ground shook. But it wasn't enough, there were too many. Cale took a blow to the ribs, hard enough to crack bone. Lyra cried out when claws raked down her thigh, tearing through leather. He turned in time to see her fall to one knee. "No, Lyra!" A wolf lunged for her, jaws open. Cale didn't think. He moved. He was over her in a heartbeat, tearing the attacker off with a snarl so feral it sounded human. The wolf hit the ground, limp and bleeding. Lyra's hand gripped his arm tight. "We have to run," she gasped. "We don't run. Then we die." They didn't say it, but the weight of truth hung between them. If they stayed, they would be torn apart. If they ran, they'd be hunted. "Take my hand," she whispered. Cale hesitated. "Do it," she snapped. He did. And in a blink, the world shifted. Cold rushed through him like water too dark to see. The trees blurred, the moon vanished. He tasted iron on his tongue. Then suddenly, they were gone. They stood breathless on the edge of a cliff somewhere far, far from home. The sea stretched below them like a secret. Lyra dropped his hand, breathing hard. "You teleported us. Only once. The blood magic toll won't let me do it again." Cale looked back toward the forest. "They'll keep coming. Then we don't stop running." He turned to her. Her face was pale, streaked with blood, her hair tangled with leaves. She looked like a storm that had just survived itself. "You saved me," he said. "Don't get used to it," she said, but there was no venom in her voice. Only fear. Only need. He touched her cheek. "We run then, together." She didn't answer. She just leaned in, forehead to his, eyes closed. That night, the world tried to tear us apart, and we answered by holding on harder. The motel looked like it hadn't seen a guest in years. Half the sign was missing. The other half flickered with the sputtering death of a dying light bulb, casting the word moonrest in a crooked red glow. A single vending machine buzzed like a trapped insect outside the front office. and the air smelled of mildew, motor oil, and something vaguely burnt. Cale didn't care. He had one arm around Lyra, and she was bleeding again. "Here," he said gruffly, pushing open the door of room 7. "Sit." Lyra slumped onto the sagging mattress without protest. Her thigh was soaked in blood, her left hand shaking as she pulled off what was left of her boot. "That teleport almost drained me dry," she muttered, teeth clenched. "And the claw to your leg didn't help," Cale growled, pulling the faded curtain shut and locking the door behind him. "You didn't have to take that hit. Neither did you." The silence between them settled heavily. Outside, a truck rumbled by on the highway, indifferent to the chaos the world had become for them. Cale knelt in front of her. He tore open a motel towel, wrapped it tightly around her leg. "They'll track the blood," she said. "Then I'll cover our scent." He didn't tell her how. She already knew. His blood, his magic. A bit of fur left scattered in the wrong direction. Lies written in instinct. She watched him through narrowed eyes. "You're too good at this." "Running?" he asked, a bitter smile touching his lips. "Protecting." He looked up at her, and for once she didn't look away. Her eyes were glassy with pain, but deeper still he saw the shift. The wall inside her cracking, just slightly. "When I was young," she said suddenly, voice low, "I used to dream of sunlight. I'd stand in it without burning, and I could feel the warmth in my bones. I didn't know what it meant then. I thought maybe it was some memory of a life before. But I think maybe I was dreaming of you." Cale's chest ached. She didn't say things like that. Ever. "That's dangerous talk," he said quietly. "So is loving a wolf." He froze. The words hung between them like lightning in a dry sky, waiting to strike. "Is that what this is?" he asked, voice rough. "Would it matter if it was?" Cale rose slowly, towering over her. Every inch of him was scarred and shadowed, but she didn't flinch when he reached out. His fingers brushed her jaw, then trailed to her lips. "It would matter," he said, "because it would be the only thing in this world worth dying for." Lyra leaned into his touch, her breath uneven. For once, her guard was down. No blades, no taunts, no distance, just them. And for a single, reckless moment, Cale let himself imagine a life where they didn't have to hide, where he could build something more than survival with her. But the moment passed. "We should rest," she whispered, though her voice trembled. "One bed," he noted. "I won't bite." A flicker of a smile. Then silence. They lay side by side in the dark, neither sleeping. Her hand found his beneath the thin motel sheet. "In the hush between heartbeats, with blood crusted on our skin and a war at our heels, I realized I didn't want to survive this life without her." The sun hadn't risen yet, but the air carried the color of pre-dawn, the faintest blush of gray kissing the edge of a black horizon. Inside the motel, the silence was almost sacred, the kind that came only after chaos had spent itself. Cale sat at the small motel desk, a pen gripped awkwardly in his calloused hand. He hadn't written in years. Not since his brother died, not since the pack turned into a weapon he no longer recognized. Lyra slept behind him, or at least, she pretended to. He could hear her breath catch when he shifted. She was listening, always. He stared at the empty motel notepad for a long time before he finally wrote, "If you find this, I'm already gone. I know what I am. I've done things I can't ask anyone to forgive, but if I'm going to die, let it be for something pure, something rare, something worth the blood I've spilled." His hand trembled as he underlined the last 3 words. He didn't sign it, didn't need to. It wasn't for her. It was for the wolves who might find him, for the elders who would read his betrayal in ink instead of blood. He folded it carefully and slid it into the pocket of his coat, tucked next to the silver chain he used to wear around his neck, the one his mother had given him before she vanished under the moon. Behind him, Lyra stirred. "You're planning something," she said, voice hoarse from sleep or disuse. He didn't turn. "I always am." "Does it involve dying?" "Everything does, eventually." Silence stretched between them like a string pulled too tight. "You're not a monster, Cale," she said. "Aren't I?" He stood and turned. She was still in bed, her raven hair tangled against the pillow, eyes too knowing for someone who'd only just woken. "I've killed," he continued. "Stolen, torn men apart under moonlight. Not all of them deserved it." "Neither did I," she said. "But I've done worse." He looked at her, startled. She rose slowly from the bed, wincing at the ache in her leg, and walked toward him without fear. "They made me feed on innocence once," she said, voice low. "Told me it was how I'd earn my place. I didn't know their names. I didn't ask." Cale stared. "Do you remember their faces?" he asked. "Every single one." "Then, you're not a monster." She stepped closer, close enough that he could feel the chill of her skin mixing with the heat of his. "You're afraid," she whispered. "Of what?" "Of being loved despite the blood. Of being more than what they said you are." He didn't deny it. Because she was right, and he was tired of pretending otherwise. His hand found her waist. Her fingers curled against his chest, their breaths tangled. "You don't have to save me, Cale," she said. "Just stay." He leaned in, his voice a rasp. "I've never stayed for anyone. Then start with me." They didn't kiss. Not yet. But something shifted between them. A promise unspoken, hanging in the hush of motel shadows. In the quiet between sins, we found something almost holy. Two broken creatures daring to believe they were worth more than the pieces they'd become. They left the motel at dawn. Cale didn't say where they were headed, and Lyra didn't ask. Her trust had stopped needing directions. They drove west, following roads with names worn off the signs, through forests that held old magic and bad memories. The sky grew heavy with clouds that refused to break, and the air felt like something ancient was watching. By sunset, they reached the edge of a ghost town, swallowed by vines and silence. Cale parked behind a rusted diner and killed the engine. "We'll rest here," he said. Lyra eyed the place warily. The windows were shattered, and vines coiled around the doorway like they were keeping something in, not out. "Doesn't look very safe." "It's not," Cale replied, "but it's off-map. No trackers, no eyes." He pushed open the car door. Lyra followed. Inside, the diner smelled of mold and burnt coffee long since gone cold. Broken booths, overturned tables, and a jukebox that still blinked with faint red light greeted them like ghosts of a life abandoned. Cale led her to a booth in the back and sat without speaking. After a moment, Lyra slid in across from him. "You've been here before," she said. He didn't deny it. "This is where I killed my first alpha." Her breath caught. "Why bring me here?" "Because the first time I tasted freedom, it was soaked in blood. I want you to see what I was. Before I knew what I could be." He reached into his coat and pulled out a worn pack of cigarettes, lit one, let the smoke curl between them like a serpent. "He was my uncle," Cale said. "Taught me how to track, how to tear throats open. He said a wolf wasn't worth its breath unless it could spill another's." Lyra listened in silence. When I challenged him, the others watched. Some were amused. Most were hungry for violence. I was younger, slower, Tabsworth. He broke my ribs before I even touched him. "But you won," she said softly, "because I stopped holding back." He crushed the cigarette into a rusted ashtray, his jaw tight. "I didn't kill him clean. I made it hurt. I wanted him to know what fear tasted like. And after, they made me alpha, and I realized all I'd done was climb the same ladder he did, the same blood-soaked rungs." Lyra reached across the table and placed her cool hand over his. He didn't pull away. "You're not him," she said. "I was." "No, you chose to walk away. That's something monsters never do." For a long time, neither of them spoke. Then Cale stood, rounded the booth, and stopped beside her. "I don't deserve this," he whispered. "Neither do I," she said, looking up at him. Their eyes locked. He leaned down slowly, cautiously, like she might disappear. And when his lips brushed hers, it wasn't hunger that drove it. It was ache, the kind that blooms from longing buried too deep, too long. Lyra's fingers tangled in his shirt, and Cale cradled her jaw like he was holding something fragile and sacred. It wasn't a kiss born of lust. It was the kind that came after the blood, after the pain, after the years spent believing no one could ever touch the ruined pieces of you and love what they found. In that broken diner, with ghosts in the walls and blood in our pasts, we kissed like we were trying to remember what it meant to be human. The kiss had changed everything. Not with fireworks or grand declarations, but with quiet certainty. Like a river finally finding its course after a long winter of ice. But peace never lingers long in the lives of those hunted. The next morning, Cale's senses sharpened before the sun had touched the sky. He stood still, silent, listening. The wind had a different taste, sharp, wrong. They'd been found. "We have to go," he murmured, already pulling Lyra to her feet. "What is it?" "Wolves," he said. "And not just mine, yours too." Lyra froze. "You're sure?" "I know how they move, and I smell silver." They were out the door in seconds. Kale's coat flew behind him like wings. Lyra's feet barely touched the earth as they vanished into the woods, branches snapping and wind howling around them like a warning. They ran until their lungs burned and silence returned. But it was a silence too clean. No birds, no insects, just the sound of fear. "Why now?" Lyra asked between breaths. "Because we let ourselves be still, and stillness leaves a trail." They hid in an abandoned watchtower nestled between dying pines. It was rotting, barely standing, but high and out of scent range. Kale barred the door with a rusted beam. "This won't hold long," he muttered. "Then we don't stay long," Lyra replied, stepping closer. "But Kale, they're working together, vampires and wolves. That's not normal." "No," he agreed. "It means this isn't about us anymore. It's about what we represent." "Which is?" "Everything they fear." She studied his face. There was no panic, only determination. The wild in his eyes had settled into something colder, harder, resolve. "They think love like ours is poisoned," she said. "Let's make them choke on it." He cracked a rare, almost feral smile. But the moment passed too fast. A branch snapped outside. Kale grabbed her hand, pulled her toward the ladder that led to the trapdoor above. "Go," he whispered. She climbed. He followed. From the rooftop they could see the forest floor below. Figures moved through the trees, swift, precise, shadows with teeth, and one stood apart. A woman in red leather, pale, beautiful, eyes like frostbite. Lyra gasped. "That's Calvera, the enforcer of the blood court." Kale's expression darkened. "I know the one beside her, he's packborn, Ulrich. He trained with me when I was still bleeding for approval." "They're working together," Lyra whispered, "and they won't stop." The sun dipped low, the wind howled, and Kale realized something deeper. This wasn't a hunt. It was a message. "They don't just want us gone," he said slowly. "They want to make an example out of us." Lyra looked at him, calm despite the terror blooming below. "Then we give them one they'll never forget." She kissed him again, this time fierce, urgent. He tasted blood and promise. "Above the world, in a tower doomed to fall, we made a vow not in words but in fire. If they came to destroy us, they would first have to face everything they taught us to become." The night fell like a blade. From their perch atop the ruined tower, Lyra and Kale could see the figures gathering below. Vampires cloaked in silence, wolves masked in fury. The enforcer stood between them, her arms crossed like a statue carved from ice. "They're waiting," Kale said, his voice low. "They want us to run." "So they can justify what they'll do next," Lyra replied. Kale turned to her, eyes shadowed with thought. "They won't expect what I'm about to do." She tilted her head. "What are you planning?" "Something unforgivable." Then he bit her. It wasn't an attack, it was an offering. His fangs pierced her skin where her shoulder met her neck, just above the collarbone. Pain sparked, but beneath it something deeper surged, like lightning crawling through her bloodstream. Lyra staggered back, breath hitched. "What was that?" she gasped. Kale's mouth was stained red. His pupils were blown wide, the beast behind them shaking loose. "A bond," he said, "not soul-binding, not forced, just a mark." "Why?" "Because now they'll smell me on you, and they'll know I chose you, that I claimed you, that I'd burn the world before letting them take you." Her fingers trembled as she touched the mark. "You didn't ask. Would you have let me?" She didn't answer. He turned away, eyes on the enemy below. "You're angry." "No," she said, stepping forward. "I'm scared because now I know what I'd do for you. And it terrifies me." A wolf howled in the distance. The enforcer raised her hand, the signal. Kale didn't wait. He leapt from the rooftop like a storm breaking loose. Mid-air, his form exploded, bones shifting, muscles snapping, fur bursting from skin. By the time he landed, he was the monster they feared. The war began. Lyra followed, fangs bared, blood singing. It was chaos, fangs, claws, screams. She moved through shadows like a blade, slicing through enemies who once called her sister. Kale tore through wolves with a feral grace, never stopping, never hesitating. But then Calvera. The enforcer found Lyra in the wreckage, their clash silent but brutal. "You shame your blood," Calvera hissed. "You poison yours," Lyra spat back. They fought with centuries behind their strikes. Lyra was faster, Calvera was crueler. Steel kissed flesh, Lyra bled. But then Kale was there, a whirlwind of fury. He tackled Calvera with a growl that shook the trees. "Touch her again," he roared, "and I'll feed you your teeth." But Calvera only laughed, lips wet with venom. "You'll never outrun us." She vanished in a flash of blood mist. Silence fell. Bodies lay broken beneath the moonlight. The tower burned behind them. "We need to move," Kale said. "They'll be back with more." Lyra touched her wound, still fresh. "Kale," she whispered, "that bite, it did something." He looked at her sharply. "What do you mean?" "I feel you, even now, in my chest, like your rage is my own." He closed the distance between them, his breath trembling. "Then we're already too far gone." Surrounded by the dead, soaked in blood and betrayal, we stood not as fugitives, but as something worse, two hearts forever cursed by the truth of what we'd become together. They fled east, chasing the broken spine of a forgotten road until the trees thinned and the wind lost its name. What waited ahead wasn't salvation, just distance. 3 days passed, 3 nights bled into one another, and finally at the edge of a desolate ravine, they found it. The city wasn't on any map, a collapsed monument to shadows, where the ruins of a once great civilization rotted beneath moss and fog. The locals called it Knoxvale, a place cursed by time and silence. "It's abandoned," Kale said, his eyes scanning the skyline of crumbling spires, "but not dead." "I feel it too," Lyra whispered. "Something's still breathing here." They stepped into the city as twilight painted the stone in bruises. Windows watched them. Streets coiled like veins, and overhead the moon seemed thinner, colder, an eye that never blinked. They found shelter in an old cathedral. The stained glass had long since shattered, and ash dusted the pews like snowfall. Kale collapsed against the altar. Lyra knelt beside him. "Let me see," she said, tugging at his shirt. He winced. A claw wound from the last skirmish had festered along his ribs. Black veins spread from it like ink in water. "It's nothing. It's poison," she snapped. "Wolf blood burns most toxins. But this didn't come from a wolf." Kale froze. "What do you mean?" "The enforcer," Lyra said. "Her blade. It wasn't steel." She reached into her satchel, pulling out a vial of old vampire elixir. Her hands trembled as she opened it. "This might help." "That's forbidden. So are we." She poured it onto the wound. Kale screamed, his back arching, claws carving into the stone. And then he fell still. Breathing. "Alive. Thank you," he whispered. She sat beside him, shoulders touching. The cathedral groaned around them, and through the broken roof, starlight spilled like prophecy. "Do you regret it?" she asked quietly. "Running? Choosing me?" Kale turned, eyes softened by pain. "Lyra, if they offered me immortality, redemption, and a place at the head of every pack, on the condition I give you up, I'd still choose to burn." The silence between them thickened. "You scare me when you say things like that," she whispered. "You should, because it's true." She leaned against him, forehead resting on his shoulder. "Then we'll burn together. If that's how it ends." But deep in the walls, a presence stirred. Something had awakened. Not the hunters. Something older. Watching. Waiting. In the city that time tried to forget, 2 fugitives carved a home from ashes, never knowing that the worst kind of pursuit was the one that didn't announce itself. Kale was the first to hear it. A whisper against stone, like breath weaving through a throat too old to remember speech. The sound wasn't loud, but it gnawed at the edges of his instincts like a dull blade, persistent, wrong. "We're not alone," he murmured. Lyra froze, fangs itching beneath her skin. "I felt it too. Last night." They didn't speak the rest aloud. The flicker of shadow when none moved. The strange hum beneath the floor. The sense that the air here was listening. They ventured deeper into Knoxvale by day, seeking food, shelter, maybe even peace. But each night something changed. The city rearranged itself. Alleys vanished, windows moved, streets led back to where they started, and always, the sense of being watched. Kale barely slept. Lyra, never fully at ease, watched him unravel. "It's getting worse," she said one evening as he paced their makeshift camp in the cathedral. "I can smell it now," Kale replied. "It's not alive, but it's not dead either. A spirit? No, something deeper. Something buried." That night he dreamt. He stood in the center of the city, the moon above him a bleeding wound. Around him, figures cloaked in smoke knelt in reverence before a pulsing black stone. Their mouths moved without sound, and from the stone tendrils of memory crawled out. He saw Lyra bound in silver. He saw himself chained and howling. He saw fire, then only ash. Cale woke gasping, drenched in sweat. Lyra was beside him in an instant. What did you see? The end. Ours. He reached for her, hand trembling. Lyra, we can't stay here. We have nowhere else. Then we run. Again, she closed her eyes. I'm tired of running. Then fight. But before they could decide, the cathedral doors groaned open, by themselves. A gust of air swept in, not cold, but ancient, scentless, heavy. Cale stepped in front of her, his body tense. From the shadows beyond the altar, a figure emerged. Not a hunter, not a ghost. Something else. Tall. Hooded, its face was a smooth sheet of stone carved with eyes that didn't blink. You don't belong here, it said. Its voice was neither male nor female, but something like stone grinding beneath earth. Who are you? Lyra demanded. The Keeper. This city remembers what others forget. Cale snarled. Then let it forget us. It cannot. You bring chaos, fire, bonded blood. We didn't choose this, Lyra whispered. The moon chose. The night obeys. The Keeper raised one hand, revealing a mark glowing on its palm. The same symbol now branded on Cale's chest, just above his heart. Lyra reached for him. What did your bite awaken? Cale's eyes widened as memory hit him like a blade. Not a bond, he whispered. A prophecy. One written in blood and moonlight. The Keeper vanished without movement, like wind fleeing flame. Silence returned, but something else had changed. The city no longer wanted them. It would not tolerate their presence much longer. In the belly of a ruined kingdom, beneath stained glass and secrets, prophecies stirred, not born of gods, but of monsters who dared to love. They left the cathedral at dawn, their bags half-packed and their hearts heavy. The streets of Knoxville were no longer silent. They pulsed. Buildings cracked as if exhaling, and in the broken cobblestones, veins of silver light spread like frost. The city had awakened, and it remembered them. Every step feels heavier, Lyra murmured. It's not weight, Cale said. It's resistance. The city doesn't want us to leave. She reached for his hand, fingers intertwining like threads long frayed. Then we'll make it want us gone. But as they walked, the streets betrayed them again, looping, twisting, rewriting themselves with every turn. What was once a straight path now coiled like a serpent, leading them to the same empty courtyard over and over again. And in that courtyard, beneath a shattered moon dial, stood the Keeper. Still. Waiting. You cannot leave, it said. Not until you remember. We don't care about your riddles. Cale growled. Let us go. You misunderstand. It's not me keeping you here, right? It's the bond you carry. Lyra stepped forward, her voice like steel wrapped in sorrow. What do you mean? The bite was more than instinct. It was memory. What you feel is not new. You two have danced this story before. Cale's breath caught. That's not possible. You are soul-bound, the Keeper whispered. Not just by blood, but by time. Each age, each life, you find each other again. Each time you burn the world to do it. No, Lyra said, this is the first time we... But then she saw it. A vision, unbidden, like a shard of moonlight through stained glass. Another lifetime. She wore a gown soaked in battlefield ash. Cale stood bloodied, a crown of antlers broken in his hands. They kissed as fire consumed everything behind them. Lyra gasped. What is this? Your truth. Why show us now? Cale demanded. Because this time something is different, the Keeper said. The world remembers you too. Around them, whispers rose, not from mouths, but from stone, wind, earth. The city chanted their names like a curse long buried. They'll come for us, Lyra said. They already are, Cale replied. But we're not who we were. This time, we ended our way. They fled the courtyard, the Keeper vanishing like mist behind them. The city groaned in protest, stone grinding against itself, buildings collapsing just behind their steps. When they reached the outer gates, gates that had never opened before, they found them wide. It let us go, Cale said. No, Lyra replied. We forced its hand. And as they passed the threshold of the dying city, the mark on Cale's chest pulsed once, like a heartbeat shared between two souls too wild to ever be tamed. They did not escape Knoxville. They survived it. And that made them something the world had never seen before. Monsters who refused to forget love. The first shot rang out before the sun had time to rise. Cale tackled Lyra to the ground, the bullet biting through the bark of a twisted tree inches from her head. No warning. No mercy. The forest outside Knoxville was supposed to be quiet, forgotten land wrapped in mist. but now it pulsed with pursuit. "Hunters," Kale growled low and dark. "Ours or yours?" Lyra whispered, fangs already descending. "Does it matter?" They ran again, weaving through shadows and roots, guided only by instinct and the need to survive. Behind them the forest hissed with movement, metal, snarls, the cold hum of magic used to track creatures like them. "They found us too fast," Lyra hissed. "Someone gave us up." "Not someone," Kale said. "Something. That city, it remembers, it speaks." For 3 nights they ran. They slept in caves, drank from mossy stones, lived on the raw edge of fear. And every time Lyra closed her eyes she saw it. Kale bleeding, her own hands bound, the past clawing its way into their present. They made camp beneath a withered canopy, the moon barely visible behind fog. Kale's ribs were bruised. Lyra had a shallow cut on her cheek. Still, they didn't rest. "We can't keep running," Kale said. "Then what?" He met her eyes, something wild and exhausted burning in them. "We become the storm they fear." Lyra hesitated. "We're not killers. Not yet. We can't turn into what they say we are." "Then we make a new story," he said. "One where the monsters love and live. One where we write the ending." That night, Kale carved their plan into the dirt. Lyra refined it. They kissed once, soft, fleeting, full of pain. They moved at dawn. The vampire faction had set up a perimeter at the edge of Hollowmere Pass. The werewolves had claimed the cliffs above it. Neither knew the other was so close, but both knew Kale and Lyra would come this way eventually. They didn't expect them to come from below. "You remember how to shift without losing yourself?" Lyra asked, pressing her forehead to Kale's. "Only when you're close." He shifted. Slow, controlled. Bones cracked, muscles stretched, fur bloomed, and yet his eyes, when he looked at her, were still his. Together, they struck. From beneath the earth, Kale burst into the vampire camp, not to kill, but to scare, to scatter. Lyra moved in a blur, snatching weapons, disarming enchantments, erasing their trail. Then they did the same to the wolves above. A trail of confusion and chaos followed in their wake, neither side sure if they had been attacked or warned. "Why didn't we kill them?" Lyra asked when they regrouped. "Because dead men tell no stories," Kale answered. But afraid men spread legends. That night they didn't run, they stayed in a hidden valley between warring worlds, firelight flickering across their tired faces. "I never asked," Lyra murmured. "What did you want before all this?" Kale was quiet for a long time, a cabin, a forest, silence. "And now, you, just you." She kissed him then, not out of desperation, not from fear, but from something deeper. Hope. For the first time, they didn't dream of the past. They dreamt of a future the world said they couldn't have, and for monsters like them, dreaming was the most dangerous act of all. It began with smoke. Thin threads at first, curling between tree limbs, clinging to moss and pine needles. Then came the bitter scent of ash. Not the wild kind, controlled, weaponized, conjured. Lyra stood at the edge of their hidden valley, her crimson eyes catching the shift in the wind. "They're not tracking us," she whispered. "They're flushing us out." Kale emerged from the shadows, already mid-shift, his voice gravel scraped clean. "They've stopped hunting us, now they want us gone." The fire grew fast, enchanted flame licking across roots and boulders that shouldn't burn. The air thickened, breathing stung. "We move now," he said. "They want us to run," Lyra replied. "We do the opposite." They sprinted into the smoke, using it as cover, their hands locked tight. Visibility dropped. The forest screamed, branches snapping, animals fleeing. Through the haze, glowing runes flared, wards placed to trap or maim anything with supernatural blood. "Left!" Kale roared, slamming Lyra down just before a sigil exploded overhead. Her ears rang. Her vision spun. "They mean to kill us both," she said. "Not capture, not punish, erase. Then we make them fail." They didn't run to escape. They ran to disrupt. Lyra fed on the heat around them, her strength sharpened by adrenaline and rising fear. Kale ripped through traps, triggered decoys, left behind false trails soaked in his blood. They moved like myth, ghosts between trees. By nightfall, the fire had consumed half the ridge, but they emerged burned but breathing. Camp came in a cave, carved from the bones of some ancient hill beast. The fire couldn't reach them here. Lyra's hands trembled as she pulled ash from Kale's tangled hair. "This can't go on," she whispered. "They'll never stop." "We don't need forever," Kale said. "Just one quiet place. One moment where they don't own us." She looked at him, really looked, and something inside her cracked wide. I love you, she said. No prelude, no apology. Kale didn't flinch. He leaned in, kissed her as if he might never get to again. Then let's stop running. That night, in a hollow where even the stars dared not look, they found each other in silence. Clothes peeled away, not in haste but reverence. Each kiss a vow, each touch a rebellion. Kale's body trembled as if holding back the moon itself. Lyra melted beneath him, all sharpness dulled by the weight of his need. He worshipped her scars. She bared her soul. Their union was not gentle, but it was sacred. There were no monsters there. No hunters, no packs or clans or rules, just them. And in the flickering candlelight, their shadows moved as one. The fire could chase them, the world could curse them, but in that moment, Kale and Lyra did the unthinkable. They loved without fear. The world was quiet after the storm. Outside the cave, the trees still smoldered. A soft, dying glow lingered on the horizon where fire had kissed the land too deeply to let go. But inside, Kale and Lyra remained untouched by everything but each other. Dawn broke silver and low, washing across tangled limbs and sweat-damp skin. Lyra lay on her side, watching Kale sleep. His chest rose and fell with a rhythm that calmed her pulse. He looked softer in sleep, less like the beast the world feared, more like the man she'd fallen into. "How are you real?" she whispered. Kale stirred. His golden eyes opened slowly, lazily, but when they landed on her, they sharpened with something heavy and infinite. "I could ask you the same." She kissed his shoulder, tracing the old scars that mapped his back like constellations. Each one had a story. Some he'd told her, others she wasn't sure he remembered. "We should go farther," she said after a while. "Beyond their reach, beyond even memory. There's no such place. Then we make one." They left the cave just before noon, cloaked in new purpose. The wind carried the scent of damp ash and rebirth. They traveled lightly, just a pack of essentials and each other. No past, no flag, no name. The first town they reached was called Braith Hollow, small, forgotten, suspicious of strangers. They walked in separately. Kale entered through the southern fields, offering coin for shelter and labor. Lyra arrived under night's veil, slipping through alleys, gathering whispers like silk. They met in secret. By the second night, they had a plan. Kale worked with the lumberhands, heavy labor, sweat, silence, no questions asked. Lyra charmed her way into the apothecary, her touch gentle, her knowledge of herbs too perfect to be questioned. They didn't speak during the day, didn't risk being seen together. But each night, when the town slept and the moon rose, they returned to each other, two shadows stitched together in the dark. Kale brought her bread baked by calloused hands. Lyra brought him vials of potion to dull the ache in his bones. "You make me want things I shouldn't," he whispered one night, lying beside her on a bed of hay and old quilts. "Like what?" "Like peace. Like waking up next to you and forgetting who I used to be." She reached for his hand, then forget. But Braith Hollow wasn't blind, nor was it deaf. By the 6th day, rumors bloomed, whispers of strange strength, of a woman with eyes like dusk, of a man who turned the wind with his rage. A letter arrived. No name, just a mark, a crescent fang inked in blood. "They've found us," Kale said, staring at the parchment. "Not yet," Lyra said. "But they will." That night, they didn't sleep. They stood at the edge of town, hand in hand, watching shadows move behind curtained windows. If they had to flee again, they would. But for now, the stars still lingered, and the night had not yet closed its jaws. They should have run. Kale knew it the moment he smelled the blood, not the sharp, coppery tang of a fresh wound. This was older, steeped in magic, laced with memory. The scent clung to the letter's edges, invisible ink soaked in curse work only the old ones still practiced. Lyra sat beside him on the floor of their borrowed attic room, her face lit only by the candle flickering between them. She had seen the symbol before. "It's from the Council of Fangs," she whispered. "And the blood?" Kale asked. "Mine." The candle hissed as if reacting to her words. Lyra didn't flinch, but Kale felt something coiled tightly inside him, like a rope about to snap. "They're not sending warnings anymore," she said. "This is a calling. They're invoking blood memory. They're ordering me home to die." Kale growled, low and guttural. "You're not going anywhere near them. If I don't respond, they'll send a hunter. If I run, they'll send 10. "Let them," he snarled. "I'll rip through them all." She touched his face, thumb stroking the scar beneath his eye. I know you would. But it won't stop with us. They'll burn Braith Hollow, salt the earth, and call it justice. Silence thickened between them. Then Kale spoke, voice iron hard. Then we end it. We stop running. How? We give them a story they can't twist. By dawn, Kale had carved a symbol into the trees just outside town. A declaration of blood-forged union between enemies, a mark of rebellion. Lyra watched as he bled into the bark, mixing his essence with hers. They'll come for this. Good. They prepared the village the only way they knew how, not with speeches but with shadows. Kale buried sigils under the earth, crafted from silver and wolf's bane. Lyra slipped protection into the townspeople's tea, spoke soft charms into their bedsheets and doorways. They didn't say what was coming. They didn't need to. By the second night, the air grew sharp. By the third, it shattered. They arrived at midnight. Figures in robes, faces hidden, moving through Braith Hollow like a funeral procession. Vampires and wolves, an alliance forged in hate. An impossible coalition to stop an even more impossible love. Kale met them at the edge of the field. Lyra stood at his side, her eyes glowing like twin moons. No disguises, no lies. You sent for me, she called into the wind. We sent for justice, came the voice from the trees. You brought shame. Kale stepped forward, muscles tensed beneath his skin. You'll have to kill me to take her. That was always the plan. The ground cracked beneath them. Battle began like thunder, sudden and absolute. But they weren't prey anymore. Kale fought like a force of nature, all teeth and fury. Lyra danced through shadows, her hands glowing with hexfire, her heart thundering in perfect rhythm with his. Bodies fell. Screams broke the silence. The village remained untouched, protected by the love that had made them fugitives. In the end, only 3 stood: Lyra, Kale, and the one figure who hadn't moved. A woman in gold, her skin pale as marble, eyes black as a void. You made your choice, she said, voice echoing through their bones. You chose love over loyalty. That is your legacy now. She turned her back, vanished into the mist. And just like that, it was over, or so it seemed. Because love like theirs never ends quietly. It burns, and in its wake, the world is forced to change. The wind carried the scent of ash for days. The field outside Braith Hollow had been wiped clean by fire and fury. Bodies had vanished into the soil, burned or buried by forces neither Lyra nor Kale could name. But something remained behind, something quieter and heavier. They had won. But it didn't feel like victory. Lyra stood barefoot in the field, the hem of her dress soaked from morning dew. She pressed her palm to the scorched earth where the councilwoman had vanished. No trace, no threat, just silence. Kale approached from behind, his hand brushing her back. You shouldn't be out here alone. I'm not, she replied, leaning into his touch. Not anymore. They stayed there for a while, watching the morning burn into day. The sun was pale but real, fighting to break through the haze. They'll come again, Kale muttered, different faces, same hate. Then we keep moving. No, she said, we stop. Kale turned to her, his brow furrowed. Here? She shook her head. Not here, but somewhere that isn't a hiding place. Somewhere we can build something real. A home. Lyra nodded. I'm tired of running, Kale. Tired of surviving. I want to live with you. That night, they didn't sleep. They packed what little they had and slipped out before dawn. No goodbyes. The villagers had known who they were all along, and no one tried to stop them. Some watched from windows, others from shadows, but no voice called out. The silence was a gift. They found it 2 weeks later, a ruined manor deep in a forgotten valley, where vines had swallowed stone and the woods whispered without menace. It was broken, wild, untouched, perfect. They made it theirs. By day, Kale rebuilt with bare hands, turning rot to warmth, stone to sanctuary. By night, Lyra wove spells through the walls, protection, charms sewn into beams and door frames. They didn't need walls to keep others out anymore. They needed them to keep love in. One evening, as dusk bled across the sky and the fire crackled softly, Kale took her hand. We could be hunted again. Then let them come. You might regret this. Kale, she said, her voice like velvet and smoke. I died the day I was turned. You brought me back to life. His breath caught. Then stay, he whispered. I'm already yours. He carried her to the bedroom they had built with laughter and sweat, not as a prisoner and not as a secret, but as a man who had burned the world just to hold her. She undressed him slowly, reverently, as if peeling back layers of grief and rage. He touched her like a sinner memorizing scripture, with hands that once only knew how to destroy, now learning the art of worship. Their mouths met like thunderclouds, their bodies aligned like constellations. There was no fear, no hesitation, only fire and flesh, only whispers of things that would never be said aloud, etched into skin and breath. Time unraveled. Their love consumed the room. It was not gentle, it was not cruel, it was necessary. And when they lay together afterward, tangled in each other's arms, Kale kissed her bare shoulder and whispered into her skin, "If the world burns again, let it, as long as I burn beside you." Because some love stories are written not in ink, but in blood and moonlight. Years passed. Seasons shifted like the slow turning of a page in a forgotten book, and somewhere deep in the valley, the manor stood, alive, quiet, whole. Kale's hands bore the marks of time, but his strength never wavered. Lyra's eyes, once rimmed with exhaustion, now glowed with something softer. Peace wasn't always silent. Sometimes it was messy, wild, but it was theirs. They had carved a life from the ruins, beyond war, beyond bloodlines, beyond what they were told they should be. Stories began to spread in hushed tones, about a place no map dared name, where a wolf and a vampire lived not in battle, but in devotion. Some claimed it was a lie, a fairy tale conjured by fools and romantics. Others whispered of sightings, of a woman with hair like ink and a man who moved like shadow, both vanishing into the forest before a second glance. No one found them. No one ever would. Because they didn't want to be found. Kale sat by the fire one night, a book open but unread in his lap. Lyra curled beside him, her head resting on his chest, listening to the rhythm of a heart that once belonged to a killer, now beating only for her. "Do you miss it?" she asked softly. "The running, the chaos." He thought for a long time. "I miss who we were then, but I love who we are now." She smiled. "Even though the world still hates what we are, the world doesn't matter, it never did." She tilted her head to look up at him, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "Do you ever wonder what our story will become, how they'll tell it after we're gone?" "They'll twist it," he said with a grin. "Make me the villain again, make you the temptress. And still," she whispered, "they'll want what we had." He kissed her slowly, deeply, like he had all the time in the world. Because he did. Here, in this place with her, time bowed to them. They weren't running anymore. They were legend. They were the nightmare the monsters told their children, and the dream lovers whispered about in candlelight. A myth, a warning, a promise. They loved in defiance of blood and moonlight, and the world was never the same. This next tale blends fantasy and fire. A journey where hearts are tested, and monsters aren't always what they seem. The wind howled like the ghosts of the children he had buried. It scraped over the mountain's frozen edges, tearing at the trees, whispering their names through the dark canopy like lullabies forgotten. The snow had long covered the place where they died, but he remembered every detail. The scorch marks on the soil, the charred bones too small to belong to anything but cubs. The scent of smoke still lived behind his eyes. He had carried their ashes in a cloth satchel sewn with trembling hands, kept close to his chest until the wind claimed them, scattering them across the cliffside he once called home. Now the forest was silent when he passed. The trees knew what he was, and so did the villagers. He'd taken 5. 5 of them had screamed. 5 of them had bled beneath his claws. Not quickly, not kindly. He made sure their deaths were echoes of the one they gave his family, cruel, loud, meaningless, and he would take more, one by one, until the village forgot how to sleep. Tonight, the fire burned low in the cave where he slept. It flickered against the stone walls, dancing over the strange new figure huddled in the corner. A woman, bound, mouth gagged, eyes burning with fury and confusion. He watched her from the shadows like a starving wolf watches a deer that's too wounded to run. She was not his next kill. Not yet. He hadn't decided what she was. He had found her not far from the village's edge, collecting firewood alone, stupid enough to walk beneath the bleeding light of a full moon. He had meant to scare her, maybe even tear her apart, but something in the way she looked at him had stalled his hand. Not fear, something sharper, something sadder. He hated it. "You're awake," he growled from the fire's edge. His voice was low, broken from disuse. She did not respond, only narrowed her eyes as if memorizing his face in case she lived long enough to curse it. He crouched before her slowly, gaze fixed. "You're not one of them. Not really. Not yet. But you came from their village." No reply. "You smell of wood smoke and regret. Do they send you to the forest as punishment? Or do you do it to get away from them?" Still nothing. "I wonder," he murmured, "how long it will take before you beg." He didn't know why he said it. He didn't even want her to beg. He wanted her to scream, to curse, to ask why, to accuse. But she remained silent. It unnerved him more than anything else ever had. That night he didn't touch her, he didn't hurt her, he didn't even threaten her again. He sat by the fire, back turned, speaking into the flames as if she wasn't there. "They burned my den with my sons inside," he said quietly. "They said it was justice, that I was a beast pretending to be a man." He said no more. When he rose to his feet and left her there, bound and furious, the flames had nearly died out. Outside, snow fell silently on the earth like a blanket of bone dust, and beneath it all, the forest held its breath. In the stillness between hatred and hunger, something old began to stir. He returned at dusk, carrying the corpse of a rabbit in one hand, his clawed fingers bloodied and raw. The woman hadn't moved from her corner. She was still bound at the ankles and wrists, but her back was straighter now, her chin higher, and when his heavy boots scraped against the cave floor, she didn't flinch. She watched him, like she had questions, like she wanted to ask them. But most of all, like she refused to be afraid. He dropped the rabbit with a wet slap onto the stone and crouched near the fire, building it back up with slow, practiced motions. He didn't speak for a while. Only the pop and hiss of sap-cracked logs broke the silence. He wondered if she thought he was going to skin her instead. He wondered if part of her wanted him to. "You looked at me," he finally said, "when I took you. You looked straight into my eyes. Do you know what kind of beast does that? Not prey, not villagers, warriors." He turned toward her slowly. "But you're not a warrior, are you?" Still no reply. Her jaw clenched around the cloth gag. He narrowed his eyes, then crossed the short distance between them in 2 strides. He knelt and untied the gag with swift, practiced fingers. Her lips were cracked, her throat dry. Still, she didn't beg. She didn't scream. She whispered, hoarse but defiant, "You can kill me. Just don't talk to me like I'm your priest." His mouth twitched, a smile, but not a kind one. "I don't believe in gods," he replied. She looked at him like she wanted to spit on his boots, and something about that stirred him in ways he didn't care to name. He rose, tossed her a flask of water, and said nothing else until the rabbit was skewered and turning over the fire. The scent filled the cave, thick and greasy and warm. Her stomach growled against her will. He heard it, of course he did. "You'll eat tonight," he said, "and you'll listen. I don't want your stories." "That's too bad," he said, turning the meat slowly. "You're going to hear them anyway." The flames flickered across his face. His voice dropped low, almost like confession, almost like ritual. "The first life I ever took wasn't a man. It was my own brother. He had the sickness, the kind that rots the mind. He changed one night, tried to claw out my mother's throat. I ripped out his heart before he finished his howl." She stared. He didn't flinch either. "I was 14. A silence settled between them, crackling and hot. He met her gaze again. His eyes, so inhuman they almost glowed in the firelight, searched her for something. Pity, anger, horror, anything. But there was nothing, just that steady, defiant quiet. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked. "Because you'll either leave here knowing who I am, or you'll die with my truth in your bones. You talk like you want someone to punish you." His expression flickered. "Maybe I do." The fire snapped loudly. Outside, wind moaned through the pines like a mourning mother. She shifted, adjusting her wrists where the ropes bit into her skin. "What's your name?" she asked, surprising them both. He stared at her. Really stared. "I'm the thing they whisper about after dark," he said. "I asked for a name," she pressed. A pause. Then low, "Therein." It was the first true thing he'd said all day. She nodded as if tucking the word somewhere safe inside her. "And yours?" he asked. "Why should I give it to you?" "Because I gave you mine." Another pause. Then, Ira. They sat across from one another like strangers in a church of smoke and bone. And though neither of them smiled, something cracked, small, dangerous, new. Between predator and prisoner, a name can be a prayer or a curse. Era no longer screamed in her sleep. She'd spent the first few nights dreaming of the abduction, of teeth in the dark, of a hand over her mouth, of branches clawing at her face as he dragged her through the forest like she weighed nothing. But now she dreamed of firelight. A voice, low and graveled, confessing sins no one else had heard. Theron never touched her. Not once. He brought her food, spoke into the dark like he was half wolf, half ghost. And every night he peeled away another piece of his pain. Tonight, the ropes were looser. She hadn't earned it. She hadn't asked. But still, when he entered, she noticed her wrists weren't as raw as the night before. He dropped another hair beside the fire. He didn't look at her right away. "There's a scar," he said, sitting down, "over my heart. It splits the fur in a jagged line, blacker than the rest, ugly." She shifted slightly, letting her fingers test the knots behind her back. Still tied, but not cruelly. "A battle wound?" she asked, surprised at herself. "No," he said, "a betrayal." His voice was flat, hollow, too quiet. "By who?" "Someone I once loved." The words tasted bitter in his mouth, she could tell. He stared into the flames, jaw tight. She was human. Era blinked. Theron's lip curled, not quite a snarl, more like a ghost of one. "She knew what I was, claimed it didn't matter, said I was her monster and she loved me for it." He shook his head once, sharp. "But when the village turned on us, when they came for my sons, she led them." She stood at the mouth of the den and pointed. Era's breath caught. He looked at her, and for the first time since they'd met, she saw the naked wound in his gaze. Not the one across his chest, the one carved into his soul. "She said I corrupted her children," he whispered, "that I deserved to burn." Era didn't speak. She didn't know how to fill that silence. It was too heavy, too sacred. Theron pulled down the collar of his shirt, revealing the edge of the scar. Even in the low light, she saw how twisted the flesh was, how deep it had once been. "She tried to drive a silver blade through my heart," he said. "Missed by half an inch." "I'm sorry," she said softly. "Don't be," he muttered. "I don't tell you these things for pity. I want you to understand I'm not the monster they made me out to be." "But you are a monster," she said carefully. He didn't deny it. "Yes," he admitted, "but I wasn't always." The fire crackled and the shadows swayed along the stone. Era leaned forward slightly, eyes never leaving his. "Why me, Theron?" The name hung in the space between them like a fragile ribbon. "Why take me?" He didn't answer right away. Then, after a moment, "Because you didn't scream." "That can't be the only reason." His gaze dropped. "Because you remind me of who I was before," she swallowed. Her heart beat a little too hard. "Before what?" "Before grief made me a weapon." His voice shook just a little. "And now?" she asked. He looked up. Their eyes locked. Something dangerous stirred there. "Now, I don't know whether I want to protect you or destroy everything that threatens you." Her chest tightened. She didn't know what terrified her more, being his prisoner or being something precious to him. The scar over his heart hadn't healed, but tonight, something inside him did, just enough to bleed. The moon hung low, swollen with memory. Theron hadn't returned all day. Era paced the length of the cave, her hands finally free. He'd left her unbound that morning without a word. No food, no threats, just a look, unreadable and distant, and the sound of his footsteps vanishing into the forest. The silence unnerved her more than his presence ever had. By dusk, the wind turned violent. It moaned through the cracks in the stone like a wounded animal, carrying with it a copper tang that made her stomach twist. Blood. Fresh. She stared at the entrance of the cave, a question blooming in her chest she didn't want to name. Had he gone back to kill again? She sat near the fire, pulling her knees into her chest. The flames danced shadows across the walls, and her thoughts slipped back to the scar he had shown her, to the way he said her name, like it hurt to say, like it was the only thing keeping him tethered. When the cave's mouth finally darkened with his return, she stood too quickly. He didn't speak. Blood soaked the front of his shirt, his face was smeared with it. Not his own. Era didn't flinch. Theron dropped something at her feet, a torn cloak. Villager cloth, a child's. "They killed her too," he rasped. "Who?" she asked softly, barely above the crackling of the fire. "The healer," he said. She helped my youngest when he had fever. She was the only one who ever looked at me like I was still a man. They burned her in her hut, alive." His voice cracked. "Why?" Ira whispered. He knelt in front of the fire, hands trembling. "Because I spoke her name," he said. "Because I remembered her. That was enough." A long silence settled between them, thick with ash and fury. Then she moved, slowly, carefully. She reached for the cloth on his chest, damp with blood, and pressed it aside. Not to judge him, not to clean him, to feel his heartbeat. He froze under her hand. His eyes closed. "Do you still want to kill them all?" she asked. He didn't answer. "Or do you want to stop hurting?" He turned his face to hers, and there was something feral in his expression, but not violent. Desperate. Fractured. "I don't know how," he whispered. "Then let me help you." His hands came up to grip her wrists, not rough, but as if anchoring himself to the only softness he could find. "Why?" he asked. "You should hate me." "I did," she said. "But you never touched me. You fed me. You spoke to me like I was real. And now, I see you." His chest heaved. Outside, the wind screamed. Inside, he broke. And then, without warning, Theron tipped his head back and let out a howl so guttural, so heart-racked, it shook the cave walls. It wasn't a roar of dominance. It wasn't a threat. It was mourning. It was surrender. It was her name. And in that moment, she understood. He didn't howl because he was a beast. He howled because no one had ever listened to his pain. Theron hadn't spoken since the howl. He sat by the cave wall, hunched, broken in a way that no claw or blade could inflict. The silence that followed wasn't cruel, it was raw, like the stillness after a wound splits open and you haven't bled yet. Era didn't try to speak into it. She just sat nearby, close enough for him to feel her presence, far enough not to scare it away. The storm outside had passed by morning, but inside him it raged. She watched as he finally stood, each movement deliberate, heavy. He pulled his blood-stained shirt over his head and tossed it into the fire. Era saw it then, the scar wide and jagged across his chest, as if the world itself had tried to carve him open and failed. "Do you want to go home?" he asked, voice hollow. She blinked, unsure if she heard right. "You're not keeping me anymore?" "I was never really keeping you," he said. "Just waiting to see if you'd run." "And now?" He didn't look at her. "Now I don't think I'd chase you if you did." Her heart twisted. She rose, stepping toward him. "What if I stayed?" That got his attention. His eyes lifted slowly to meet hers. "You'd stay here, with me, in this ruin of a man?" "I'd stay," she whispered, "because the man beneath the ruin still knows what mercy is." He flinched, as if the word cut deeper than any blade. "I don't deserve mercy." "No one does," she said. "That's why it's mercy." He turned from her, fists clenched. "I can't stop. The rage, it eats me. I see them, the ones who cheered while my sons burned. I taste their names in my throat. I want to tear them apart." "Then tear me apart," she said, stepping closer. "If violence is all you have, then use it on me. Because I see who you are underneath it. You're not a killer, Theron. You're a father who lost too much. A man with no one left to cry for him." He trembled like a dam about to break. "If I stop, they win." "No," she said, brushing her hand to his chest, to the scar. "If you stop, you win." He stared at her, stunned, and then he fell. Not physically, but something inside him collapsed. His knees stayed firm, but his breath broke apart, and his arms came up like a shield, not to protect himself, but to keep from reaching for her. Ira stepped into them anyway. She let him hold her. He didn't kiss her, didn't touch her like a man craving flesh. He held her like she was the first warmth he'd felt in years. Like he didn't know whether to weep or thank her or vanish entirely. "Will you stay?" he whispered, almost too softly to hear. "I already am," she replied. And in the quiet between heartbeats, mercy tasted like something he'd never thought he'd find again. Hope. The days grew longer after that night. Or maybe time just started stretching differently, like it had learned to move around them instead of through them. Theron no longer vanished without warning. He stayed, sometimes sitting by the fire with his back to her, sometimes close enough for his presence to warm her skin. Always quiet, but no longer cold. He had not hunted since. Not the villagers, not her. There was a gentleness now, quiet, accidental. He cooked without speaking, leaving the food near her with a nod. She ate beside him one evening in silence. the two of them surrounded by the scent of roasted root vegetables and damp stone. His hand brushed hers when he passed her a cup of water. Neither of them moved away. "I used to laugh," he murmured suddenly. Ira looked up. "What?" "Before the fire, before the screaming." His eyes stayed on the flames. "I used to laugh so hard I'd scare birds out of the trees. My wife told me I had a wolf's joy, too big for my chest." "What was her name?" Ira asked, softly. "I don't say it anymore," he said. "Some things are too sacred to speak once they're gone." She nodded. She understood. Some griefs didn't want witnesses. "My son," he went on, "was born with a limp. The villagers whispered, said it was punishment, that no wolf should breed with a human. I should have left then, but I wanted him to grow up safe." "You stayed because you loved him," Ira said. "I stayed because I was a coward once," he corrected. "Because I wanted peace so badly, I ignored the smell of smoke on the wind." His voice cracked, just barely. A fracture in the stone. "You're not a coward," she said. "I am, but I'm a coward who's tired of blood." Ira turned to look at him fully. The fire painted shadows on his jaw, across the line of his throat, down the scar that still looked freshly carved. She reached out, hesitating only a moment, and placed her hand on his chest. He stilled. His heartbeat was fast, but not wild, not afraid. "You don't have to burn the world down to honor them," she whispered. "You just have to survive." He looked down at her hand on him. Then, slowly, he placed his over hers. "You say that like surviving isn't the hardest thing I've ever done." "I say that because it is," she said. They sat like that for a long time. The fire crackled low. Outside, the world forgot to be cruel for a few minutes. And when she finally withdrew her hand, his followed, reluctant, like his body hadn't agreed to let go yet. He didn't ask her to stay. She didn't ask to leave. But as the night deepened and sleep took him curled near the fire, Ira knew something had changed. His rage had loosened its grip, just enough to let her in. Theron didn't stir as dawn crept into the cave. For the first time since she'd been taken, Ira woke before him. She sat up slowly, watching the rise and fall of his chest. The fire had died down to embers, soft and orange like dying stars. He was turned slightly away, hair falling into his face, brow smooth in sleep. There was no tension in his jaw, no grinding teeth, no clenched fists, just peace. Strange, beautiful peace. She had come to know his nightmares. They used to come like clockwork. Every time his body surrendered to rest, he'd wake with a start, panting, sometimes snarling, sometimes weeping so silently she could barely tell if it was grief or rage. But that morning there had been no screaming, no thrashing, only breathing. She wondered what dream had found him instead. Era moved carefully, wrapping the furs around her shoulders as she walked to the cave's entrance. A cold wind kissed her skin, but the view took the chill from her bones. Mist floated through the trees. Pale light filtered down like silver threads between branches. Birds called from deep within the forest, tentative and hopeful. It was beautiful, heartbreakingly so. As if the world didn't know what kind of man slept behind her. Or maybe it did, and it chose to forgive him anyway. "You didn't run," came his voice behind her, low and rough from sleep. Era didn't turn. She just smiled faintly. "You didn't chain me last night. Didn't need to." She looked back at him. He stood barefoot at the mouth of the cave, arms crossed loosely over his chest, eyes tired but soft. "You slept," she said. "I did." "No dreams?" "One," he admitted. "I was human again, at a river. My boys were playing in the shallows. My mate called out to me and I turned, but I couldn't see her face. Just a blur of warmth." He paused. "And you were there, standing at the edge of the woods, watching." Ira's breath caught in her throat. "Was I part of it?" "You didn't speak," he said. "But it felt like you belonged there, like you'd always been there." Neither spoke for a moment. Then Theron stepped toward her, slowly, like the forest might vanish if he moved too fast. "I haven't dreamed of them in years," he said, voice low. "They stopped coming after I started hunting." "Maybe they were waiting," she whispered. "Waiting for you to come back to yourself." He looked down, swallowed hard. "You make me feel like something more than this." "Then what?" "Then a ghost of a man dragging blood behind him." Era reached for his hand. He let her take it. "You're not a ghost, Theron," she said. "You're still bleeding. That means you're still alive." He squeezed her hand like he believed her. "Just a little." "Will you stay by the river next time?" he asked. In the dream? Only if you ask. I'm asking. And in the hush of morning, with blood on their pasts and silence in their wounds, Ira realized that healing wasn't a scream or a scar. It was a man dreaming of a river and asking her to stay. The path was hidden, overgrown with vines and shadow, but Theron walked it like memory lived in his bones. Era followed in silence, their steps muffled by moss and damp earth. She had no idea where he was taking her, only that something heavy hung around his shoulders like a storm waiting to break. The woods were eerily quiet, not with threat but reverence, as if even the trees knew not to speak here. "We're close," Theron said, voice hollow. Era caught a flicker of something in his tone, hesitation, pain, maybe fear. She stayed close. Then the trees parted. What remained was a ruin, half swallowed by nature. The burned-out frames of homes, blackened stone walls cracked and crumbling, twisted metal where fire had melted iron gates. It might have once been a village or a sanctuary. Now it was a scar. "This is where they died," Theron said, stepping into the clearing. Era's breath caught. He moved slowly, walking through the remnants like a ghost retracing old wounds. He crouched beside a pile of stone and ash, brushing away the dirt to reveal a small, charred wooden carving. A wolf. "I made this for him," Theron murmured. "Before he could even shift, said it would protect him until he could grow fangs of his own." He didn't cry. Ira wished he would. "The humans said it was cursed," he continued, voice quieter. "Said wolves didn't belong among them. I begged. I pleaded. My mate, she hid the boys, but they found them anyway, burned it all." He stood, the carving clutched in his hand like a fragile memory. "They left me alive," he said. "Said that was punishment enough." Era stepped forward, placing a hand on his back. He didn't flinch. "That wasn't mercy," she said. "That was cruelty." "No," he said softly. This is the cruelty. Me bringing you here. Me still not knowing whether I want revenge or redemption." She turned him to face her. "You don't have to choose yet." "But I do," he said, jaw clenched. "Because the longer I stay in between, the more I lose both." "Then why bring me here?" she asked. "Why let me see this pain?" His eyes, wild and golden, softened. "Because if I don't show you my ruins," he whispered, "you'll never know how much of me you're saving." The wind picked up, swirling ash and leaves around them like ghosts dancing. Ira looked around at the remains, then back at him. "Let them rest," she said. "Let them live in your memory, not in your vengeance." "And what do I live for?" "You live for what's still here." She placed a hand over his heart. "You live for me." Theron stared at her for a long moment. Then he tucked the carving into her hand. "Then carry him with you," he said. "So I never forget who I was, or what you've made me want to be." And as they stood among the ashes, a wolf and the woman he didn't mean to love, the forest held its breath. For perhaps, just this once, the past would not drag the living down with it. That night, the moon was full. It hung low and swollen in the sky, casting silver over the forest, catching the edges of leaves like blades. Era stood at the edge of the stream outside the cave, listening to the hush of water over rock, the lull of nocturnal life awakening. Behind her, she could feel Theron. He hadn't approached yet, but his presence stirred the air, made the hairs on her arms lift. "You shouldn't be this close when I shift," he warned softly. She turned to face him. "I'm not afraid." "You should be." He stepped from the trees, shirtless, barefoot, his body lean and scarred and powerful. But it was his eyes that made her breath catch. They were brighter than usual, glowing faintly gold in the moonlight, the wolf in him closer to the surface than ever before. "It's harder to stay human tonight," he confessed. "Everything in me pulls toward the beast." "Then let me stay with you," she said. "Don't run into the woods alone." His jaw tightened. "If I lose control, you won't." She stepped closer. He didn't move. "Theron," she whispered, "I've seen the monster in you, and I've seen the man. You've never hurt me." He looked down at her, trembling. "But I've wanted to," he admitted. "Not to harm you, never that, but to keep you, cage you, mark you, make you mine so completely you'd forget the life you had before me." Era swallowed, heart pounding. "And now?" "Now I want to be worthy of you." She reached for his hand, lacing their fingers. "Then stay," she said. "Even if the wolf comes forward, stay." "I don't know what he'll do." "Then let me see him." The transformation began with a breath. A shudder moved through Theron's frame, his muscles twitching, his spine bowing. His hands gripped the earth. Bones shifted, limbs stretched, fur burst from skin. It was violent and graceful, like the forest tearing itself open to reveal something ancient beneath. And then he stood before her, tall, massive, fur black as midnight, eyes like molten gold. His breath steamed in the cold, his claws dug into the soil, and yet he did not move. Ira stepped forward, slowly. She lifted her hand, pressed it to his muzzle. He leaned into it, not a growl, not a snarl, just a low, almost inaudible sound, like a sigh that had waited a lifetime to be released. "You're still you," she whispered. The wolf bowed his head. And when he shifted back, trembling and naked and gasping on the forest floor, she knelt beside him and wrapped him in the blanket she'd brought. "I didn't lose control," he said hoarsely. "No," she murmured. "You gave it up." He looked at her, eyes wet. "Why do you stay?" "Because you let me see the worst of you," she said, "and all I want now is to find the rest." And beneath the light of the moon, where monsters gave way to men, she kissed the beast and found only tenderness in his teeth. Theron didn't return from his patrol by dawn. Ira waited by the fire, her heart steadily unraveling with each hour that passed. The sun crawled up through the misted trees, lighting the cave mouth in pale gold, but no figure emerged, no soft crunch of boots on dirt. She paced, sat, stood again. Her pulse refused calm. "Please don't make me go looking for you," she whispered into the stillness. But when the day reached its zenith and he still hadn't come back, she did. The forest was quiet, too quiet. Birds absent, the air thick. Ira followed his scent, faint as it was, down the well-trodden path he always took to the western ridge. That's when she saw the blood. It marked the moss in splatters, dark and drying, leading toward a small gully. She froze. Her breath caught in her throat. "Theron," she scrambled down the incline. At the bottom she found him, barely conscious, bound in silver-threaded wire that burned angry red into his skin. His body was a ruin of wounds, fur soaked crimson where the beast still clung to his form in patches. "Era," he rasped. She dropped to her knees beside him. "Who did this?" "Hunters," he croaked. "Not from the village, hired hands. Silver traps, magic, I didn't see them." His voice faltered, his eyes fluttering. Era tried to tear the wires away, but her fingers burned with contact. "Stop," he gasped. "It'll hurt you." "Let it," she hissed. "Let it hurt me. I'm not leaving you like this." "You should." "I won't." With her teeth clenched, she tore a length of fabric from her dress, wrapped it around her hands, and worked at the wire. Her palms blistered beneath the cloth, the silver fighting her at every turn, but she didn't stop. Finally, the last coil came free. Theron collapsed into her arms, shuddering. "They're watching," he warned weakly. "They'll follow the scent." "Let them," she whispered. "Let them come." She dragged him slowly, painfully, back to the cave. By the time the moon rose, he lay fevered and shaking on the furs. She tended his wounds with trembling hands, boiled herbs she barely recognized, whispered reassurances through the night. He didn't wake until dawn. "You came for me," he murmured. "Of course I did. Even knowing what I've done? Even if you never told me another truth again." His eyes searched her face, haunted. "Then I have to tell you this," he whispered. "There's more coming, not just hunters, a purge. The village wants to erase everything with wolf blood. They've seen you with me." Her stomach turned to ice. "Then we run," she said. "We fight." "No," she said fiercely. "Not yet. You're not ready, and I'm not losing you now. I don't deserve you. That's not your choice to make." And as dawn spilled across his ruined skin, she realized love wasn't born in safe places, it was forged in fire. And this time, she'd burn for him if she had to. The cave was quiet, but not with peace. It was the hush of something unspoken pressing between them, of danger circling, of hearts too full to speak plainly. Theron stirred, propped against the cave wall, the bruises along his ribs yellowing, his breathing easier now. Era sat nearby, wrapping a poultice with steady fingers. But her eyes kept drifting to him, as afraid he'd vanish again. "You should sleep," he murmured. "So should you." He watched her, his gaze heavy. "You could have run when they came for me." "You could have killed me that first night," she replied without looking up. "But we both did something foolish. Fell in love, trusted each other." The air crackled. Neither dared name what had bloomed between them. Not completely. Not yet. Ira set the poultice down, then stood and approached him slowly. The weight of their shared silence had become unbearable. Theron didn't move. His chest rose and fell with quiet restraint. "Tell me something," she said softly, kneeling beside him. "What do you want to know?" "What you were like before they took your children." He closed his eyes, swallowed. "Softer," he whispered. "Less cruel. I didn't always carry hate in my mouth. I laughed easier, slept through the night." "You still could." He opened his eyes, met hers. "Not unless you're there." The confession stole the air between them. Era's hand found his. She didn't speak, not yet, but her fingers curved into his palm like they belonged there. "Why me?" she finally asked. "Because you looked at me like I was more than the monster they say I am." "You are." He shook his head faintly. "Not always." She leaned in closer, her lips just a breath away from his jaw. "But you want to be." That night, he didn't kiss her. That night, he didn't touch her beyond the press of her hand in his. But that night, he held her as she slept, the woman he'd once intended to torment, and he memorized the way her body curved into his. He memorized the rhythm of her breath and the warmth of her skin. He thought of all he could lose if he let revenge keep ruling him. And in the hush of the early hours, he made a choice that terrified him. "I'll burn the past," he whispered against her hair, "if it means I get to keep you." Because love wasn't meant to be a cage, but a fire that either consumed or saved them. A storm rolled in by morning. Rain lashed the forest in sheets, wild and furious. The cave echoed with the sound of water, the cold seeping into the stone walls. But inside, Ira and Theron stayed close. He was healing faster now, still limping, still marked, but his eyes had sharpened. His skin no longer gray with fever. And with every passing hour, the distance between them closed. She no longer flinched when he brushed past her. He no longer hesitated to reach for her hand. But the storm wasn't the only thing approaching. By dusk, Theron's head snapped toward the entrance. "They're here." Ira rose to her feet. "The villagers?" "No, someone worse." The scent hit her then, burnt pine, blood, iron. A second later, a voice echoed from outside the cave, cruel and slick. "Brother." Theron's jaw clenched so tight it trembled. "Stay behind me." He stepped out into the mouth of the cave. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, the forest slick and dripping. And there, cloaked in black, stood a man who looked like Theron, only leaner, paler, with a serpent's smile. "Varen," Theron growled. "You didn't think I'd let you run forever, did you? I told you I was done with your bloodlust. And I told you you'd never wash it off." Varen stepped forward. "The humans killed your pups, yes. But you went soft. Found yourself a pretty thing, forgot the plan." Era stepped out behind Theron, ignoring his warning glare. "What plan?" Varen's gaze slid to her. "He didn't tell you? Of course not. We were supposed to burn every village, cleanse the region, revenge for what they took from us. But he grew a conscience, grew a heart," he sneered. "He fell in love." "Leave her out of this," Theron snapped. Too late. Before Theron could react, Varen moved, a blur of shadow, claws drawn. But Theron met him mid-charge, and the clash shook the trees. They tore at each other, fangs bared, snarling like wild things. Ira screamed his name, watching them roll through the mud, through blood, through broken branches and bone. Theron was stronger, but Varen was crueler, and he fought with nothing left to lose. In the end, it was Ira who ended it. She seized a fallen branch sharpened by the fight and drove it through Varen's back as he raised a claw over Theron's chest. The impact cracked the air. Varen choked, slumped, and fell. The forest went silent again. Theron knelt in the mud, blood pouring from his shoulder, chest heaving. Ira dropped beside him, her hands shaking. "You saved me." "You saved me first," she whispered, again and again. He leaned forward, pressing his forehead to hers, their breaths mingling in the cool air. "We can't stay here," he said. "More will come. Then we run. They'll never stop hunting us. Then we don't stop running." And he kissed her, not desperate, not wild, but like a vow made in blood and thunder. Because if the world would burn for their love, then so be it. They would dance in the ashes together. They didn't look back. Through the dripping forest, over rocky slopes and shallow creeks, they moved as shadows, one limping, one steady, both bound by something deeper than survival. Something that could not be named in daylight without trembling. They crossed into the northern highlands by nightfall, where mist hugged the trees and the moon bled red above them. "It's a bad omen," Theron murmured as they paused beside a gnarled tree. "Or a sign," Ira said, her voice calm, "that we're still alive." He turned to her, something like awe in his gaze. "You keep finding light where I see only dark." "Someone has to," she whispered. They found a hollowed ruin, a broken watchtower once belonging to forgotten kings. Ivy devoured its stone, and its roof had long since fallen, but it offered shelter. Era gathered what dry wood she could find, while Theron paced the perimeter, scenting the wind. "Do you think they'll find us?" she asked when he returned. Eventually, his gaze dropped, but not tonight. A fire crackled to life, and its glow painted her in gold and shadow. Theron sat across from her, the space between them humming like a live wire. "You never asked what I did before all this," he said suddenly. "I figured you'd tell me when you were ready. I was a father, a mate, a protector. I lived for peace. I hunted only to feed my family. I never tasted human blood until they made me watch my pups die." Ira didn't speak. Her breath caught behind her ribs. "That night, something inside me broke, not just my soul, something deeper, older." He looked at her, "And I swore I'd make them pay. But every time I hurt one of them, I didn't feel peace, only more emptiness." "Is that why you didn't hurt me?" "No." His voice was raw now. "I didn't hurt you because I couldn't." She moved toward him, slow, tentative, sat beside him, their shoulders brushing. "What do you feel now?" "Terrified." "Of what?" "Of having something to lose again." The silence was thick, intimate. The fire popped softly beside them. "Then lose it," she said, barely a whisper. "Right here, right now." She reached for him, and he didn't stop her. When their lips met, it wasn't hungry, it wasn't desperate, it was reverent. His hands cradled her like she was something holy, and her fingers curled into his chest like she was anchoring herself to life. He kissed her like a man who thought he would never be kissed again. And she kissed him like he was something worth saving. They didn't speak again that night. There was only touch and breath and the rhythm of something ancient unfolding between them. Something that tasted like surrender, like healing, like a soul clawing back from the abyss. And beneath the fugitive's moon, they weren't hunted or haunted, just a man and a woman, breaking open in each other's arms. Dawn arrived quietly, creeping through the broken stones of the watchtower, casting long beams of gold across the tangled bodies resting within. Ira stirred first, her breath brushing against Theron's chest. His arms were still around her, his hold instinctive, protective, even in sleep. She didn't move. Not yet. The weight of what they'd shared still lingered in the air, soft and warm. She traced the faded scar on his collarbone, wondering how many more stories were written across his skin, wondering how long they had left to write new ones. He opened his eyes slowly. "Morning," he rasped, voice thick with sleep. "You sound less like a beast," she teased, and he smiled, a rare, quiet smile that reached the corners of his eyes. "You do strange things to me, Era." The name sounded different in his mouth now. No longer a prisoner, no longer a ghost. Just her. She sat up, brushing leaves from her hair. "Do we keep running?" Theron followed, rising to his feet with a stretch. "We don't have a choice. Varen wasn't alone. Word will spread. Then let's not wait for the world to catch us." They traveled northward, through valleys and old forgotten paths. The land changed with every step, cold, harsher, more jagged. Wolves howled in the distance, but none dared draw near, and yet unease crawled beneath Theron's skin. They camped that night in a ravine, mist curling at their feet. Era was quiet. Her thoughts felt like thunderclouds, thick and unspoken. "You regret it," he said finally. "No." She looked at him. "I fear it. Because you love a monster. Because I love a man who doesn't believe he's worth loving." His breath caught. "Era, don't run from it," she said. "Not when we've already lost too much." He closed the space between them. "Then let me tell you what I never told anyone, not even my mate. I'm listening. I wasn't there when my children died." Her breath stilled. "I was chasing a rumor, a hunter, thought I could stop him before he reached our den. I failed, and I've hated myself every day since because I lived, and they didn't." Era reached for his hand. "You're not running anymore." He pulled her close, resting his forehead against hers. "You're the only thing that makes me want to be more than what I became." "Then be it. And if the past catches us, we face it together." His arms tightened, and in that ravine, surrounded by fog and silence, they didn't speak again. But their silence said everything. Because love, when born in fire and blood, binds deeper than any curse, and even monsters given a choice can choose to heal. The wind shifted. Even before the scent reached them, Theron knew. Something ancient stirred in the trees, the kind of stillness that warned of sharpened blades and watching eyes. He pulled Ara behind him instinctively, his body low, muscles coiled. "They've found us," he said. "How many?" He sniffed the air again, expression hardening. "Enough to make this hurt." They ran. No words, no plans, only instinct and urgency. Their feet tore through the underbrush, weaving through trees, dodging roots and shadows. But the hounds were trained, the men were skilled, and the trap had already been set. Steel clashed with claw. Arrows pierced the trees like rain, forcing them apart. Ara dragged one way, Theron another. Her scream shattered through the forest as hands grabbed her, ropes binding her wrists, magic seeping into her skin like ice. "Theron!" But she saw no sign of him. Only cloaked hunters, their eyes dead and cold, pulling her through the brush like a trophy. "The she-devil's alive," one of them sneered. "Good, the beast will come for her." They dragged her to the edge of a clearing where wooden stakes had already been set. A trap. Theron would smell her blood. He would come. And they would kill him. Her heart beat like thunder. "Don't," she whispered. "Please don't come." But she knew he would. He always would. Theron crouched high in the trees, silent, trembling. He watched them tie her to the center post, watched the hunters smear silver on their blades, watched them sharpen the arrows that would pierce his heart. He could tear through all of them. The rage was there, the beast within him snarled for it. But she had asked him to be more, not less. And so he breathed, watched, waited. "Do not come for me," her voice echoed in his memory. "Not like this." But then a hunter backhanded her, and something inside Theron snapped. He leapt. The first man didn't even have time to scream. Claws tore through cloth and flesh, fangs broke bone, the air filled with chaos, screaming blood. Ira ducked as one man's body was thrown past her. "Then! I told you," he growled, voice thick and broken. "No one touches you." But the last hunter was clever. He held a dagger to Ira's throat, silver pressed against her skin. "You'll lose her," the man spat, "just like the others." Theron froze, chest heaving. "Let her go," he said. "Or what? You'll kill me. Do it, beast. Then watch her bleed." And Ira, in one swift breath, bit the man's hand. Hard, he screamed, and Theron moved. 1 second, one strike. It was over. Silence returned to the clearing, broken only by their panting breaths. Theron fell to his knees in front of her, clawed hands shaking. "I almost lost you." "You didn't." She leaned into him, her forehead pressed to his. "You chose love over vengeance," she whispered. "You came back to me. Always." And in that ruined clearing, stained by ash and blood, he kissed her like she was the first dawn after endless night. Because when monsters fall in love, they do so with teeth bared and hearts wide open. The silence that followed was not peace. It was ruin. The bodies lay still in the clearing, twisted in death. The silvered weapons glinted in the blood-soaked earth. Smoke curled from a fallen torch, and somewhere a wolf howled in the distance, low and mournful. Theron stood in the center of it all, chest heaving, the beast receding slowly beneath his skin. Ara watched him from the broken post, her arms finally free, but her heart bound tighter than ever. "You didn't want to be this," she said gently, stepping over limbs and ashes. "You didn't want more blood. But it always comes for me," he whispered, "even when I run." She reached him, placing a hand on his chest. His heart thundered beneath her palm. "You didn't start this war." "No," he said, voice hollow, "but I've become it." A gust of wind carried the scent of steel and death into the trees. The hunters were only the first, others would come, always more. "We can't stay here," she said. "They'll find this place." "Let them," Theron growled. "I'll bury every last one of them." But Ira turned his face to hers. "And what will be left of you?" He didn't answer. Instead, he led her to the river, where they cleaned the blood from their skin in silence. The cold stung. It reminded them they were still alive. Later, as they sat by the embers of a small fire tucked beneath a cliffside overhang, Ara dared to ask the question that had burned in her chest since the fight ended. "Why did you save me, Theron?" He didn't look at her at first, just stared into the flames like they held the answers he couldn't face. "Because I was supposed to hate you," he said at last. "You were supposed to be a name, a face, a punishment. But you were kind, defiant, alive." He met her eyes. "You reminded me of what I lost, and then you reminded me of what I still could have." Ira's throat tightened. "And what is that?" "Choice." He leaned closer, not to kiss her, but to rest his forehead against hers. "I don't want to be a weapon anymore." "Then don't be." She laced her fingers through his. "Be a man. Be mine. Be free." The fire crackled between them, low and steady, and in that fragile silence their war-torn souls leaned toward love, knowing it could never undo the past, but it might just save what was left. The village bells rang before dawn, far away but close enough that the sound carried, urgent, rhythmic, and angry. Era froze where she stood, water gourd in hand, listening to the echo thrum through the trees like a war drum. "They're calling for blood," Theron murmured behind her. "Yours? Ours." They had slept by the fire, curled against one another like vines around broken stone. But peace, as always, was borrowed time. And time had run thin. He packed quickly, movements practiced and sharp. She followed silently, the weight of the day curling through her ribs like smoke. "They'll track the dead," she said, "and the fire. They already have." He turned to her, his face more human than beast, but carved with something darker, resignation. "We run until the ground falls out beneath us, or they do. Is that living? It's surviving." They moved through the woods like shadows, two figures stitched from loss and fury, fleeing a world that would never forgive them. As they climbed higher into the mountains, the air grew thinner, colder, and the trees turned to brittle skeletons clawing at the sky. There, in a cave hollowed by time, they found a moment to breathe. Ira curled against the stone, her cloak drawn tight. Theron paced. "You've killed again," she whispered. He didn't deny it. "You could have let them take me," she said, voice trembling. "You could have walked away, vanished into the trees, let them believe you were dead." "And lose you?" "You never had me. Don't lie to me now." She rose to her feet, spine straight, fire in her throat. "I'm not a prize, Theron. I'm not your redemption." "You're not," he agreed. "You're my choice." That stopped her. "Every time they come, every time the claws come out, I ask myself if this is worth it, and it is. Every time, it's you." His voice cracked, low and raw. "But I'm tired of running, Ira. Tired of blood. Tired of pretending I don't want something more than survival." "Then what do you want?" He crossed the space between them, slowly, like a man approaching his altar. "You." Ira closed her eyes. She was afraid. Not of him, but of what she felt. Of what she wanted. Of what would break when the world caught up to them again. But she still whispered, "Then stay, and stop running." He pulled her into his arms, holding her like a secret too precious for daylight. And somewhere above the storm-thick clouds, the moon watched two broken things choose each other, even as the world sharpened its knives. They came with dogs this time. Hounds trained to sniff out wolves, even in their human skins. Their howls split the twilight, echoing through the mountain pass like horns of judgment. Ara and Theron watched from the mouth of the cave as flickering torches pierced the woods below like stars on fire. "They won't stop," she said, her breath curling white. "They can't. They need me to be the monster." He stood with fists clenched, shirt open to the chest, scars bare like sins carved in flesh. His eyes glowed faintly amber, not from shifting, but from fury he no longer tried to cage. "We can still run," she said softly. "No." He turned to her. "We stop here. I won't lose you to another night of fear, and I won't lose myself to another night of hate." Era stepped forward and took his hand. "Then we do it together." That night, the forest met the flame of vengeance. Theron tore through the first wave like shadow incarnate, teeth and claws coated in silver blood. Ira fought beside him, not with fang or fury, but with cunning. She led their pursuers into brambles, into cliffs, into the sharp embrace of the land itself. Still, they were too many. The hunters had brought chains, bolts dipped in wolfsbane. And behind them, a man cloaked in crimson bore a familiar emblem, a mark from the same village that burned Theron's world. "You," Theron growled, backing into the clearing, breath ragged. "You should be dead," the man replied, raising his crossbow. "You were supposed to die with your cursed pups." Time slowed. Ira screamed, the bolt flew. But Theron didn't fall, because she had stepped in front of him. The silver-tipped shaft bit into her shoulder, and she crumpled, not dead but bleeding. No, Theron dropped to his knees, catching her before she hit the ground. Era. I'm fine, she gasped. It missed my heart, barely. Why would you? Because I won't watch you die for a war you didn't start. His howl shook the valley. And when the hunters came again, they faced not a beast, but a god of rage. Theron left none alive. By dawn, the mountain was silent again. Birds refused to sing. The forest held its breath. In the cave, Theron cleaned her wound, trembling. You should have let me die, she whispered, pale but alive. I did once, he said, voice breaking. When I let them burn, I won't make that mistake again. She reached for him, fingers slipping against his, anchoring him. Then don't let go. And under the cold moonlight, their bodies finally met in truth, not as prisoner and captor, not as wolf and woman, but as two souls stitched together by pain, survival, and the defiant need to feel alive. Their love was slow and searing, a balm and a brand, the kind of union forged not in safety but in fire. And when they collapsed in each other's arms, breathless and whole, the world outside could wait, for here they had found something worth bleeding for. The snow came 2 days later, soft and soundless. It blanketed the corpses like a mercy, erasing footprints, muting the scent of blood. Winter, it seemed, was kinder than men. In the cave, warmth lingered, not just from the fire, but from them. Theron hadn't left Ira's side. He barely slept. Every time her breath hitched or her brow furrowed in pain, he was there, whispering promises he didn't know how to keep. You don't have to stay, she murmured once, eyes heavy with sleep. But I want to. And he did. For the first time in years, he wanted to stay. Not for vengeance, not for survival, but for her. When Ira woke again, the pain had dulled, replaced by a strange clarity. She sat up slowly, watching him tend the fire, shirtless, scars aglow beneath the flicker. He looked like something carved from the wild, a man born of loss and storm. Why me? She asked softly. Theron glanced over, surprise flickering in his amber eyes. You should hate me, she said. You could have chosen anyone to keep. Why me? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked over, knelt beside her, and reached for her hand, gentle, reverent. Because you looked at me and didn't flinch, he said. Even when I growled, even when I bled, even when I told you I wanted to break something. I wanted to understand, she whispered, and you did. Silence swelled between them, but it was soft now, no longer brittle. I was going to kill them all, he admitted. Every last one of them who stood by when my children screamed. And now, his voice cracked. I don't know. Some nights I still want to, but when I look at you, I want something else. He leaned in slowly, brushing his lips over her bandaged shoulder. Peace, he said, or something close to it. They stayed in that cave for 3 more nights, long enough for her wound to begin healing, long enough for his rage to cool into something quieter. Long enough for them to find a rhythm that felt almost like home, but peace, they knew, could not last. The snow won't cover us forever, she said on the 5th morning. No, he agreed, but maybe it can guide us somewhere new. They buried their past in the forest. Theron carved the names of his children into the bark of a pine tree and pressed his forehead to the rough surface as if it could forgive him. Then, hand in hand, they walked into the blizzard. No destination, no plan. Only the quiet pulse of something that felt like hope. And behind them, in the cave where blood once dried and warmth bloomed, the fire finally died. But the memory of it would never fade. The village they reached had no name. It was a scattering of stone homes nestled between icy ridges, smoke curling from chimneys like ghostly fingers. The people here were worn and quiet, their eyes wary but not cruel. When Theron and Ira arrived, cloaked and windburned, no one asked questions. Not yet. They found shelter in an abandoned cabin at the edge of town. The windows were cracked, the door sagged, but it was dry, safe. For now, that was enough. They don't know? Ira whispered as she looked out at the snow-dusted rooftops. Let's keep it that way, Theron replied. But secrets never stayed buried, not for monsters. Word traveled. Whispers of a man with golden eyes and a woman too pale, too silent. A boy spotted Theron's shadow lengthen in the moonlight. An old man remembered the name Theron used when trading for bread, one that should have been forgotten. And on the 7th night, they came. Not villagers. Not soldiers. Wolves. They tracked me, Theron said, rage and sorrow knotted in his voice. Your pack? Era asked. He nodded once. What's left of it? The door shattered. They spilled in like a memory he'd tried to forget. Shifters with hollow eyes, scars across their throats, and betrayal hanging from their teeth. You abandoned us, one growled. You chose her. Theron didn't deny it. I chose peace. You chose weakness. The fight was quick and brutal. Theron didn't shift. He fought with fists, with firewood, with everything he had left that wasn't claws. Era stabbed one with a broken lantern, flame and oil catching his coat like a curse. When the last of them fell, choking on his own rage, Theron collapsed beside him, chest heaving. Era knelt over him, blood staining her hands. You can't run from who you are, she whispered. I don't want to run, he rasped. I just want to choose what I become. She kissed him then, fiercely, fully, like it was the first breath after drowning. Then choose me, she said, always. That night, they made love again, not out of fear or desperation, but defiance. Their bodies moved like prayer, like vengeance, like salvation. She whispered his name into his scars, and he trembled against her skin like a man reborn. They left the village before sunrise. No more running, no more hiding. Just two cursed souls on the road again, bound by something stronger than blood or fury. And as the mountains swallowed them whole, the wind carried no howls, only the quiet heartbeat of a love that refused to die. The cold had teeth. It bit through stone, wood, flesh, anything soft enough to remember warmth. In the mountain village of Durnvale, the frost came early, swallowing the land beneath layers of ice that creaked like bones underfoot. It was the kind of winter that silenced birdsong, that made even the wind forget how to howl. Except he remembered. Kellen stood at the edge of the tree line, breath streaming into the night, chest bare despite the cold. Snow clung to his lashes, his jaw clenched so tight it ached. Every muscle in his body trembled, not from the freezing air, but from restraint. The pull had started early this year, too early. And the full moon was coming. He could feel it beneath his skin like fire stitched into his bones. The solstice was 7 days away. 7 days until the curse either broke or claimed him forever. His hands curled into fists, claws threatened beneath his fingernails, teeth ached behind his lips. The beast stirred just below the surface, hungry and restless. It didn't care about consequences. It didn't care about control. It only wanted to tear through the silence, to chase something warm and living across the snow. He turned back toward the village lights in the distance. Lanterns flickered in the windows of crooked wooden homes, smoke curling from chimneys. Safe, fragile lives, completely unaware that something cursed watched them from the woods. He didn't belong there anymore. He hadn't for years. But someone new had arrived. The girl. He didn't know her name yet. Only that she had taken up residence in the healer's old cottage at the base of the eastern ridge. She'd come during the first snowfall, dragging trunks behind her, her coat too thin for this part of the world. He'd watched from the trees as she unpacked her life into a place that devoured lives. She didn't belong here, which meant she was in danger, which meant he should stay away. He didn't. That night, as the village settled into sleep, Kellen prowled the ridge. He moved on silent feet, breath slow, body half-shifted, just enough to borrow the beast's senses. Her cottage glowed dimly with firelight, curtains drawn, a single candle burned in the front window, an offering to the dark. Or maybe a dare. He crept closer, heart hammering louder than his steps. Her scent reached him before the wind changed, lavender, parchment, something wild beneath it. Not fear, not yet. He should leave. But then the door opened. She stepped out, wrapped in wool and quiet. Her hair fell loose down her back, a blanket of dark waves that caught the moonlight. She didn't see him. Not exactly, but she paused. Looked out into the trees like something had stirred her bones. He froze. She tilted her head, eyes narrowing on the woods. Is someone there? His throat burned with the need to answer, but he stayed still, buried in shadow. After a moment, she stepped back inside. The door shut with a soft click. Kellen exhaled and dropped to his knees in the snow. His hands dug into the earth, clawed and shaking. 7 days. He wasn't sure if he would last 2. The next morning brought no sun, only gray sky and the steady whisper of snowfall. Durnvale lay buried beneath inches of white, rooftops sagging under the weight, chimneys coughing weak plumes into the cold. The townsfolk moved slowly, hunched in thick coats, speaking little. The kind of quiet that wasn't peace, but endurance. Kellen watched from the tree line as he always did. Separate, other. But his eyes weren't on the village. They were on her. She was in the square, kneeling beside the woodpile, struggling to split frozen logs with a dull axe. Her breath came in fast clouds. Her fingers were red, her coat dusted in snow. The others ignored her. No one offered help. He wondered if they knew what she was, what she wasn't. She didn't carry the weight of this place in her shoulders. Her movements were too soft, her eyes too wide, like she still believed the world could be kind. That made her dangerous, not to others, to herself. He edged closer, silent in the trees. She swore under her breath, dropped the axe, and leaned back on her heels. The log hadn't split. She looked up toward the mountains like she was praying for patience. Then her gaze flicked sideways toward the forest, toward him. He didn't move. Her eyes narrowed. She stood slowly, brushing her gloves clean, and took a single step toward the trees. "I know someone's there," she said. Her voice was stronger than he expected, clear, unafraid. He swallowed hard. "I saw you last night," she added. Or something. Still, he didn't move. She folded her arms. "I don't believe in ghosts." Good. He wasn't one. She lingered for a moment longer, then turned back to the woodpile. He watched her pick up the axe again, swing harder. It bounced off the log, jarring her wrist. She winced. Kellen cursed under his breath and stepped forward. She froze at the sound. He stayed half hidden behind a spruce, his voice rough and low. "You're holding it wrong." She turned, startled. "What?" "The axe," he said. "You're holding it too close to the blade. Grip it lower." She stared into the trees, searching for a shape. "Who are you?" Silence stretched between them. The wind stirred the snow off the branches above. Finally he said, "Kellen." She took a slow step closer. "Are you from the village?" "Not anymore." "Then why are you watching me?" He didn't answer. "You don't sound like someone who wants to be seen," she said. "And you don't sound like someone who belongs here." She smiled faintly. "Guess we're both out of place." A long pause. Then she said, "My name's Aaliyah." It hit him harder than it should have. A name, spoken without fear, offered without force. He took a step back into the shadows. "Thank you, Aaliyah," he said. "For what?" "For not screaming." She tilted her head. "Should I? Probably." And then he was gone, swallowed by trees and snow, leaving her alone with her axe and her questions. The snow deepened that night, burying paths and footprints alike. Durnvale vanished beneath white silence, and the moon pressed low against the sky, swollen and pale like it too had gone without sleep. Kellen didn't go far from her cottage. He told himself it was caution, curiosity maybe, but it was hunger. Not the kind with teeth. Not yet. But something quieter, more human. He didn't understand it, didn't welcome it, but still, he stayed. Watching the thin candle flicker through her window long past midnight, watching her silhouette move behind the glass. She paced when she thought no one was looking. She was restless, so was he. He hadn't fed in days, not on meat, not on blood, on rage. That was what the curse fed on, not violence, not chaos, just loss. And his veins had been empty of both since the moment she spoke his name. Something about her cracked the pattern wide open. She wasn't like the others, and that made her dangerous. To him. At dawn, the dream came again. He was running, barefoot, half-shifted, the snow boiling beneath his feet. Trees bent away from him as he passed. In the distance, a figure stood at the edge of the cliff. A woman, back turned, hair whipped by wind. He ran toward her, breathless, frantic, knowing without knowing if he reached her, everything would stop. But as he reached out, she turned. And it wasn't Aaliyah. It was the girl he'd killed to survive. Kellen jolted upright in the snow. His hands were fists. His teeth had shifted, sharp against his tongue. His breath came fast. He tasted copper, blood, his own. He swore, spit red into the ice, and slammed a hand against the nearest tree. Bark cracked. His vision blurred. The solstice was 5 days away. If he didn't find the breaking point before then, the beast would win. He wandered toward the river, hoping the cold would slow the fire crawling under his skin. The water moved beneath a thick skin of ice, dark and slow, whispering things he didn't want to hear. Behind him, a crunch. He turned too fast, half-shifted, muscles ready to snap, and saw her. Aaliyah. wrapped in a thick coat, eyes wide but not afraid. "You bleed," she said softly. He blinked. His claws were out. He cursed and turned away. "You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be bleeding," she replied. He didn't answer. She stepped closer. "You're not a ghost," he huffed out a breath. "No, not a man either, though." A pause. "No," he said again. She moved beside him, looked out at the ice. "Then what are you?" He didn't speak. She nodded slowly. "It's okay. You don't have to answer yet." "Yet? I figure people tell the truth when they're ready." He glanced at her, confused, suspicious. She smiled. "Besides, I'm the outsider here. You don't owe me anything. You should be afraid of me." "I think you're already afraid enough for both of us." He stared at her. She looked so small beside the frozen river, cheeks red from the cold, boots sinking into the snow. And for a moment, just a moment, he felt human again. Then the wind changed, and the beast inside him growled low and hungry. He turned away before she could hear it. The days shrank. The sky never cleared. Each morning, Aaliyah woke to deeper snow and heavier silence. She learned quickly that the village had no intention of folding her into its rhythm. The shopkeepers barely looked at her. The smith pretended not to hear her speak. Children stopped playing when she walked by. Durnvale didn't trust strangers. She didn't care. She hadn't come to be trusted. She came to disappear. But she hadn't expected him. Kellen? She said his name aloud only once, behind closed doors, candlelight flickering against her walls. It tasted strange on her tongue. Raw. Important. She didn't know what he was. Not exactly. But her bones recognized him in a way that scared her more than any shadow ever had. She saw him in the woods most mornings now. Not close. Just beyond the line of trees. Watching. She never called out. He never spoke. But he stayed. And that meant something. The night before, she'd dreamed of wolves. Not snarling beasts or storybook monsters, just shapes moving through snow, silent, graceful, eyes like lanterns in the dark. One had walked beside her, its fur black as obsidian, its body scarred and tired. It hadn't spoken. It hadn't needed to. She woke with her palm pressed to her chest. The mark wasn't real. Not yet. But she felt something pulsing there anyway. On the fourth day, she brought an offering. A bowl of broth, simple, rich, hot, and left it on the edge of the woods without speaking. Then she turned and walked back to her cottage without looking back. The next morning the bowl was gone. She left bread the next night. A knit scarf after that. Small things. Pieces of comfort. They always vanished by dawn. And on the fifth day, something was left in return. A feather, black and slick with frost, shaped like a crescent. She found it on her windowsill. She didn't smile, but she didn't cry either. Later, she stood outside her door, eyes closed, and whispered to the trees. "I don't know what you are, but I know you're cold." She paused. "I know what it's like to carry a storm inside your ribs." No answer came. But across the ridge, Kellen stood breathless, heart pounding. He had never wanted to be seen. And now, he wasn't sure how to stop being seen by her. The solstice was 4 days away, and the curse was sharpening. The wind howled that night. Not the kind of howl Kellen knew too well. Not the one buried in the marrow of his shifting bones, but the kind that peeled paint from the shutters and shook the frost from tree limbs. The storm had come hard and without warning, a wall of ice and snow smothering Durnvale in hours. Aaliyah's chimney didn't smoke the next morning. He noticed before the village did. Not that they would have. Durnvale didn't check on strangers when storms rolled in, but Kellen had counted her footsteps in the snow every day since she arrived. He'd memorized the way her light flickered behind the curtain at dusk, the rhythm of her breathing when he stood near her cottage at midnight. Today, there was nothing. He waited as long as he could. Then he crossed the ridge. The front door was stuck, frozen at the edges. Her footprints had stopped 3 paces outside. One boot was lying on its side, half buried in a drift. He didn't knock. He pushed the door open with his shoulder and stepped inside. Cold air rushed out. She lay near the hearth, unconscious, curled into herself, cheeks pale beneath her flushed skin. The fire had gone out. The coals were dead. He crossed the room in 3 steps. Her skin was burning. Fever. He touched her forehead with the back of his hand, jaw tightening. The cold outside would have been mercy compared to the heat she was drowning in. He grabbed a quilt from the chair, wrapped it around her, then lifted her easily into his arms. She didn't stir, he didn't speak. He carried her into the woods, every instinct screaming. Not fear, something older, need. The storm sliced at him as he moved, but he didn't slow. His skin began to shift, claws breaking through, but he held it back. Not yet. There was an old den beneath the ridge, built from stone and time. It had kept him alive once. It would keep her warm now. He lit a fire with hands that shook too hard, then stripped off his coat and placed it beneath her. She groaned as the heat returned to the air, shifting beneath the blanket. He sat nearby, just watching. Hours passed. Snow piled at the mouth of the cave. Finally she stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused, then sharp. "Where?" "You were freezing," he said. "You had a fever." She blinked slowly. "You brought me here?" "Yes." She coughed once, dry and weak. "You don't knock." "No." She smiled faintly, barely there. "Thank you." He looked away. "You stayed," she whispered. "I couldn't leave you in that place." Elia's voice was thin but steady. "This isn't just a storm, is it?" Kellen didn't answer. She closed her eyes again. "It's you," he exhaled. "It's me." Then he leaned his head against the stone wall, watching the fire. The storm outside howled louder. 3 days until the solstice. The storm held the mountains hostage for 2 full days. Snow pressed against the cave's mouth like a closing fist, muting the world outside into a weightless, breathless silence. Inside, the fire crackled low, casting long shadows that danced across the stone walls. The den smelled of smoke, damp earth, and her. Aaliyah hadn't spoken much since waking. Her fever had broken, but the exhaustion clung to her like cobwebs. She drifted in and out of sleep, her breath shallow, her hands always clenched in the folds of the quilt. Kellen stayed close, only leaving briefly to find wood or snow to melt for water. He hadn't shifted again, not fully, but the beast prowled just beneath his skin, restless. He hadn't shared a space with another soul in years, not without bloodshed. Yet she slept just feet away, fragile and burning and utterly unafraid. She didn't ask what he was. She didn't need to. Late that night, when the wind softened and the snow slowed its descent, she opened her eyes and said, "Why haven't you killed me?" The question landed without malice. He looked at her from where he sat near the fire. "Would you believe me if I said I don't know?" She smiled faintly. "Yes." They sat in silence for a while after that. The kind of silence that wasn't empty but full of unspoken things pressing against the cave walls. She sat up slowly, wincing. "What is this place?" "My den. From before." "Before what?" He didn't answer. She reached toward the fire, warming her hands. "You're not just a man. No. You're not just a beast either." He looked at her. "No." "Then what are you, Kellen?" He hesitated, then said, "A mistake. An inheritance. A curse that remembers every scream." She turned to him fully, eyes catching the firelight. "But you brought me here. You stayed. You didn't run. That doesn't make me good. Maybe not. But it makes you here." She paused. "And I think that matters." The cave shuddered under a gust of wind. Kellen stood and moved to the entrance, brushing aside snow and peering out into the night. The sky was clearing. The moon was nearly full. He felt it in his bones, thrumming like war drums. A terrible gravity pulling at the shape of him, begging him to forget. "I was born under a blood moon," he said quietly. "The night my mother died birthing me. My father tried to drown me in the river that same night." She stood beside him now, silent. "He said I was never meant to exist, that a child born during the winter solstice under a wolf moon would only bring ruin." He turned toward her. And he was right. Aaliyah reached out and touched his arm, just her fingers, light against his skin. "I don't believe in destiny," she said. He stared down at her. "You should. Some of us are born ruined." "No," she said softly. "Some of you were just never given a reason to stay." He looked away, jaw tight. 2 days remained. And he could feel the reason forming in her eyes. The village had forgotten her. That was what Aaliyah realized as she sat at the mouth of the cave the next morning, watching the sun spill pale light across a world carved in white. 2 days. She had been missing for 2 days, and no one had come looking. No one had called her name. Durnvale moved on, always. It buried the unwanted with the same indifference it buried the dead. But he had come. Kellen stood behind her, silent and still. She could feel the cold rippling off his skin, not from the weather, but from within. Something about him had gone quieter since the moon rose full last night. He hadn't shifted. Not fully, but his silhouette looked longer in the dark, as if something inside him was growing impatient. She turned to him. "It's close, isn't it?" He nodded once. "The solstice." "Yes. What happens to you when it comes?" He didn't answer. She tried again. "Will you become something else?" "No," he murmured. "I'll become what I really am." The words weren't angry. They were mournful. She stood and faced him. "Then let me help." His eyes snapped to hers, glowing faintly. "You don't understand what you're offering." "I don't need to." "Yes, you do," he said, stepping closer, voice tightening. "I'm not a man, Elia. I can't love like one. I can't have like one. Everything inside me is hunger, need, fury. Every solstice I survive is another year I have to remember the lives I took to stay sane." Her breath hitched. "You've killed people?" He looked away. Not by choice, but not by accident either. Aaliyah's heart ached. Not with fear, but with recognition. Then maybe that's what we have in common. He blinked. "What?" "I came here because I ran. I left behind people who needed me because I was too tired to keep giving myself to everyone else. I've lived in shadows too, Kellen. I've just never had claws." A long silence settled between them, raw and humming. Then Kellen moved, not toward her but deeper into the cave. He crouched near the wall and pulled aside a slab of frozen stone, revealing a small box wrapped in oilcloth. He opened it slowly, then held something out to her. A silver pendant, simple, weathered, the shape of a crescent moon. "My mother's," he said. Aaliyah took it carefully, fingers brushing his. "Why are you giving this to me?" "I'm not," he whispered. "I'm showing it to you. So when I lose myself, you'll remember that I wasn't always the monster." Tears stung her eyes. "I won't let you become one," he smiled faintly. "You can't stop it." "Maybe not," she said, "but I'll be here anyway." Outside, the wind picked up again, and inside, the blood in Kellen's veins began to boil. One day left. The night before the solstice fell heavy, like a blade hanging above them both. Kellen stood just beyond the reach of the firelight, shirt discarded, skin glistening with cold sweat, breath ragged. His body trembled, not from the mountain air, but from the shift building beneath his flesh. Every bone in his frame ached. Every heartbeat sounded like a drum of war. Elia sat by the fire, watching him. She didn't speak. She didn't try to soothe him. He'd warned her what was coming. She understood now. This wasn't a transformation. It was a reckoning. The moon had not yet risen, but he could feel it in the marrow of him. The curse was ready. "You should leave," he said hoarsely. "I'm not going anywhere. If I shift, I won't remember you. I won't remember this. Then I'll remind you." His head jerked toward her. "You think love is enough?" "No," she said, standing. "I think you are." He laughed once, bitter. "You're wrong." The fire cracked. Shadows moved along the cave walls. The night deepened, and then the pull began. Kellen dropped to his knees, hands digging into the dirt, back arching violently. His spine cracked. The change was starting. He cried out, low and guttural, a sound no human throat should make. "Aaliyah," he rasped. "I'm here." His jaw snapped, bones stretching beneath skin. Claws burst from his fingers. He slammed his hands into the ground, chest heaving. "I can't hold it." "You don't have to." His eyes met hers, still his eyes, if only for a moment. "Then run." "No." She stepped closer, close enough to see the veins bulging in his neck, the tears streaking his cheeks even as his face twisted with fur and fangs. "You'll die," he warned. "Then I'll die with you." Kellen roared. The sound shook the stone. He collapsed forward, claws tearing the earth, mouth open in a scream that became a snarl halfway through. And then, silence. Elia dropped to her knees beside him. His form was massive now, all muscle and shadow and blood, but he wasn't moving. "Kellen?" The beast stirred. Then, slowly, its eyes opened. Not golden, not feral, but familiar. He didn't lunge, he didn't growl. He looked at her and whimpered. Aaliyah let out a breath she hadn't known she was holding. "You're still in there." The creature blinked slowly. Its body trembled. She reached out, placing her hand on the fur of his chest right above his heart. "You chose me," she whispered, and in that moment Kellen curled into her touch. Outside, the full moon rose, but inside the curse did not win. Dawn came reluctantly, bleeding through a sky bruised with ash and silver. Aaliyah sat where she'd been all night, at the edge of the firelight, fingers buried in Kellen's fur. His head rested in her lap, heavy and still. He hadn't shifted back. not fully. But he hadn't turned violent either. That mattered. He had stayed. His massive body rose and fell in slow, labored breaths, and though the beast's shape remained, his presence was not monstrous. Not anymore. There was something tired in the way he breathed, something human in the way he leaned into her warmth. The solstice had come and gone, and he hadn't disappeared into the blood-soaked fog of legend. He was here. When the first sunbeam broke through the snow-covered cave entrance, Kellen stirred. His body began to change, gradually, like melting ice. The fur receded, the claws shortened, the scars returned, mapping his skin. And then he was Kellen again, naked and trembling in her arms. She wrapped the quilt around him, pressing her hand to his back. He didn't speak for a long time. When he finally did, it was a whisper. "I didn't kill you." "You didn't. I didn't lose." "No," she said. "You fought." He lifted his head, eyes rimmed with red. "I remember everything." She smiled faintly. "Then the curse is breaking." He leaned against her, chest heaving. "How?" "I stayed," she whispered. "That's how it starts." Outside, the snow had stopped. They left the cave slowly, Kellen leaning on her until his legs steadied. He hadn't walked as a man in days. Every step seemed unsure, but Aaliyah never let go. At the ridge they paused. Below, Durnvale looked the same. Smoke from the chimneys, empty paths, a place frozen in its patterns, but something had shifted. Kellen stared down at the village, jaw tight. "I can't go back there." "You don't have to," she said. "Not yet." He turned to her. "Then where?" Aaliyah took his hand. "Wherever the curse doesn't follow." His fingers closed around hers, slow but certain. They didn't speak after that. They walked, past the village, beyond the trees, through the snow, until the ridge disappeared behind them. And for the first time in a lifetime of moonlit nights, Kellen didn't fear the dawn. They found shelter in a hunting cabin far beyond the northern edge of Durnvale. Abandoned, half buried in snow, but intact. The roof groaned with age, the windows were laced with frost, but there was a hearth and 4 walls and silence. It was enough. Kellen didn't speak much the first 2 days. His voice was hoarse, as if the shift had scraped his throat raw. He paced often, restless, circling the room like a caged animal. Aaliyah let him. She understood the weight of survival, how the aftermath could feel heavier than the storm. On the 3rd day, she woke to find him standing at the window, staring out into the pines. She joined him silently, wrapping a blanket around her shoulders. "What do you see?" "Everything I used to run from," he said, "and everything I never dared to hope for." She rested her head against his shoulder. "And," he hesitated, "I don't know what I'm supposed to be now." "You're free, that's what you are." He turned to her. "No, I'm changed, that's not the same." Her fingers found his. "Then tell me who you are, Kellen. Not what the curse made you. Not what the village feared. You." He stared at her for a long moment, eyes dark with memory. "I don't remember the last time someone asked me that." "Then maybe it's time you remembered." He reached into the pocket of his coat and pulled out the silver crescent moon pendant. He pressed it into her palm, then closed her fingers around it. "My mother called me something once," he said quietly. "Before she died, before the shift ever took root." Aaliyah waited. "She called me Ashen." She tilted her head. "Like ash, like something burned but not broken," she smiled. "Then maybe that's what you are." That night, Kellen didn't shift. For the first time in decades, the moon passed overhead without dragging the beast from his bones. He stood beneath it, chest bare, eyes wide, breath slow. Aaliyah watched from the doorway, her arms wrapped around herself, heart thudding. When he returned to the cabin, he didn't speak. He simply kissed her. It wasn't a desperate kiss, not like the ones made of fear and fury. This was soft, real. The kind of kiss that said, "I'm still here," the kind that tasted like morning after too many dark winters. And when he pulled away, he whispered, "I think I know who I want to be now." She didn't ask. She just held him, because she already knew. The cabin became a world of its own, quiet, secluded, unbound by time. The days passed not by clocks or calendars, but by the rhythm of snow melt and firewood. Kellen began to speak more. Not all at once, not easily, but in pieces, scraps of memory, flashes of what he remembered from before the curse had claimed him. Aaliyah listened. Sometimes she would speak too. About her childhood in Durnvale, about the sister she hadn't spoken to in years, about the dream she once had of becoming a writer, before she learned that surviving consumed more than dreaming ever could. One night, after the fire had burned low and the storm outside rattled the shutters, Kellen asked, "What would you write if you could?" She blinked, caught off guard. "I don't know. Maybe this." He smiled. "You'd write about a cursed wolf and the woman who stayed?" "No," she said, leaning against him. "I'd write about the man beneath the curse, the one who forgot how to be soft, the one who didn't realize he was already worth saving." He fell silent at that. Later, when he thought she had drifted off to sleep, he whispered, "You saved me." She didn't open her eyes, but her fingers curled around his, and he understood she'd heard. The next morning, Kellen stood outside with a shovel, carving a path to the old root cellar behind the cabin. The snow was deep, brittle with ice. He moved like someone who had purpose, whose muscles remembered labor and routine. Aaliyah watched from the doorway, arms crossed, heart tight. This was what healing looked like. Not magic, not declarations, but ordinary motion after long stillness. Later, as the wind settled and the air turned sharp with dusk, Kellen unearthed something at the base of the cellar steps. An old trunk, iron-bound and half-frozen. It groaned when he forced it open. Inside were books wrapped in oilskin, photographs yellowed and curled, and a journal. He brought it to Aaliyah. "This cabin belonged to my grandfather," he said. "I only remembered it when we left the cave. He was a woodsman, maybe a shifter too, I don't know, but I think he left this for someone." Aaliyah opened the journal, thumbing through pages filled with cramped, elegant script. Notes on the curse, observations about moon cycles, sketches of wolf anatomy that blurred into runes. She looked up. "This might explain what happened to you," Kellen nodded. "Or what I'm becoming now." They spent the evening reading it together, each page a breadcrumb toward a truth that had eluded him for years. And when the fire finally died down to embers, Kellen touched her shoulder. "I'm not afraid of what's inside me anymore." She turned to him. "Then maybe now we can figure out what's left when the fear is gone." The journal revealed things neither of them expected. Kellen's grandfather had not only been a shifter, he had been the first in their bloodline to survive the curse. Not to be spared from it, but to endure it long enough to record what it did, how it grew, and how it fed not only on the body, but on the soul. Moon rage, he had called it. A sickness of the heart that hardened the mind, a hunger that sharpened with each denial of self. It wasn't the wolf that destroyed them. It was the silence. "They went mad," Ilya whispered, reading the scrawled lines aloud, "because they hid too long, because no one touched them, because no one saw them." Kellen sat beside her, eyes fixed on the page. "I wasn't cursed by the moon." She looked at him. "I was cursed by the loneliness," he said. They fell into silence then, not because there was nothing left to say, but because everything else needed to be felt before it could be spoken. Later, when night curled around the cabin and the hearth hissed with crackling pine, Kellen took the journal and turned to the very last page. There was one line written in faded ink, "Let the beast be named, and it will no longer rule you." He stared at the words, then set the journal aside. "I want to go back," he said. Aaliyah blinked. "To Durnvale? To the place where I stopped being Kellen." "You're not the same man." "No," he agreed. "But I need to face the place where I became the beast. Not to undo it, just to stop hiding from it." She hesitated, searching his face. "And you want me to come with you?" "I don't want," he said. "I need." The next morning, they packed light. The snow had softened, making the trails less brutal but still treacherous. Kellen moved with certainty. The strength in his body had returned, tempered by something calmer than before. They passed through the pine forest like ghosts retracing their own footprints. By nightfall, they reached the outskirts of the clearing that had once held the ruin of the house where his mother died. It was still there. The walls were caved in, the foundation cracked. Only one corner remained standing, a crooked doorway facing east. Moss and frost covered everything, and snow drifted in through the broken roof. Kellen stepped inside alone. Aaliyah watched from the edge of the trees, heart pounding. Inside, he knelt near what had once been the hearth. He reached into the cold ash and pulled free a shard of wood, burnt, splintered, marked with symbols he hadn't seen since boyhood. His mother had carved them long before the curse took root. He turned the wood in his hand and whispered, "Ashen." A name, a memory. A man reclaimed. When he emerged from the ruin, Elia met him halfway. "Did you find what you needed?" she asked. "No," he said softly, "but I found who I was before I lost it." He looked at her. "And I'm ready to be something more now." They returned to the cabin in silence. Not because there was nothing left to say, but because the weight of healing doesn't come with words. It comes with breath, shared glances, and the quiet folding of pain into peace. Kellen changed in small ways. His gaze held steadier. His shoulders relaxed when she touched him. He no longer flinched from his reflection in the window glass at night. He chopped firewood without growling at the cold. He stood beneath the moon without trembling. But the biggest shift wasn't visible. It was in how he looked at her. Like she wasn't just someone who stayed. Like she was someone he would stay for. Aaliyah saw it too. Not just the man, but the beast tamed, not by chains or magic, but by recognition. She no longer feared the growl beneath his breath or the sharpness in his voice when old ghosts clawed through. She understood now that loving someone cursed didn't mean waiting for them to heal. It meant loving them while they bled. One night, as the fire danced low, Kellen spread the journal between them again. "There's more," he said. "The curse wasn't just about transformation. It was a barrier, something to keep shifters from bonding too deeply with anyone outside the bloodline." Aaliyah blinked. "You mean, it punished you for loving? For needing? For getting too close?" She stared at the pages, where words blurred with centuries of guilt and fear. "How do we break it?" she asked. He met her eyes. "We already are." Later that night, they laid together without walls, without layers, without fear. He touched her like she was the first warm thing he'd ever known. She held him like she knew every inch of him, beast and man. And when they moved together, it wasn't frantic or desperate, it was sacred, like survival. Afterward, he whispered into the hollow of her throat, "I thought I was doomed to be hollow. You were just waiting to be filled. I've never belonged to anything. You belonged to me." And he did. Not in the way the curse demanded or the way the legends warned, but in the way light belongs to a flame, not separate, but inseparable. The moon passed overhead that night, full and silver, and Kellen didn't shift. Not because he fought it, but because he no longer had to. The first sign came with the snowmelt. Tracks, deep, deliberate, appeared outside the cabin one morning. Not deer. Not wolf. Boots. Kellen crouched by the edge of the trail, fingers brushing over the impression in the thawing earth. 3 sets. No scent he recognized, but they were close, circling the woods. "They're hunting something," he murmured. Aaliyah stood on the porch, arms folded tight against the morning chill. "Us?" "Maybe," he said. "Maybe just me." They had spoken of this, in the quiet hours between sleep and waking. That the world would not forget him. That the village's stories would live long past the curse. And now, someone had come to prove those stories right, or to bury them. Kellen stood. "We need to leave." But Aaliyah shook her head. "No, we stop running." He looked at her. "You saw the pages, what I used to be." "I did," she said, "and I see what you are now." "But they won't." "Then let them look." That night the hunters came. 3 men, cloaked, armed, deliberate. They didn't knock. They didn't announce themselves. They simply appeared at the edge of the firelight, their silhouettes sharp against the black pines. Kellen stepped out first, unarmed. The tallest of the men lifted a lantern. "Kellen Vale?" "I was," he said. "Now I'm just Kellen." "You broke the curse." "No," he replied, "I survived it." The men exchanged glances. "You're not the first," one muttered. Kellen's eyes narrowed. "Then why are you here?" "To see if you're the last." Aaliyah appeared behind him then, her voice calm but firm. "He's not your enemy." The leader took a step forward. "That depends. Does the beast still breathe in him?" Kellen didn't answer. He stepped closer instead, slow, unthreatening, and held out his arm. The sleeve was rolled back, the veins visible beneath his skin. "See for yourself." The hunter hesitated, then lifted a small blade and pressed it gently to Kellen's forearm. 1 drop of blood beaded to the surface. It shimmered, not black, not silver, but red, human. The hunter looked up. "The curse is dormant," he said. "Maybe even broken." "Because I didn't fight it," Kellen replied. "I forgave it." The 3 men stood in silence, the forest holding its breath. Then they left. No threats, no promises. Just the knowledge that something old had ended and something new had begun. Kellen stood there long after they vanished. Elia joined him. "What now?" "We live," he said simply. "Not with fear, not with secrecy, but with fire in their blood, and love that could outlast the cold." Spring crept through the forest like a memory returning. The ice gave way to dark soil, the trees shed their coats of frost, and birds returned with shy songs that softened the silence. Elia planted herbs outside the cabin, sage, wild mint, and goldenroot. She knelt in the dirt with bare hands, sleeves rolled to her elbows, hair pinned high as the sun brushed her cheeks. Kellen watched her from the window, heart too full to speak. He wasn't used to peace. He didn't know how to hold it without fear that it would shatter. But Elia did, and through her, he learned. They built shelves, restocked the cellar, mended the cabin walls with timber scavenged from a broken-down stable nearby. Kellen hunted less now, traded snares for patience, learned to fish again. He carved a wooden charm for her, a small wolf's head, not fierce but calm, and she wore it on a string around her neck. Sometimes he woke sweating from dreams, echoes of the cave, the blood, the full moon rising. Each time she was there, hand on his chest, anchoring him to now. "I'm here," she would whisper. And slowly, his body learned to believe her. One afternoon, as clouds drifted low and heavy with summer rain, Elia returned from the stream with a bundle of washed linen. She found Kellen at the cabin's edge, crouched beside a new trap he had built. He looked up. "You've been gone longer than usual." "I took the long path." He studied her. "Looking for something?" She hesitated, then nodded. "Proof." "Of what?" "That I'm not dreaming." He stood and closed the distance between them. His hands found her waist, gentle and familiar. "You're not dreaming." "How can you be sure?" "Because I'm scared," he said. "And I don't get scared in dreams." They stayed like that a while, listening to the hush of wind through pine. That night thunder rolled over the mountains. Kellen stepped outside into the storm, letting it soak him. Elia followed, barefoot, laughing as the rain plastered her hair to her scalp. He reached for her hand, pulled her close. "I used to think I'd die under a sky like this," he said. "Alone, cold." "You didn't," she whispered. "No, I changed under it instead." She leaned into him. "So did I." Lightning cracked through the clouds, revealing the cabin, the trees, the distant peaks that once held nothing but danger. Now they held something else. A life not earned through violence, but through choice. A story not written in blood, but in breath. And two hearts still learning how to beat without chains. They didn't speak of the village often. Not because it didn't matter, but because some wounds do better left untouched, until they scar. And even then, it was Kellen who broke the silence. "I need to go back," he said one morning, over tea that Elia had steeped from forest mint and dried petals. She looked at him carefully. "To Durnvale? To the graves. My mother's, my brother's. I owe them the truth." Elia nodded, though her stomach turned cold. "You won't go alone." The trail to the village hadn't changed. Narrow, shadowed, winding through memory like a knife. The trees there still whispered in a tongue older than pain. Kellen didn't look at them. He kept his eyes forward. They reached the edge of Durnvale at dusk. It was smaller than Elia remembered, or maybe she had grown in ways the village never had. No one stopped them, no one screamed. But eyes followed them, some curious, some wide with old fear. The cemetery sat behind the chapel ruins. Moss-covered, quiet, heavy with things unsaid. Kellen walked between the stones until he found what he was looking for. 2 graves. No markers, just earth that had been disturbed and forgotten years ago. He knelt and laid a hand over each one. "I couldn't save you," he whispered, "but I lived." He stayed like that for a long time. Elia stood beside him, hand resting on his shoulder, grounding him. A voice broke the silence. "I knew you'd come back." They turned to see an old man standing by the chapel wall, cane in hand, eyes clear despite age. "You were just a boy when they dragged you away. They said you were cursed." "We believed them." Kellen stood. "Were they wrong?" The man's gaze didn't flinch. "No, but we were worse." Silence stretched between them. The man nodded once, then turned away. "You're not the same, that's what matters." Later, as they walked away from the graves and the ghosts, Elia spoke. "You didn't need forgiveness." "I didn't come for theirs," Kellen said. "I came for mine." When they returned to the forest, to the cabin wrapped in green and bird song, Kellen stepped through the doorway like someone returning from war. He was not cleansed. He was not healed, but he was whole, and that was enough. The days grew warmer and life around them shifted. The pines thinned at the edges, letting in golden light. Animals returned, quiet, curious, unworried. Kellen began marking the moon's cycles on the inside of the cabin wall. Not to track danger anymore, but out of reverence, out of rhythm. Aaliyah kept journals, her handwriting growing steadier with each entry. Observations of plants, migration, moods, and moments. They were becoming a kind of myth together, something that once would have been whispered around fires and dismissed as impossible. Now it was daily life. One afternoon, while repairing the fence along the eastern edge of the clearing, Kellen paused. Something felt different. Not wrong, not threatening, but present. He turned slowly. A doe stood just beyond the trees, watching. Not frozen in fear, just waiting. When he didn't move, she stepped forward, sniffed the air, then lowered her head and continued on her way. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd held. Later that night, he told Aaliyah. She smiled. They can tell. Tell what? That you don't want to take any more. He nodded. I spent most of my life waiting to lose something. It's strange, not being afraid of gain. She kissed him. You earned peace. He looked down at her. And if it doesn't last, then we start over. As many times as it takes. She whispered against his chest, you survived the curse. You can survive life. In the weeks that followed, they built more than just routine. They cultivated a place of quiet power. Kellen found himself teaching, showing her how to move silently through the trees, how to track not to kill but to understand. Aaliyah in turn taught him to be still, to read, to listen without suspicion. One evening, as the last gold of the sun melted behind the pines, Aaliyah pulled a folded letter from beneath the mattress. I never showed you this, she said. It's from my mother. She left it before she died. He watched her, quiet. She read aloud, voice trembling. If you find someone who sees your storm and stays anyway, let them love you. Do not run. Do not harden. We are not meant to weather life alone. Aaliyah folded it again and pressed it into his palm. You don't have to carry it all by yourself anymore. And for the first time, Kellen believed her. The solstice drew near. It whispered through the trees like a rising tide, pulling at Kellen's blood, at the ancient rhythm inside him that no curse could ever fully silence. Nights grew colder again, though the air was still sweet with summer. The stars sharpened. The wind howled without touching the earth. Kellen began to feel it again, that quiet pressure behind his ribs, the low ache at the base of his spine, a voice without words, calling him home, or deeper into himself. He didn't hide it from Aaliyah. I feel it coming, he said one night, his hands twitching, jaw clenched. Do you think it's the curse returning? She asked gently. No, he murmured. I think it's me, the part I've never let speak. They both knew what that meant, not a breaking, but a choice. They began to prepare, not to run, but to witness. Aaliyah foraged for herbs with calming properties, just in case. She crafted runes in salt and charcoal, not to protect herself, but to protect him, to remind him of what mattered when instinct clawed too hard. Kellen spent long hours in the woods, shirtless, barefoot, walking the perimeter of what he once called a prison and now considered a sanctuary. He whispered to the trees, to his past, to whatever ancient part of him still listened. And on the night before the solstice, he didn't sleep. Neither did Aaliyah. They sat by the hearth, the fire low, their fingers entwined. If I lose myself, he said, voice raw, don't follow. She turned to him, eyes sharp and sure. If you lose yourself, I will follow, not to bring you back, but to remind you that you are not alone. He exhaled shakily, then kissed her like it might be the last time. The moon rose high and sharp and full, cutting through the darkness like a blade. Kellen stood in the center of the clearing. Aaliyah watched from the cabin steps. His body trembled, not with fear but surrender. He didn't resist the shift this time, didn't fight to stay human, didn't claw at the edges of what he was born to be. He let it come. Bones cracked, muscles stretched. Heat seared through his spine. The wolf emerged, not wild, not monstrous, but complete. White as snow, eyes dark as wet earth. He didn't howl, he simply looked at Aaliyah. And she didn't flinch. She stepped forward, reached out, and touched the fur between his eyes. The night held its breath. Aaliyah's fingers curled into the thick fur of the wolf's brow, her touch trembling but not with fear. The creature before her, Kellen, reshaped and reformed, stood still beneath her hand. His breath came in steady huffs, warm against her skin, eyes blinking slow and intelligent. No bloodlust. No savagery. Just the weight of centuries-old instincts held in fragile, deliberate silence. The forest stirred behind them, wind rustling leaves, an owl calling in the distance, but the clearing remained still, as if the moon itself waited to see what Kellen would do. Elia didn't speak. Words were useless now. This wasn't about language. It was about trust. Kellen lowered his massive head, brushing it against her chest, the tip of his snout pressing against the chain she wore, the wolf's head charm he had carved for her. The touch was soft, reverent. Then slowly he stepped back. She let her hand fall. The wolf turned and ran, but not away. Around the clearing, through the trees, leaping over mossy roots, and gliding between trunks like a ghost made of bone and snow. Aaliyah watched from the porch, heart pounding not from dread, but awe. She had seen the man. Now, she was seeing the truth. The form he had been cursed with was never a curse at all. It was freedom. Hours passed. She sat by the fire, knees pulled to her chest, waiting. Just before dawn he returned, not as the wolf, but as the man. Naked, scraped, covered in dew and dirt, his breath ragged, hair wild. He collapsed at the threshold of the cabin. She rushed to him, wrapping a blanket around his shoulders, holding his face between her hands. "You came back," she whispered. His eyes searched hers. "I didn't have to fight. No, I didn't want to." That day they slept side by side, wrapped in wool and silence. When the sun reached its highest point, Aaliyah stirred and opened her journal. She wrote only one line. "He is not cursed. He is becoming." Summer faded slowly, stretched out in long golden evenings and cool mornings that hinted at what was to come. But in the heart of the forest, where Aaliyah and Kellen had built something too quiet to be called a miracle, time no longer held power. They existed beyond it now. Kellen no longer feared the moon. When it rose, he welcomed it. Sometimes he shifted beneath its silver gaze, not out of necessity but curiosity, exploring the part of himself he had buried for too long. Aaliyah would sit by the fire and wait, never with dread, always with trust. And each time, he returned sooner. Each time he came back not as a man broken by instinct, but as one shaped by choice. They spoke often of what came next, not in plans or blueprints, but in shared looks, in touches that lingered, in silence that no longer needed explanation. One afternoon, Aaliyah stood at the edge of the stream with her feet in the water, watching the sky ripple. Kellen approached quietly behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "I was thinking," she said. "Dangerous," she smiled. "I want to stay here, not just survive here, live here." He kissed her shoulder. "Then we will." They planted more herbs, carved paths through the brambles, raised a second shelter for winter stores. And when they walked the forest together, the animals no longer ran. The trees no longer whispered warnings. The land had accepted them, perhaps even forgiven them. Autumn arrived not with fanfare but with slow, deliberate steps. Leaves turned gold and red. The air turned crisp. And one night, beneath a blood-orange sky, Aaliyah whispered, "I'm late." Kellen blinked. "Late?" She nodded, breath shallow. "By 3 weeks." His heart stilled, then leapt. "You mean?" "I think I mean." They didn't celebrate loudly. There were no fireworks or dances, just a quiet joy shared between two people who had come from ruin, found each other in the wreckage, and decided to build anyway. Kellen pressed his ear to her stomach that night, listening. "I don't hear anything yet." "You will." She threaded her fingers through his hair, and in that moment, wrapped in firelight, held between the past and whatever future waited in the trees, they knew. This wasn't the end of their story. It was just the place where the wild things finally came to rest. Now, close your eyes and drift into the next story, where darkness is a lover, and every breath carries a secret. The room was too quiet. She lay awake on the worn mattress, counting the cracks in the wooden ceiling. 1, 2, 3, splintered lines etched by time and cold. The silence pressed against her temples like a scream held just out of reach. No wind, no birds, just the creak of ancient timber and the steady, maddening beat of her own heart. Her wrists were sore from the metal cuffs, no longer locked but still tight in memory. He hadn't chained her in days, not physically. But the walls around her didn't need locks. They were thick, stone-backed, covered in heavy wood. There were no windows. Only a narrow slit at the top of the wall where a sliver of daylight drifted in and out, depending on his mood. She didn't even know his name. The man who brought her here was a shadow. Always in control. Always watching. He spoke little, never raised his voice, and yet filled the room with something cold and feral every time he entered. Tall, broad-shouldered, with eyes like storm-lit amber and hands that looked too human to belong to someone like him. Because he wasn't human. Not entirely. She had seen things. Felt them. The growl in his throat that didn't sound like a man. The way his eyes caught the light. The way he disappeared into the forest for hours and returned with blood under his fingernails and dirt on his chest. And once, just once, she had seen his skin ripple as though something beneath it were shifting, breathing, waiting. She didn't speak to him unless she had to. Not anymore. He brought her food twice a day. Never anything fancy. Meats, root vegetables, fruit that tasted like it had just been picked from the trees. No processed wrappers, no packages. Just things that kept her alive. And she was alive, that at least was clear. He hadn't hurt her. Not really. But this place wasn't safety. It was containment. On the 7th morning, the door creaked open, and he stepped in, taller than the frame, as if the house had been built to keep him inside just as much as her. His voice was low and calm. "You haven't eaten." She said nothing. He stepped closer, set the bowl of food down, and stared at her from across the room. "I told you you're not my prisoner." She blinked slowly. "Then why can't I leave?" His jaw clenched. "You wouldn't make it 10 steps in the forest, not with what's out there." She laughed once, sharp. "And in here, what are you?" He didn't answer. Instead, he turned and left, locking the door behind him. But this time she caught it. Barely a flicker in his expression before he looked away. Guilt. Or something worse. She knew then he didn't want her to fear him. He wanted her to see him. And she would. Just long enough to plan her escape. The door stayed closed for 3 more days. He didn't return, but the meals kept coming. Someone, something, was slipping trays through the narrow slot at the bottom of the door. Always hot, always fresh. Meat, thick and red, sometimes raw in the center. She ate it anyway. Hunger had a way of killing pride. On the 3rd night, she heard footsteps in the hall. He was back. The heavy bolt slid open. She sat up on the mattress, spine straight. He entered slowly, carrying a folded bundle of clothes. His eyes scanned the room, the untouched water, the curled blanket in the corner. She noticed the tension in his shoulders before he even spoke. "You need air," he said. "You're coming outside with me." She didn't move. He crossed the room and held out the bundle. A wool cloak, heavy boots, and a knitted scarf. "It's cold out there." "I'm not going anywhere with you." His jaw worked silently for a second, then, "You don't have to run. You wouldn't get far. The others wouldn't let you." "Others." His pause was too long. "There's more like you," she said slowly. "No," he replied, and for the first time, his voice carried something sharp. "There's no one like me." That wasn't an answer. Not really. But curiosity was its own leash. She stood, took the clothes, and dressed without looking at him. He turned his back, giving her privacy, though something about the gesture made her skin crawl. Kindness from captors was always the most dangerous kind. When they stepped into the forest, the air hit her like a slap. Crisp, pine-scented, wild. It was beautiful out here, and it was all his. The trees towered above them, ancient and twisted, their roots curling through frozen soil. She caught the sound of birds, the distant howl of something larger, and far off. A river. "Where are we?" she asked. "A place the world forgot." He walked beside her, not behind, not leading. They followed a worn path through moss and frost, neither speaking. She watched him from the corner of her eye. His movements were precise, animal. Every muscle held with intention, his steps too quiet for someone his size. They came to a clearing. In its center stood a ring of stones blackened by fire. He stopped there. "This is the boundary," he said. "Boundary of what?" "My mercy." She flinched, his gaze didn't waver. "I brought you here because you're different. Not weak. Not prey. You survived something most wouldn't. I thought, maybe you belonged here." She laughed. "So your idea of rescue is imprisonment?" "I kept you from being hunted." "By what?" He looked toward the trees. "By them." And for the first time she understood. He wasn't just hiding her. He was hiding her from something worse. She didn't sleep that night, not because she was afraid, though she was, but because something had shifted. The way he looked at her in the clearing, the weight in his words, the way he spoke of them. It wasn't cruelty. It was warning. And warnings meant there were other players in this game. She paced the room long after he locked the door. No screams in the woods, no howls, just that same suffocating silence. It was the silence of something ancient keeping itself hidden. By morning, she had worn a track in the wood floor. Her mind was burning through every detail of the last 3 weeks. The room, the meals, the strange marks she'd seen once on his ribs when he walked by shirtless, jagged like claw slashes but healed over in twisted ridges. They weren't scars from a man. They were survival stories written in flesh. And he wasn't the only one carrying them. Later, he brought her outside again. This time, they walked deeper into the woods. No questions were asked. He moved with purpose, and she followed because she had no better plan. The sky was pale and gray, and the forest around them stretched for miles. No roads, no towers, nothing human. Then, just past a fallen tree, she saw it. A figure, watching. He stood half hidden behind a cluster of pines, taller than the man beside her, leaner, with eyes that shimmered like ice catching firelight. His clothes were dark, ragged, but his stance was powerful. Still. Animal. Her captor stopped walking. His hand came up, palm open. The figure didn't move. Then slowly the man by her side turned to her. Go back. She shook her head. Who is that? He didn't answer. I want to know who else is out here. He stepped closer, low voice tight. That's not someone you want to meet without me. The words weren't possessive. They were protective, but it was too late. The figure stepped forward, revealing more of his face, younger. Sharper jawline, softer mouth, less restrained. His voice cut through the air. You're keeping her locked up like a pet. She deserves to know what you are. Leave, her captor growled, voice already starting to shift, richer, deeper. Or what? The other man said. You'll rip my throat out in front of her. The energy between them changed, not just tension, something more primal. Who are you? She asked. The newcomer looked at her then, and for the first time she saw softness. Someone who can get you out. Her breath caught, a choice. Not safety. Not yet. But the idea of it. Her captor stepped between them, body rigid. She doesn't belong to you. She doesn't belong to you either. The wind picked up, the forest listened, and she realized with growing dread that whatever was happening here wasn't about her freedom anymore. It was about ownership. She didn't know his name, but those eyes stayed with her long after the forest swallowed him whole. Silver. Piercing. Wild. They haunted her that night, burned into the back of her mind. Not just because of what he said, but how he said it. He wasn't afraid of the one who kept her here. He stood his ground with a kind of furious grace, the kind she hadn't seen in anyone else since arriving. He wanted her free. And for the first time since waking up in this cursed place, she felt the smallest crack form in her fear. There might be a way out. She didn't ask questions at breakfast. Her captor said little, simply left a tray and lingered longer than usual. Watching her, studying her, as if waiting for her to break the silence first. She didn't. But after he left, she pressed her ear to the door, counting his steps as they faded down the hall. She was being watched. Not just by him, but by the other one, too. Days passed. Each time she was taken outside, she looked for a sign. A footprint, a shadow, a whisper. She could feel him watching. Could feel it like a chill down her back, electric and wrong and hopeful all at once. Then one morning, there he was, standing just beyond the tree line like he had been carved from the wind. Same silver eyes, same confident stance. She turned to her captor. Let me speak to him. No, I need to understand what's going on. He stiffened. He's not who you think he is. And you are? That landed. His hands flexed at his sides, knuckles pale. He'll fill your head with things you're not ready to hear. I decide what I'm ready for. He stared at her, jaw tight. And then, unexpectedly, he stepped aside. The silver-eyed man didn't wait. He came forward quickly but without sudden movement, as if trying not to spook her. He nodded once at the other werewolf before turning to her. Are you okay? She studied him. Define okay. He smiled faintly. Fair. What's your name? Teal. The word dropped between them like an offering. Her first taste of control. Sale turned his eyes to the other man. You're not giving her the truth. She deserves more than secrets and locked doors. You don't know what I'm trying to protect her from, her captor replied, voice edged in threat. I know what you're trying to keep her for. Something shifted between them again, deeper this time. Old history, wounds that hadn't healed. She's not part of your claim, Sale continued. She's not part of yours either. Neither moved, but she stepped forward. You two are part of the same pack. Silence. Then Seal nodded. Were. And that's when she knew. This wasn't just a rivalry. It was a fracture in something ancient. A split that hadn't closed. And she was the one standing in the middle of it. The air between them was taut, stretched so tight she could almost hear it hum. Two wolves. One pack torn apart. And her, the human woman caught in the rift, unsure whether she was prize prisoner or something worse, something sacred. She didn't ask more questions in front of them, not yet. She let the tension dissolve back into silence, let the woods reclaim their stillness. But her thoughts were anything but quiet. Later, back in the room, she sat cross-legged on the mattress, fingers pressed to her temples. There were no windows, no clocks, but time passed anyway, marked only by the rhythm of her heartbeat and the scraping of her thoughts. Two werewolves. She should have run at the first sight of their sharpened eyes. But there was something deeper happening here. Something wrapped in history and blood. She had never believed in fate. Not before. Now, she wasn't so sure. That night, her captor returned. His name was still a mystery. But something about his presence had softened. The space between them no longer buzzed with menace, only with things unsaid. I let you see him, he murmured. I didn't ask for permission. His lips twitched, almost a smile. You're not a thing to be possessed. Then what am I? He hesitated, then sat on the edge of the table across from her. You remind me of someone, he said. Someone long gone. Someone who believed monsters could be loved. Were they wrong? They're dead. The finality in his voice should have shut her up, but something about the pain underneath, raw, buried, unspoken, made her press harder. You weren't always like this, were you? His gaze met hers. I was born under the blood moon. That's not something you outgrow. You said you were trying to protect me. I am. From him? His silence was answer enough, but you were in the same pack. He nodded once. Not all monsters stay buried. Some grow patient. Some change their faces. She swallowed. And what about you? I tried to change. His voice cracked slightly, barely a fracture, but enough to slice her open. Why did you take me? She asked quietly. He didn't blink. Because I had a dream. You were dying in it, and when I woke up I smelled your blood in the trees. Her chest tightened. You found me? I saved you. From what? From what Seal became. The name struck a different chord now. Not just the man with silver eyes, but something darker behind them. You said he'd fill my head with lies. No, he said slowly. With truth. But truth can be a weapon too, especially when you only get half of it. She leaned forward. Then give me your half. But he stood abruptly, every muscle taut again. Not tonight. As he left, she stared at the locked door, mind racing. Seal offered escape. But this man, whatever name he wore, offered something stranger. A reason to stay. She didn't sleep. Not because she was afraid, but because something inside her had begun to twist. It wasn't fear anymore. It wasn't even survival. It was need, to know the truth, to see the pieces hidden in the dark corners of this strange forest, to understand the man who had taken her. No, not taken, saved her. That's what he claimed. But from what? Cale hadn't returned since the standoff in the woods, and the man who kept her here, still nameless, was beginning to unravel in his silence. His words echoed louder the less he spoke. She remembered what he said the night before. You were dying, and I smelled your blood in the trees, a dream, a vision. Then reality. And when she pressed her fingers against her chest that morning, right over her heart, she could still feel the bruise that had bloomed beneath her skin the night it happened. Something had found her. Something had chased her. She remembered the branches clawing at her arms, the freezing air, and then the moment she fell and woke up here. But she didn't remember being saved. Later that day, he brought her outside again. No words were exchanged. Just the forest. Just the cold. Just the two of them walking in a silence that was too loud. They reached the edge of a ravine, steep and snow-laced. A stream rushed at the bottom, hidden beneath layers of ice. He stood at the edge, unmoving, like a statue carved by winter itself. She joined him. "You're not human," she said quietly. "No, and Seal, not anymore." She stared at him. "But you were, once." "I was something close." She pulled her sleeves down against the wind. "What changed you?" He turned then, eyes fierce. "The moon chooses who we become. But the pain, that's all ours." She blinked. "Do you hate what you are?" He looked past her toward the trees. "I hate what I've done." She stepped closer. "Then tell me your name." That startled him. His gaze snapped back to hers. "I don't want to keep calling you he," she said. "You said I wasn't a possession. Names matter." A long pause stretched between them. Then, Ronan. The name suited him. Sharp, old, grounded. He turned his wrist over and pushed up his sleeve. There, just beneath the skin, was a scar she hadn't seen before. A brand, burned into flesh long ago and healed over ragged and white. It formed a half circle, jagged lines radiating from its center like a broken sun. "This mark," he said, "was the beginning, the curse, the bond to the Alpha before me, before I challenged him." Her breath caught. "You fought your Alpha?" "I killed him." Ronan's voice was like gravel and snow, cold and grounded, yet trembling beneath the surface. "And Seal? He was the beta, the loyal one, until he wasn't." She couldn't stop the chill that ran down her spine. "So what am I in all this?" Ronan met her eyes. "The one who wasn't supposed to survive." She didn't understand, but his voice softened. "And maybe the one who changes everything." Ronan didn't speak again on the walk back. He stayed ahead of her, shoulders tense, every footstep careful, not like he was avoiding her, but as if he was listening. For something. Or someone. That night, she couldn't eat. The meal sat untouched on the tray while she sat on the mattress, fingers digging into the fabric, her mind racing through everything he'd said. The mark, the fight for Alpha. Kale, the one who wasn't supposed to survive. And why? Why did he say that? She waited until the hallway lights dimmed. The house, cabin, whatever this place was, had its own rhythm. Lights out meant he was either patrolling or changing. She hadn't seen him transform. Not yet, but sometimes she heard it. Low groans in the night, bones shifting, breath held too long. Tonight, though, something else broke the stillness. A soft tap. On the windowless wall. 3 soft taps. Then silence. She froze. Again, tap, tap. She stood, heart hammering, and crossed the room. She pressed her palm to the wall where the sound came from. Cold, just wood. But she whispered anyway. "Kale?" A pause. Then, "Yes." The voice was clear, too clear for the thickness of the walls. She leaned in, whispering back. "How?" "There's a weak panel behind your bed. Bottom right corner. Kick it hard." She turned, grabbed the mattress, shoved it aside. The floor groaned and she dropped to her knees. There, right where he said, a seam, nearly invisible. She pressed. Nothing. She kicked. The wood cracked, again, and it gave. A hole, small, just enough for a hand to fit through. A palm appeared, dirty, calloused. "Come with me," he whispered, "now." She hesitated. "Why?" "Because Ronan won't let you go." "And you will?" "I don't want to own you. I want to free you." She stared at the opening at the offered hand. Then she pulled away. "I need answers first," she whispered. "Then meet me. Tomorrow night, I'll be here." And then he was gone. The wall was silent again. The crack she made, still there. She shoved the mattress back into place, breathing hard, heart pounding. In the silence that followed, she heard the front door creak open. Heavy footsteps. Measured. Controlled. Ronan. He didn't knock. He opened the door and stood in the frame, silhouetted by the pale light. "You moved the bed," he said. It wasn't a question. She met his gaze, unflinching. "I wanted to clean." His eyes scanned the floor, and for a moment she thought he'd go to the wall, rip it open, drag her out screaming. But he didn't. Instead, he walked toward her, stopped a foot away and crouched. "You need to stop testing the walls." "I'm not trying to escape." His jaw clenched. "Good, because something's out there tonight." She stiffened. "What?" "I caught scent of blood and ash on the eastern path. He's closer than he should be." "Seal." Ronan's voice dropped. "If he speaks to you again, don't listen." She said nothing. He rose and left without locking the door. The message was clear. If she walked out now, she wouldn't come back. She didn't sleep again. Every time her eyes closed, she saw the hole beneath the bed and the ghost of Kale's voice whispering through it. But it wasn't just the promise of escape that kept her awake. It was the weight of Ronan's warning. Blood and ash. That wasn't a metaphor. It meant something real, something dangerous. And Ronan hadn't locked her in. She could have run. She still could. But she didn't. She stayed. And when the morning came, she didn't pretend anymore. At breakfast, she stared across the table and asked, "Why didn't you stop me last night?" Ronan didn't flinch. He didn't look surprised either. "Because I needed to know if you would. And if I had gone," his eyes darkened, "you'd be dead." She swallowed hard, unsure whether it was the truth or a threat. "Kale offered me freedom. Kale offers chaos. He doesn't know how to love something without trying to own it." She tilted her head. "Sounds familiar." That earned her a flicker of heat behind his gaze. Not anger. Something else. "I didn't take you to keep you," he said slowly. "I took you to break the cycle." "What cycle?" He looked away. "Do you know how old I am, Mira?" Her name sounded strange from his lips, spoken only a few times, always like it held weight. "No," she whispered. 87 winters." She blinked. "But you look 30? That's when I stopped aging. The wolf doesn't care about time." She leaned forward. "So you've seen this before, this war between you and Kale." "I've lived it." He stood suddenly, paced the room once, then turned back. "We were both promised her." "What?" "The woman before you, human. She wandered into the territory during the last solstice. Both of us found her. Both of us wanted her." Mira's chest tightened. "What happened to her?" "She chose Kale. And—" Ronan's voice lowered. "He turned her, without her consent. She didn't survive the first full moon." Mira felt the breath leave her lungs. "And now?" she asked. "She's buried beneath the old pine near the ravine." Mira stood. "So this is revenge?" "No." He stepped closer. "This is warning." She met his gaze. "Why me, then? Why not just kill Kale and end it?" "Because you're the first thing he's wanted since her, and the only thing I've ever wanted to protect without tearing it apart." The air between them changed. His hand lifted slowly, hesitantly, then brushed her cheek so lightly it almost wasn't there. "Let me keep you safe," he murmured. She didn't move, didn't lean in, didn't pull away. But she looked him in the eyes and whispered, "Then stop lying to me." Ronan's expression fractured, and for the first time she saw something raw underneath the wolf. Not power, but guilt. The woods were quieter than they should have been. Not just silent, watchful. Even the wind moved differently, curling through the branches like it was listening. Ronan led her out without a word. She followed, her steps crunching against frost and dead leaves, eyes flicking from shadow to shadow. There was no leash, no chains, just her decision to go. And he took her straight to the place she least wanted to see. The old pine. Its trunk was warped, twisted unnaturally at the base. Bark knotted like ancient scars. The earth beneath it was dark, uneven, sunken slightly as if the forest itself had mourned. "She's here?" Mira asked softly. Ronan didn't answer with words. He knelt beside the roots and ran a hand across the ground with reverence. "She was kind," he murmured. "Like you, soft-spoken, curious." "What was her name?" "Isolde." Mira folded her arms. The name felt heavy, real. Suddenly, this wasn't just Ronan's tragedy or Kale's betrayal. It was a warning carved into dirt and bones. "He turned her without asking?" she asked. Ronan nodded. "Said it was the only way to keep her safe. Said humans were too fragile to survive in this world." "But you're different." I asked. She said no, and I accepted that. Mira dropped to her knees beside him. "Why tell me this now?" "Because I don't want you to confuse my silence for cruelty. I brought you here because I felt something the night I found you. Not just the bond, something deeper. Something I thought I'd buried with her." She didn't answer right away. The breeze shifted, carrying the scent of pine resin and something metallic, old blood clinging to old memories. "Do you want me to stay?" she asked. His gaze flicked toward her. "More than anything. But I won't make the choice for you." That, more than anything, made her chest ache. Later, when they returned to the house, Ronan vanished into the woods again. He told her he needed to hunt. But Mira wasn't sure it was prey he was tracking. That night, the knock came again. But not from the wall, from the front door. 3 slow knocks. She didn't move. The air in the cabin grew still, like even the floorboards were holding their breath. Then, "Mira," Kale's voice low and sweet through the crack beneath the door. "I know you're awake." She pressed her back to the wall, heart slamming. "I kept my promise," he said. "I came back." A pause. "You don't belong to him. You never did." You feel it, don't you? That pull between us? She shut her eyes. I won't ask you to run. Not tonight. But leave the door unlocked tomorrow. I'll be waiting. Another pause. And Mira? He's lying about us all day. Silence. She waited 5 minutes before she even breathed again. And when she finally looked at the door, she realized there were claw marks on the outside. Fresh ones. The morning air tasted wrong. Too still. Too clean. Like the forest had scrubbed away all signs of what happened last night. But Mira knew better. She saw the claw marks. She heard Cale's voice. And she remembered every word he said, especially the last one. He's lying about us all day. She didn't unlock the door. She didn't leave the room. But she also didn't tell Ronan what happened. He didn't ask. When he returned near dawn, dried blood across his hands and neck, he only met her gaze and nodded once. A silent agreement. Not now. But the silence between them was no longer peaceful. It was brittle, ready to shatter. Later that day, Ronan offered her something she hadn't expected, a book. It was old, leather-bound, the cover scorched and cracking at the corners. What is this? She asked. Pack history, he said. All the stories we're not supposed to tell outsiders. She ran her fingers along the spine. Why give this to me? Because if you're going to choose, you deserve to know the truth. She opened to the first page. Names, symbols, bloodlines, and then a chapter titled The Challenge for Alpha, Ronan vs. Seal. Her breath caught. You documented it? We have to, he said. It's part of the law. She read in silence. According to the record, the challenge had been mutual. Ronan had accused Seal of violating the pact, of turning a human without council permission. Seal, in return, accused Ronan of sedition. The fight had lasted 3 nights. No witnesses survived the final day. Mira's hand trembled. You killed the others? She asked. No, Ronan said, his voice sharp. Cale did. He turned away, jaw tight. He burned them alive in the East Woods, said they were traitors for supporting me. Then why does he walk free? Because I let him. That stopped her cold. You let him? He was my brother, Mira. Not by blood, but by oath. We were raised together. I thought if I let him go, he'd disappear into the wild and rot alone. But I was wrong. He waited. She closed the book, and now he's come back for me. Yes, because I remind him of her. Yes. Her throat tightened. Do you see her in me too? Ronan looked at her then, eyes haunted. No, that's why I'm afraid. She stepped closer. I won't be turned without my choice, and I won't be buried beneath a tree. You won't be, he said quietly. Not while I still breathe. That night, Mira didn't sleep. She stayed by the door, watching it, listening. But Sale didn't come. Not through the door, not through the wall, not in whispers, just silence. Until just before dawn, a note slid beneath the crack. 4 words written in a jagged hand. He lies to you. Again. Mira stared at the note long after the sky began to lighten. She didn't move, didn't breathe too hard. Just sat there, cross-legged on the floor, with the piece of paper curled between her fingers. He lies to you. Again. Again. It wasn't just a warning. It was a wound reopened. When Ronan emerged hours later, shirtless, soaked with dew and the faint copper trace of blood, she was waiting. The note lay flat on the table beside her, like an accusation. He saw it the moment he walked in. You didn't burn it, he said quietly. You didn't deny it. Ronan's expression didn't shift, but his body did, tense, alert, every muscle ready for something primal. What does he claim I've lied about now? Isolde, she said. Cale says you lied about her death. I told you what happened. You told me your version. Something flickered in his eyes. Not guilt, not rage. Grief. Do you want to see the truth? He asked. She hesitated. What do you mean? Come with me. Again, no chains, no threats. Just an offer. She followed. They didn't go to the pine. He led her deeper into the woods this time, past the old ravine, through tangled brush and over roots as thick as her wrists. The trees parted eventually, revealing a hollowed-out space where the earth looked burned. Charred black, still scarred from fire that happened years ago. She died here, Ronan said, not under the pine. Mira stepped forward. The ground felt colder than snow. She tried to run, he continued. After Cale changed her, she lost control, went feral, killed a deer with her teeth. When I found her, she begged me to end it. Mira turned toward him. And you did? No, he whispered. I held her until she stopped breathing. She tore out her own throat, trying to fight the shift. I buried her beneath the pine because she loved it there. It was the only peaceful place I could give her. Mira's voice trembled. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because I didn't want you to see her that way. She looked at the ashes, the ring of scorched stone. You should have told me the whole truth. I know. They walked back in silence. That night she found the note gone, but something else had been left in its place. A necklace, twine and silver, and a smooth black stone at its center. It pulsed faintly in the dark, like it was alive. There was no message, but somehow she knew. It was from Kale. Mira held the necklace up to the candlelight, watching the way the stone pulsed, slow and steady like a heartbeat. It was cold to the touch, colder than it should have been. And when she closed her fingers around it, she swore she could feel it pulling toward her skin. Not a gift. A tether. She dropped it onto the table and stepped back like it might bite. When Ronan saw it, he went still. Where did that come from? He asked. It was left for me. He didn't ask by who. His jaw clenched hard enough to crack stone. That's obsidian from the Southern Coven, he said. Enchanted. Seal's trying to mark you. Mira frowned. Mark me? He nodded once. It's a claiming ritual, meant to tie you to his energy. Not as strong as a bite, but enough to start a bond. Her stomach turned. So it's like magical branding? Worse, it opens you up to him. If you wear it, he'll feel you, hear your thoughts, dream what you dream. She grabbed a cloth and wrapped it up. Then I won't wear it. But something in Ronan's expression didn't ease. You already touched it, he said. That might be enough. She looked at her hand, palm still tingling faintly. Then what do we do? There's a ritual to block it, but it's not something I can force. Tell me. He hesitated. It's a binding between us. Mira's heart caught. What kind of binding? Ronan stepped closer, slowly, like approaching something wild. If I mark you, it overrides his connection. Swear it'll sever the link to him. Her voice dropped. You mean like a bite? Yes. And what happens if you mark me? His voice stayed low. Then you belong to me. In the eyes of the pack. In the eyes of the magic. You become mine. The room went still. The air thickened. I haven't even decided if I want to stay, she whispered. I'm not asking you to choose me, he said. I'm asking you to protect yourself. Mira looked at the wrapped necklace on the table, then at the scar on Ronan's collarbone, and finally into his eyes. If I say yes, she asked, does it hurt? He didn't lie, a little. She stepped forward, chest to chest. Then do it. He froze. Mira, before I change my mind. Ronan raised a hand, slow as breath, and brushed her hair away from her neck. His fingers trembled, just once, before he leaned in, lips barely brushing her skin. The bite wasn't violent, it wasn't savage, it was soft, deliberate, and searing. She gasped, clutching his shoulders as heat flared through her veins, bright and golden and full of something ancient. When he pulled back, there was blood on his mouth, and her soul felt heavier, anchored. His voice was rough. It's done. She didn't answer, didn't move, because for the first time since she'd arrived, the pull in her chest wasn't toward the forest, it was toward him. The next morning the forest was restless. Mira could feel it even inside the cabin, branches twitching, birds circling high and uneasy. Something had shifted, and not just between her and Ronan. She stood at the window, fingers brushing the bandage at her neck. The mark pulsed faintly beneath her skin, like a second heartbeat. Not painful, not invasive, just there. A presence she couldn't ignore. She turned as Ronan entered, freshly clothed, hair damp from the river. Anything? She asked. He shook his head. No sign of Kale, but the trees are whispering. Mira blinked. Whispering? He came closer. The pines. They react to energy, especially when magic is involved. They're trying to warn us. Warn us of what? His voice dropped. A challenge. She felt her stomach twist. Between you and Kale? Ronan nodded once. He knows I've marked you. That means I've claimed you. He won't let that stand. Then what happens? His answer was immediate. We fight. Is there any way to stop it? There is. If you go to him willingly, if you choose him. Mira's hands curled into fists. Is that what you want? He stepped closer. I want you safe. That's not an answer. I want you with me, Mira, but I won't trap you here. If he calls the challenge, you won't be able to stop it. But you can still leave. I don't want to leave. That stopped him, just for a second. Then stay, he whispered, and I'll protect what's mine. Later that night, she dreamed of Kale. He was standing in the pines, bare-chested, barefoot, eyes glowing like twin stars. Snow dusted his shoulders, but he didn't shiver. He just stared at her with something like hunger, something like grief. "I told you," he whispered in the dream. "He lies." "Why do you want me?" she asked. "Because you chose him." "That's not love." "No," Seal said. "It's possession." When she woke, her hands were shaking. Outside the window, frost had crept across the glass in strange, angular lines. Not natural. Runes, etched into the ice. And at the center of the window pane, a single word scratched in claw. Tonight. The sky turned red before it turned black. It wasn't a sunset. It was a warning. A blood-washed omen that soaked the pines and lit the snow with the glow of something ancient, something sacred. Mira stood at the threshold of the cabin, cloak tight around her shoulders, as Ronan knelt in the clearing with his head bowed. He was chanting. Softly, rhythmically, low in the throat, the old tongue. The challenge had been accepted. No words spoken aloud. No messengers sent. Just magic woven into the air, burned into the frost, pulled from the marrow of the forest itself. Tonight, blood would decide everything. "You don't have to do this," Mira said. Ronan didn't stop chanting, but his eyes flicked toward her. "Yes, I do." She took a step forward, but something pulled at her, an invisible line at the edge of the clearing. The barrier. "You put up a ward. To keep you safe." "I don't want to be safe," she hissed. "I want to help." He stood then, cloak falling back from his shoulders. The bite mark on her neck pulsed in sync with the scar across his chest. "You already have," he said. The first howl split the air like thunder. It came from the east. Kale. The second came from the north. Ronan. They were calling the pack. One final time. Within minutes, shapes emerged from the trees, silent figures in long coats, with sharp eyes and bowed heads. No one spoke. No one questioned. They formed a circle around the clearing. Mira stood just outside it, her breath fogging the air. Sale entered last. He wore no shirt, just dark pants, feet bare, body rippled with muscle and shadow. His eyes locked on hers as he passed. "Do you feel it now?" he asked her. She didn't answer. He looked to Ronan and the air thickened instantly. "Do you acknowledge the terms?" Seal asked. Ronan's voice was low. "To the death. Or submission," Kale corrected, lips twitching. "You can still bow." Ronan said nothing. The circle closed. The moon rose. Small, and the shift began. Bones cracked, skin tore, fur exploded from flesh. Two monsters stood where men had once been. One a mountain of dark gray muscle and old scars. The other leaner, faster, eyes glowing with hate. Mira pressed a hand to her mouth. The fight didn't begin with a roar. It began with silence, a charge, a blur. Then chaos. Teeth met bone. Claws met blood. The two lichens tore through the clearing like twin storms. Ronan fought with precision, each move deliberate. Sale fought like a fire, wild, consuming, merciless. At one point, Ronan staggered. Seal lunged, but Mira screamed his name, and Ronan twisted away just in time, raking his claws down Seal's flank. Blood sprayed the snow. But Seal only laughed, low and awful. "She'll never love you," he growled. "Because she doesn't fear me." Ronan didn't respond. He just drove his teeth into Seal's throat. Kale's howl was a wet, gurgling thing as Ronan's jaws clamped down. The circle of wolves around them held still. No one interfered. This was sacred, ancient law. No one could save the losing alpha, not even the ones who once served him. Seal thrashed violently, claws slashing deep into Ronan's side. The scent of blood coated the air, thick, coppery, dizzying. But Ronan held. He twisted, and with a final brutal snap, Seal collapsed beneath him, still, breathless, dead. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then slowly, Ronan stepped back, body heaving. He was trembling, not with pain, but with restraint. Mira saw it in the way his shoulders shuddered, in the tension that rippled through his hulking form. He was fighting the shift, fighting the part of him that wanted to finish what was already done, to tear and claim, to roar his victory to the stars. She stepped forward, crossing the barrier before it faded. Her boots sank into blood-soaked snow. Ronan, his head whipped toward her, and his eyes, still golden, still burning, locked on hers. "Come back," she whispered. "Please." He took a step toward her, unsteady. Another. Then he fell to his knees with a guttural, exhausted groan. The transformation back was slow, painful. She could hear it in the breaking of bone, the wet shift of tendon. But when it was done, he knelt there in the snow, naked, shivering, covered in blood that wasn't his. Mira dropped beside him, wrapping his cloak over his shoulders. "You did it," she said. His voice was hoarse. "He would have taken you." "I know." Silence fell again. The pack remained unmoving. Then one by one they dropped to their knees, heads bowed. They accepted him. He was alpha now. She expected relief. A weight to lift, but instead she felt colder than ever. Because across the snow, Kale's body was already dissolving, flesh turning to ash, scattering into the wind like dust. Nothing left. Not even bones. Just the memory of what might have been. Ronan leaned into her, heavy and silent. She held him. Neither of them spoke. The storm came that night. Wind slammed the cabin with feral howls of its own, as if the forest itself were mourning. The snow blew sideways, erasing the clearing, swallowing the bloodstains, the runes, the ashes. The battle might have been a dream, if not for the ache in Mira's chest and the warmth of Ronan's body sleeping beside her. He hadn't spoken since the fight. Not during the slow walk back through the pines, not while she bandaged his wounds, not even when she curled up against him on the furs. He just held her tighter every time she shifted. Now in the dark, she stared at the low flicker of the fire, her mind circling itself like a caged animal. So many questions clawed at her. About the pack, about the bond, about what came next. But mostly, about them. Was this real, or was she just the symbol of Ronan's triumph? The mark on her neck pulsed again, as if answering her thoughts. Not pain, not heat. Just presence. She got up, careful not to wake him, and wrapped herself in a blanket. Outside, the storm howled louder, but even louder was the silence within her. She walked to the door and cracked it open, letting the wind bite at her skin. The trees swayed violently beyond the clearing, their limbs like reaching arms. Somewhere deep in the forest, something answered the storm. A low, rising howl that didn't sound like mourning. It sounded like calling. Behind her, Ronan stirred. "You shouldn't be out there," he rasped. She didn't turn. "You're awake." "Couldn't sleep." She glanced over her shoulder. He stood there, shirtless, wrapped in shadows, the blood on his side cleaned, but the bruises still fresh. "You haven't said a word," she whispered. "I didn't know if I should." "Why?" "Because I don't know what you are to me now." She stared at him. "You marked me. Doesn't that make it clear?" "It makes it dangerous." Her breath caught. "Because you think you don't deserve it?" He stepped forward, his hand ghosting the doorframe beside her. "Because I want it too much." They stood there, inches apart, breath visible in the frozen air. "You still want to leave," he said. "I don't know what I want." "But you're afraid." She nodded slowly. "Aren't you?" Ronan's eyes dropped to the floor, terrified. The wind screamed, slamming the door in her hand. He didn't move, neither did she. Then softly, "You don't have to be my mate, Mira. Not now, not ever. I won't chain you like he did." "I'm already bound," she whispered. "You can still walk away, but I don't want to." Ronan's jaw clenched, his voice raw. "Then stay." "I will, but not because of the bond, not because of the fight." She touched his chest, over the scar. "But because of this." The days after the storm bled together, slow and colorless. The pack moved quietly around them, adjusting to the shift in power. No ceremonies, no declarations, just obedience. Acceptance. Eyes lowered in Ronan's presence, nods exchanged in silence. He avoided them when he could. He spent most mornings outside, bare-chested against the cold, staring into the trees. Listening, waiting. Mira watched him from the window. Every time he turned his back to the cabin, she saw the curve of the old scars down his spine, the deep bruises from Kale's final blows, the rawness of leadership not yet accepted. He wasn't just healing, he was mourning. And she didn't know how to help, until the old woman came. She arrived just after dusk, tall, wrapped in layers of fur, her face a mask of time and power. The pack parted for her without question. Ronan didn't look surprised to see her. Mira, however, froze when the woman's sharp eyes found hers. "You're the girl," she said. Mira stiffened. "I have a name." "I know," the woman said. "Mira." She glanced at Ronan. "And you let her stay?" "She chose to stay." The woman's mouth curled, neither a smile nor a sneer. "Then the bloodline lives." "What bloodline?" Mira asked, heart stumbling. Ronan stepped between them. "Enough." But Mira pushed past him. "Tell me." The woman studied her. "You think this is about love, about power. It's not. You're not just a woman, Mira. You're a key." Mira felt something twist in her gut. To what? To everything. To balance, to curse, to salvation. She's not part of your riddles, Ronan snapped. She's already in them, the woman said. She was always meant to be. Then she stepped forward and pressed something into Mira's palm, a small silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon. She'll come for you soon, the woman whispered. The one who cursed the blood, the one who made the pact with the ice. Mira's blood ran cold. Who? But the woman had already turned to go. Ronan slammed the door behind her once she was gone. What did she mean? Mira demanded. He didn't answer. Ronan, he turned, jaw tight, eyes storm dark. She meant the first mother, the witch who created us. Mira stared at the pendant. Why would she come for me? Because you carry the mark. He moved closer, voice low. And because I took you from the path fate had drawn. Mira looked up at him. Would you do it again? His answer was immediate. Every time. They stood in silence, the weight of the future pressing in around them. Neither said what they were thinking, that the worst was yet to come. But they both felt it, and somewhere deep in the pines, the wind changed again. Snow blanketed the forest like a grave cloth. For days the pack didn't speak the old woman's name. They moved with wary silence, eyes cast to the horizon, as if something was watching from the trees. Mira felt it too. That tightening in the chest, the unnatural hush before a storm. The way every shadow seemed to stretch a little too long. Ronan began to sleep less. He walked the perimeter of the territory every morning, a silent sentinel. Mira sometimes followed, keeping distance, unsure whether her presence steadied him or only deepened his guilt. He hadn't touched her since that night by the door. Not out of coldness, but restraint. Every glance burned with it. Every accidental brush of fingers. He wanted her, needed her, but something about the pendant she now wore unsettled him. And then came the whisper. It started as a dream. Mira woke in the middle of the night, cold despite the fire, breath caught in her throat. A voice echoed in her mind, soft as snowfall but sharp enough to wound. You were never meant for him. She sat up, heart racing, eyes darting to Ronan's still form across the room. You were mine before you were ever born. Mira clutched the pendant. It burned against her skin. By dawn she was pale and shaking but said nothing. The next night it came again. Come to me, child of winter. Come and I will free you. This time Ronan heard her crying out. He rushed to her side, hands on her shoulders. What is it? She didn't lie. A voice, a woman. She's in my head. His jaw clenched. She's close. He stood, calling for the others. The pack gathered by torchlight. Whispers broke the silence. Eyes flicked to the forest's edge. She's returned, one muttered. She was banished, another growled. Ronan silenced them with a look. She was never gone. Mira stood beside him, breath visible, pendant glowing faintly against her collarbone. Who is she? Mira asked. Ronan hesitated, then answered with a name that tasted like ash. Ira. The name carried weight, fear, reverence. She was the first, he said. The witch who made the lichens, and she's still bound to the curse that birthed us. Why does she want me? Because you're her undoing. Mira shook her head. I don't understand. She marked you before you were born. Your bloodline was tied to hers long ago. You were meant to serve her through submission, through bond, through sacrifice. But I chose you. He looked at her then, pain and pride warring in his eyes. And that choice broke the tether. The fire flared violently. From the woods beyond, a voice rose with the wind. Mira. Ronan growled deep in his chest. The pack bristled. She's calling, Mira whispered. And I'll kill her before she touches you, Ronan swore. But Mira wasn't so sure it would be that easy. Because the pull wasn't just fear. It was something else. Something older than fate. The forest froze under Ira's shadow. By the time the moon rose, it wasn't just cold, it was unnatural. Branches turned to glass. The snow no longer crunched, but sang with a shrill, metallic edge. The wind carried a scent that didn't belong in the living world, lavender and rot. Mira stood on the porch, clutching the pendant like it might shatter, her breath turning to mist. She's here, she whispered. Ronan was already shifting. His eyes burned gold, but beneath that fire was fear. This isn't just magic, he said. This is vengeance. They didn't wait for her to come to them. They met her in the clearing beyond the bloodline stones, the place where generations ago the curse had first been spoken. Era stood in the center, tall and cruelly elegant. Her skin glowed like snow-lit marble. Her hair floated in a wind that didn't touch the trees. Eyes black as night. "Mira," she purred, voice echoing across the ice. "Come to me." The pack growled, forming a wall between her and the witch. Mira stepped forward anyway. Ronan blocked her path. "Don't." "She won't stop until I face her," Mira said, voice low. "Then I'll face her." "She doesn't want you, Ronan." Mira moved around him, feet sinking into frost. Her mark throbbed, her blood pulsed to some rhythm not her own. "You cursed them," she said to Era. "You made them monsters." "I made them more," Era corrected. "Stronger, hungrier, eternal." "You made them slaves. I made you for me." Mira's voice cracked. "I'm not yours." The witch's smile curled like smoke. "Then kill me." The clearing held its breath. "I'm not here to kill you," Mira said. "I'm here to break you." Era's laughter was like icicles shattering. "You think love will save them?" Mira raised the pendant. It flared with heat against the cold. "No," she said. "But I will." The pendant split open in her hand, revealing a shard of light so bright even the moon dimmed. Era screamed. The forest trembled. The light surged through the ground, carving runes into the snow, crawling up the stones like fire through veins. Ronan caught Mira as she fell. The light reached Era and pierced her chest. She staggered, mouth open in fury and disbelief, eyes glowing with something close to pain. "This isn't over," she hissed. "No," Mira whispered, eyes closing. "But it ends with me." Era vanished in a burst of frost and smoke, and the curse shattered like glass. Mira awoke to silence, the kind that stretches beyond the world. No wind, no heartbeat, no breath but her own. She lay on soft furs inside the cabin, the fire crackling low, unfamiliar warmth spilling across her skin. She blinked slowly. Ronan sat in the shadows across the room, elbows on his knees, eyes fixed on her with a stillness that made her throat tighten. "You came back," he said. She pushed herself up, body trembling. "How long?" "3 days." She stared. "I thought we lost you," he murmured. "But the light, it held you. Like you were made of it." Mira touched her chest where the pendant once was. It had burned away. "Ira?" she asked. "Gone," Ronan said. "Whatever you did, you unbound us. The pack," he swallowed. "They can feel it. Like something old has finally let go." Mira didn't know what to say. The curse that had twisted lives for centuries was gone, and yet she felt hollow. Not empty, but raw. As if her body had been made new, and now had to relearn how to carry the weight of herself. Ronan crossed the room and knelt in front of her. "You broke it, Mira. You saved us. You saved me." She looked up into his eyes, tired but burning. "Then tell me what's next." He reached for her hand. "That's not just my choice anymore." Mira let his fingers lace with hers. "I don't want to be your prisoner," she said. "You never were. And I don't want to be your savior either." "Then be my equal." A long silence passed between them. Outside, the forest was quiet, the kind of quiet that only comes after something sacred has ended. He leaned closer. "Stay. Not because you're marked, not because you're needed, but because you want to." She didn't answer. Instead, she pulled him into her arms. Later, they would rebuild. Decide what kind of leader Ronan would become, what kind of life she could build in a place once cursed, whether the bond between them was magic or simply the slow-growing root of trust. But for now, they simply stayed close. The curse was broken, the witch was gone, and what remained was their choice. Up next, a story wrapped in shadows, desire, and moonlight, where love howls quietly through the night. They said the mountains ate people. Lena had never believed that. People got lost. People made bad decisions. People wandered where they shouldn't. The world didn't eat you. It just waited for you to mess up. Still, standing at the edge of Black Hollow Ridge with the wind biting her cheeks and a silence too heavy for dawn, she wasn't so sure anymore. Her fingers tightened around the worn leather strap of her rifle case. Frost crackled beneath her boots. The trees stood tall and still like they were holding their breath. She just buried 2 werewolves, and already another job waited. She stepped inside the hunter's outpost, shaking the cold from her coat. The scent of blood and smoke clung to her like it never fully washed out. The man waiting at the table looked like a banker. Trim suit, leather gloves, everything too clean for someone who trafficked in death. "Lena Quinn," he said, not offering a hand. 2 confirmed kills, payments already processing. She dropped the folder onto the table. I didn't come for a receipt. No, he said, sliding a new envelope toward her. You came for the next one. Lena hesitated. She hadn't even cleaned the last kill from her blade, but something in the man's voice prickled under her skin. Too smooth, too rehearsed. She opened the envelope, a single sheet, a name, a location. Her eyes froze. North Point, she whispered. That's off limits. It's not anymore. He cut in. It's been sanctioned. Who's the target? The man leaned forward, gloved fingers folding together. Codename Wraith. Alpha level. 4 confirmed deaths in the last 6 months. Relocation impossible. Termination is the only viable option. Her throat dried. No photo? He doesn't show up on any. The room tilted for a second. Because she knew that name. Wraith. It had been his nickname. A joke between them when they were kids, back when they played in the orchard just outside North Point, where shadows chased the sun, and he dared her to jump from the highest branch. Where he'd caught her every time. Lena's stomach turned. You've hunted worse, the man said. She looked down again at the name scrawled on the paper. Seal Rowan. It punched the breath out of her, the same boy who'd once promised to marry her, the same one who vanished without goodbye, who left her to grow bitter and empty and sharp. She hadn't heard his name in a decade, and now she was supposed to kill him. The man stood. The mission's active, the bounty's double. We want this done quickly, Miss Quinn. Lena didn't answer. Her fingers clenched the paper hard enough to tear it. Outside, the wind howled like something ancient. And for the first time in years, Lena Quinn hesitated before the hunt. Lena didn't sleep that night. She lay fully clothed on the creaky cot in the outpost's back room, her eyes fixed on the ceiling where frost crept in patterns she used to trace on fogged glass as a child. The kind of frost that formed in North Point, the kind that clung to fur, to skin, to breath. Her pulse echoed too loud in her ears. Seal Rowan. A werewolf. A target. The fire in the hearth had long died, and yet her body burned with the memory of his voice, the curve of his grin, the scar on his wrist he'd let her stitch with shaking hands when they were only 13. She'd kissed that scar once, only once. He had smiled like he'd waited his whole life for that. And then one day, he disappeared. No trace, no note, only rumors. The kind you don't believe until you're holding a rifle over the name that haunts your past. At dawn, she packed. No silver this time. Seal never wore collars or chains. He was clever, unpredictable. The kind of man who disappeared into fog and shadow and made you question if he was real at all. But she had questions, and some small part of her wanted answers before a bullet silenced them forever. She checked her knife, holstered the sidearm, and wrapped her scarf tighter than necessary. The road to North Point was buried in snow, long abandoned by hunters and lawmen alike. The trees had grown thicker, darker, more alive. There were no birdsong here, only the crunch of her steps and the occasional crack of ice shifting under old roots. When the village finally emerged beyond the tree line, it looked like it had died 100 years ago. Empty houses leaned against each other like tired ghosts. Curtains fluttered in broken windows. Smoke rose from exactly one chimney. Someone still lived here. She followed it. The cabin stood alone, its porch half swallowed by drifts. The axe on the stump out front gleamed freshly used. Tracks human led to the door, then circled back again and again, like someone pacing, her breath fogged as she stepped up to the threshold. One knock. Silence. 2 knocks. A sound, something moving behind the door. Then it opened. He stood there, Seal, older, broader, his once boyish face carved into something hardened, feral. His eyes, once sea glass blue, now burned with an amber glow just faint enough to pass for human in poor light. He didn't smile, he didn't reach for a weapon, he just stared at her. You came, he said, voice low, rough, and aching with something she couldn't name. I'm here on contract, she said flatly, though her voice cracked near the end. I know. I should kill you. He stepped aside. Then come in. Lena hesitated. Every instinct screamed run. But she entered. The door shut behind her with a finality that made her skin crawl. Inside, the room smelled like pine, blood, and memory. A fire crackled in the stone hearth. There was only one chair. You knew they'd send someone, she said. I knew they'd send you. She froze. His gaze softened for a breath, and the silence between them stretched too long. I didn't want it to end this way, he said. Lena's hand hovered near her sidearm. It hasn't ended yet, she whispered. Kale poured a single cup of tea and set it on the table between them without asking if she wanted it. Lena didn't touch it. She stood, arms crossed, half-shadowed by the flickering firelight. Every movement he made, she tracked. Old habits. She had once known every scar on his skin. Now she didn't know what he was beneath it. He didn't sit. He leaned against the far wall, arms folded, the tension in his shoulders wound tight enough to snap. "You live alone," she said. He nodded. "After all this time." "I'm not safe to be around." "You always said that, even when we were kids." Kale's eyes flicked to her. "And you always followed me anyway." Lena looked away. The fire popped. She wanted to ask him 100 things. Why he left, how he became this, whether the boy who carved promises into tree bark with her still lived somewhere inside the man in front of her. But she asked none of them. Instead, "They say you killed 4 people. He didn't answer. "I need the truth, Kale." His jaw tightened. "Would the truth matter? You came to end me." "I came because they paid me," she snapped. "Because I kill monsters. And you," she faltered, voice breaking before she could say it. He turned, walking slowly to the window. Snow drifted past the cracked glass. "I didn't kill them." "But you changed. You let this happen to you." "I didn't choose it," he said, quiet. "It was forced on me, like most curses." Lena stepped forward, heart pounding. "Then why run? Why disappear?" He finally turned. The pain in his eyes was real, deep. "Because I couldn't control it back then. I didn't know who I'd hurt next, and I wouldn't risk you." The silence swallowed them whole. "I waited for you," she whispered. He closed his eyes. "I was 17 when you vanished. Do you know what they told me? That you ran off, joined some feral pack in the north, that you never cared." "I cared too much," he said, his voice nearly a growl. Lena's hand twitched at her belt. She could end this. Right here, the bounty would be paid. Her conscience might even quiet after enough whiskey. But her hand stayed where it was. "You know they won't stop," she said. "Even if I walk away, they'll send someone else." "Let them." "Damn it, Seal." "You're not gonna kill me," he said softly. She stepped back. "You don't know that." "I do," he said. "Because your hands are shaking." Lena looked down. They were. "I don't want to fight you," he said. "And if I said I still might, then I won't fight back." She stared at him. "No claws, no teeth, just you and a rifle." He paused. "That's always how you saw me, isn't it? Just another thing to survive." "No," she breathed. "You were always the one thing I couldn't." His expression broke for the first time. "I didn't ask for this curse, Lena. But I learned to live with it. The question is, can you?" She didn't answer. "Not yet." The wind howled through the trees outside the cabin. But inside, the silence between them was heavier. Lena couldn't look at Kale without remembering what it felt like to hold his hand under summer stars. Now, she couldn't forget the blood on her hands or the weight of her orders. Seal stayed near the fire. He hadn't moved in a while. Like he knew she was still deciding. "There's a second tracker," he said at last, without turning. "Someone else was sent." Lena stiffened. "How do you know?" He finally looked at her. "Because I smelled them, yesterday, near the southern ridge." A knot formed in her gut. The outpost had only given her the contract. But in her line of work, double insurance was common. If she failed, someone else would follow. Maybe they already had. "Do you know who?" she asked. Kale shook his head. "Not yet, but they're close." She took a breath. "Then we need to move. I can lead you out." "No." His voice was firm. "I'm not running again. This isn't pride, Seal. It's survival." "And what about you?" he asked. "You think they'll let you live if they find out you hesitated?" Lena's jaw clenched. He was right. The guild didn't tolerate sympathy. If they suspected her loyalty, she'd become the hunted. She sat down heavily on the edge of the small wooden table. "What do you want me to do then? Let them come and hope they miss?" He was quiet. "Then, we set a trap." Lena raised an eyebrow. "You're serious." Kale walked to a shelf and pulled down a worn leather map, spreading it on the table beside her. "They'll come from the east. It's the only path without deep drifts. We block it here," he pointed, "and force them to circle to the ridge. If we're waiting..." "You're assuming we can take them." Kale looked her dead in the eyes. "You can." She stared back, heat rising in her chest. "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Treat me like I'm still that girl in the orchard who couldn't hold a knife right." "I'm treating you like the only person who ever knew me," he said, voice low. "And the only one I trust not to shoot me in the back." a beat passed. Then, against all better judgment, Lena picked up a pencil and marked the trap point. We'll need a decoy, something to draw them in. Cale nodded. I'll take care of it. As he moved away, she asked, why not just run with me? We could disappear. He paused at the door, eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Because if I run now, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering if you'd have stayed if we'd fought back. Lena didn't reply. Not because she didn't know what to say, but because deep down, she wasn't sure she'd ever stopped fighting for him. Night fell hard over the ridge. The trees groaned under the weight of snow, and the stars above blinked through slits in the clouds like watchful eyes. Lena adjusted the scope of her rifle, scanning the slope below where the trail narrowed between two boulders. That was where the decoy would lead them. She couldn't see Cale, but she could feel him. Somewhere in the trees behind her, watching the same path, waiting for the same kill. They hadn't spoken much after setting the trap. She crouched low behind a fallen log, heartbeat slow, breath controlled. She'd hunted beasts before. She knew the signs, the flick of a shadow, the pause in the wind, the subtle shift in silence that told you something unnatural had stepped into your world. But this was different, because this time she was hunting someone who hunted like her. It started with a howl, low, long, not Cale's. Her stomach dropped. Another followed, closer. Sharper, the call of a lone wolf. No, not a wolf, a shifter. One who'd learned to imitate the wild but still reeked of human cunning. She reached for her sidearm. Then the decoy, an animal pelt rigged with a heating coil and a trace of Cale's scent, was dragged violently out of sight. Just gone. No warning. A rustle behind her made her spin, rifle up. But it was Cale. Barefoot in the snow, shirtless, skin steaming with the effort of restraint. His eyes glowed with that same haunting gold. He's here. Lena nodded once. He took the bait. They moved like ghosts between the trees. Cale led her along a narrow path that forward a clearing choked with brush and stone. There they paused. The second hunter was clever. Too clever to step right into a trap. We flush him out, she whispered. Seal tilted his head. He's already circling us. And then she saw it, a flicker of silver, a blade glinting behind the pine to her left. She dove as it slashed the air where her throat had been. Rolled. Came up firing. The man moved like a shadow, lean and fast, eyes rimmed with unnatural yellow. A hybrid. Not quite wolf, not quite man. He snarled and leapt, knocking Lena back into the snow. Cale hit him midair. The sound of bodies colliding echoed through the woods. Fur burst from Seal's skin as he shifted mid-leap, slamming the attacker into a tree. Claws tore bark, teeth snapped. Lena scrambled up, took aim, couldn't shoot, too close, too fast. They tumbled into the underbrush. A flurry of limbs and snarls and blood. Then Cale emerged, panting, dragging the limp form of the hunter behind him. His chest was marked with deep cuts, but the other man wasn't moving. He's not dead, Seal growled. But he won't walk again soon. Lena stepped forward, gun still drawn. You were willing to kill him. Seal's eyes narrowed. He tried to kill you. The snow around them was dark with blood. She didn't lower the gun. You're becoming more like them, she said, voice trembling. Cale reached out, not to touch her, just to be close. I'm becoming what I have to be to protect what matters. And what matters? She asked, cold. You do. Lena's heart betrayed her in that moment, a single stutter. But the snow between them stayed untouched. Lena's hands wouldn't stop trembling as she cleaned the blood from her rifle. She sat beside the hearth while Cale moved silently across the room, shirt torn, ribs dark with bruises. Neither of them spoke for several minutes. The only sound was the fire's soft hiss and the occasional crack of bone as Cale's body knit itself back together. She hated how familiar it all felt. This quiet, the scent of pine smoke, the way his presence filled the space, even when he said nothing. I should have killed him, she muttered, more to herself than to him. Cale looked up, dragging a rag down his chest. But you didn't. Lena met his eyes. Neither did you. I wanted to. His voice was steady, but something deeper trembled beneath it. When I saw him touch you. She turned away. That's not why I froze. Cale stepped closer, stopping just out of reach. Then why? Because I remembered you, she whispered. The boy who never raised his voice, never let me walk home alone. I kept thinking, what if that boy was still there? Would he be proud of the woman I've become? His expression softened. You think I'd judge you? You should. Seal knelt in front of her, slowly, carefully. Lena, I'm not the boy I was. I'm not even sure I'm a man anymore. She reached for his face before she realized it. Her fingers brushed his cheek, rough with stubble and still warm from the fight. You're not a monster. I am, he said, just not to you. She let her hand drop. What happens now? They'll send more, he said. The guild doesn't stop, not until they've burned through everything. Then we disappear, together. Cale's head tilted slightly, as if the idea surprised him. You'd give up your contract? She gave a bitter laugh. I never cared about the money. I only took it because I thought you were gone, forever. I was, he admitted, but you kept me human. Lena stood, pacing to the window. Snow was still falling, no tracks yet. But morning would bring hunters. It always did. I have an idea, she said. Cale rose. What kind of idea? One that makes them think we both died, he frowned. That's a dangerous game. We play it well, she replied, glancing over her shoulder, their eyes locked. The air between them wasn't cold anymore. If we do this, Cale said, stepping forward, you'll be marked, hunted, branded as a traitor. I've been called worse, she said, and I've never once regretted choosing you. He moved in slowly, stopping just before his lips could touch hers. You might. I won't, she breathed. But instead of kissing her, Seal stepped back. Then help me make it convincing. She nodded once. Let's burn the cabin. Flames danced greedily across the wooden beams, devouring years of silence, shelter, and memory. Lena stood outside the cabin, her face lit in flickering gold. Cale stood beside her, one arm wrapped around his ribs, the other holding her pack of forged evidence, bloodied cloth, scorched metal, anything that would suggest death rather than escape. I rigged the trail, she said. No one will follow it unless they're as desperate as we were. Cale didn't speak for a moment. Then, do you think they'll believe it? She didn't answer right away. She just watched the fire consume the only place he'd called home. They'll believe what they want to believe, and what they want is closure. Bodies, blood. Seal's jaw clenched. They'll get plenty of both before this ends. Lena turned to him. You're not going to keep running, are you? No, he said quietly. But I won't let them take you. They moved through the woods at first light, avoiding known paths, crossing rivers to mask their scent. Cale guided her through the deep wild to a place she'd never seen on a map, a forest so ancient, the trees groaned in a language only monsters understood. After miles of silence, Lena finally asked, Why didn't you shift during the fight? You could have torn him apart sooner. Cale didn't look at her when he answered, Because I don't shift unless I have to. I don't like who I am when I do. You saved me. That doesn't make it right. She stopped walking. Seal I've killed, with no regret, no hesitation, but you still look at me like I'm worth saving. He turned slowly, golden eyes catching the dim morning light. Because you are. You always were. Lena stepped closer. Then stop acting like I'm the only one who needs redemption. For a second, neither of them moved. Then Seal reached for her, fingers brushing her temple, tucking a strand of damp hair behind her ear. You still smell like the orchard. She laughed softly. I haven't seen an orchard in years. I remember the one behind your house. You made me climb it to get the ripe ones. You fell and bruised your ribs. He smiled faintly. Still have the scar. She lifted the edge of his shirt, fingers grazing his side. There it was. A pale line across his skin, faded but permanent. You're not the only one who remembers, she said quietly. Cale caught her hand and held it to his chest. Beneath her palm, his heartbeat steady and strong. We've both become things we never wanted to be. Lena nodded. But we're still here. They didn't kiss. Not yet. But the space between them had changed, less guarded, less sharp, and somewhere beyond the trees, the ashes of their past drifted into the wind, carried off with the smoke. They reached the boundary of a village just before nightfall. It wasn't marked by fences or signs, but Lena felt it in the shift of the air, the subtle tension that crept beneath her skin. Cale paused at the tree line, shoulders tight, gaze fixed on the cabins beyond. Smoke curled from stone chimneys, voices murmured in the distance, children's laughter floated faintly on the breeze. This is a pack settlement, isn't it? Lena asked, lowering her hood. Cale nodded once. Mine. Her hand went instinctively to her sidearm. They'll recognize you? They'll smell me before they see me. And if they decide you're a traitor? He didn't flinch. Then they die. Lena swallowed the instinctive chill that followed his words. And me? His eyes finally met hers. You're mine. They'll know that. He said it not as a declaration but as fact, not a promise, a claim. They crossed into the clearing together. The village wasn't what she expected. No wild beasts snarling in chains, no shrines to blood gods. Just people. Young, old, some with scars or yellowing eyes, others who looked entirely human. But all of them turned when Cale stepped forward. All of them watched. A tall man emerged from the largest cabin, his broad frame wrapped in a fur cloak, silver hair tied back. His voice carried effortlessly. You return with prey or purpose? Neither, Cale said calmly. Only warning. The man's eyes flicked to Lena. You bring a hunter to our door? She brings more than death. Cale answered. Lena stepped beside him, raising her chin. I know what I am. I won't apologize. A murmur ran through the onlookers, low and skeptical. The silver-haired man stepped closer, nostrils flaring. You reek of blood and ash, but not fear. Lena didn't blink. I'm done being afraid of things that bleed. The man tilted his head, then smirked. She's got bite. She has more than that, Cale said, his tone sharp. She's mine. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The tension broke into murmurs, some disbelieving, some amused. The silver-haired man's eyes narrowed. You mean to claim a hunter? Seal bared his teeth slightly. Already have. That silenced the crowd. The elder gave a single nod. Then she fights tomorrow. Seal stepped forward. No. Lena grabbed his wrist. Yes. He turned to her, jaw tense. You don't have to prove anything. Yes, she said. I do. That night they stayed in a small, empty cabin near the edge of the settlement. Cale didn't speak much. He paced while Lena sharpened her blade. I won't let them touch you, he said. You won't have to. They fight dirty. So do I. He stopped in front of her, pulling her up to stand. If you lose, I won't, she interrupted. But if I do, promise me you won't burn the whole place down. His voice was low, quiet. I don't make promises I won't keep. Their faces were inches apart, breaths shared, bodies tense. Lena's fingers touched the base of his throat. Then stay close, I always have. The arena was nothing more than a circle of packed earth and ice, surrounded by a ring of torches and half the pack. They watched from the shadows, eyes glowing faintly in the dawn, breath rising in plumes from parted lips. Some looked amused, others bloodthirsty. But none seemed surprised. Apparently, it wasn't rare for a challenge to end in death. Lena stepped barefoot into the frozen dirt, blade in hand, stripped of any warmth except the fire that pulsed through her veins. Across from her stood a woman, taller, broader, with thick auburn braids and a jagged scar across her jaw. A warrior, clearly. Someone who had killed before. Someone who wanted to kill again. The woman's voice was rough. You walk in here thinking you can wear a wolf's mark, little hunter? Lena didn't reply. You want to be his mate? The warrior sneered. Prove you're more than a pretty thing with blood on her hands. Lena raised her blade, stance solid. You want to find out? The fight began in a blur of movement and breath. The warrior came in heavy, fists swinging like hammers. Lena ducked the first, spun under the second, and slashed across the woman's ribs. Blood bloomed dark and hot, but the warrior didn't falter, just grinned wider. She swept Lena's legs out, sending her crashing to the ground. Pain cracked through her spine. Before she could roll away, the warrior was on top of her, hands at her throat, teeth bared. A growl tore through the crowd. Cale stepped forward, fury written across his face. But Lena managed to jam the hilt of her blade into the woman's jaw, forcing her off. She gasped for air, rolled, and brought her knee into the warrior's gut. As the woman stumbled back, Lena slashed her thigh, then again across her arm. She didn't go for the kill. She didn't need to. The warrior dropped to one knee, snarling, panting. Lena stood tall, blood dripping from her blade. Yield. For a moment there was silence, then to everyone's surprise, the warrior dropped her head. I yield. Gasps rippled through the pack, a few even clapped. Others turned away, disgusted. Cale stepped into the circle, eyes locked on Lena. You all right? He asked. She nodded, shoulders heaving. I told you, I've done worse. He took her hand and lifted it, turning her palm to the crowd. She's not just mine, he said, voice loud and clear. She's one of us now. No one cheered. No one objected, which was, in this place, as good as a coronation. Later in the cabin, Lena sat quietly by the window, bandaging her ribs. Cale knelt in front of her, brushing her hair back gently. "Why didn't you kill her?" he asked. "I didn't need to," she replied. "I'm not here to conquer. I'm here to stay." He looked up at her with something raw in his expression. "That's the most dangerous thing you've ever said." She smiled faintly. "Good." Then she leaned forward, and this time, he didn't stop her. The feast was meant to honor Lena's victory. Torches lit the forest clearing in molten gold. Meat roasted over open flame. Drums pulsed like heartbeats, and the pack danced like creatures trying to remember what it meant to be human. They howled under the rising moon, teeth bared in joy, in unity, in violence barely held back. Lena sat beside Cale at the high table, an overturned tree trunk smoothed by years of blood and use. The seat beside her remained empty. No one dared to take it, not while her fingers lingered near her blade. Not while Seal's golden eyes stayed trained on every wolf who dared look too long. "You're one of them now," he murmured, voiced just for her. "Not quite," she said. "They still think I'll slit their throats in the night." He smirked. "Some of them are hoping you will. Wolves respect sharp teeth." Lena sipped from a wooden cup of bitter wine, watching the firelight flicker across painted faces. "They don't trust me." "They trust you enough not to turn their backs. That's a start." She turned to him. "Do you trust me?" Cale didn't look away. "With everything I am." She blinked, startled. Of all the things he could have said, that one stripped her bare. Before she could respond, a howl rose from the treetops, long, sharp, and full of fury. Every head snapped toward the dark. Silence fell like snow. Then came a voice. "You let a hunter sit among us and you call her kin?" From the shadows stepped another wolf, tall, lean, scar-laced. His eyes were cold silver, and rage bled from every movement. The warrior Seal had once called brother. "Corin," Cale growled, rising. The man's gaze landed on Lena. "You killed 2 of our kind." She didn't flinch. "They were trying to kill me." "That's what we do to threats." "She's not a threat," Cale said, stepping between them. "She is," Corin said, voice low and venomous. "To you." Seal's fingers twitched. "This isn't your fight. She's human. She doesn't belong. She's mine. She was mine first." The air dropped a few degrees. Lena froze. "What?" Corin smiled, teeth bared. "He didn't tell you? Before you ever saw him again, before he came slinking back into your life, he was promised to someone, and it wasn't you." Lena's heart slammed in her chest. "You're lying." Seal's jaw clenched. "Don't listen to him." "Tell her," Corin demanded. "Tell her about the bond, about what you were supposed to do, before she walked back into your cursed life." "I broke it," Cale said, voice sharp. "I broke it the moment I remembered her. And that's why she'll be your ruin." Corin moved too fast. One moment he stood still, the next he was on Seal, claws raking, fangs flashing. Lena drew her blade and charged. But the wolves were already locked in combat, snapping, snarling, throwing one another across the clearing like beasts from a myth. The pack encircled them, forming a ring of flesh and breath and silence. No one intervened. This was sacred. Cale's chest bled. Corin's shoulder dangled from a broken joint. Still they fought, still they bled. And Lena watched, frozen, knowing this wasn't just a fight, this was a reckoning. Cale collapsed to one knee, blood sliding down his ribs in thick, dark streaks. His breath came ragged, steam rising in clouds as the cold air met the heat pouring from his body. Across from him, Corin crouched low, wounded but grinning, his silver eyes bright with vicious triumph. The pack said nothing. They watched, waiting to see who would rise. Lena stood just beyond the circle, her dagger slick in her hand. She didn't dare intervene, not with the laws Cale had once explained whispered back to her through pounding heartbeats. This is how power is decided. Blood speaks, interference breaks the code, but she couldn't watch him die. Cale's fingers curled into the snow. He raised his head slowly, strands of hair falling across his bloodied face. Corin stepped forward, muscles coiling, ready to end it. "You were always weak," he growled. "You loved too much, cared too deeply. Look where it got you." Cale laughed, low. "Broken, but real." "That's where you're wrong," he rasped. "She didn't make me weak." He lunged. It wasn't brute force this time. It was precision, fury sharpened by purpose. Seal dodged the downward swipe of Corin's claws and sank his own into Corin's abdomen, dragging them up in a brutal arc. Corin howled, stumbling backward, but Seal didn't stop. He hit him again, then again until the snow drank the blood of the wolf who dared challenge love. Corin collapsed, breath rattling, eyes dulling. Cale stood over him, chest heaving. "You never understood," he said softly. "We don't fight to destroy. We fight to protect." Silence clung to the trees like frost. The elder stepped forward and gave a solemn nod. "It is done." Cale turned, his gaze searching for her. Lena stepped into the ring, blade still in her hand, heart still pounding in her throat. "You should have told me." "I was afraid," he admitted, voice cracking. "Afraid it would push you away." "You've done enough to push me away," she said. "But I'm still here." He closed the space between them slowly, not daring to touch her. "Are you?" "I don't know what I'm doing anymore," she whispered. "I was trained to kill creatures like you. Spent my whole life believing that love was a distraction, that it got you killed." "I know. But then you show up, dragging the past with you, turning everything I know into something I can't make sense of. And I hate you for it." Cale nodded, jaw tight. "And yet you stayed." "I didn't want to," she admitted. "I still don't." Her voice broke. "But I can't leave, and that terrifies me more than any monster." Seal reached for her slowly, offering not a touch, but a choice. Lena stared at his blood-stained hand, torn between instinct and something deeper. Then she placed hers in his. Snow whispered against the rooftop as dawn broke through the tree line. In the cabin, silence stretched between Lena and Cale like a fragile thread, taut with everything unspoken. She sat by the fire, watching the flames flicker across the blade she'd used to kill his kind. He stood near the window, watching the forest, his breath fogging the glass. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Finally, Lena broke the silence. "I dreamed of you last night." Cale turned slowly. "What kind of dream?" "You were still human, barefoot, laughing in the field behind my house. I was 10. You had leaves in your hair and a bruised lip from a fight with your brother." He didn't speak, but she saw his throat work, saw the tremor in his fingers. "I remember thinking, I'm going to marry that boy one day," she whispered. "And now I'm here, with blood on my hands and scars on my skin, sitting across from the monster they told me to kill. I never wanted this for you." "I know," she said, "but it's what we got." He crossed the room, knelt in front of her. "You're not a killer, Lena. I am. You killed to survive. That doesn't make you a monster." "But it makes me like you," she said, meeting his gaze. "And that's what scares me." He touched her cheek, tentative. "You think I'm beyond saving?" "I think we both are." They stayed like that, touching but not holding, breathing but not healing. Then Cale whispered, "The mark, it's fading." She looked down. The symbol burned into her shoulder, the one he'd placed on her, was dulling at the edges. "Why?" she asked. "Because you haven't accepted it fully. Because you still want to run." Lena's jaw tightened. "And if it fades completely?" "Then the bond breaks. I lose the right to protect you." Her heart twisted. "You don't need a mark for that." "It's not for me," he said. "It's for them." She stood, walking to the door. The cold hit her like a wall, but she didn't flinch. She needed the sting. "You should have told me sooner." "I wanted you to love me freely," he said. "Not because fate wrapped us together." Lena turned to face him. "Then you should have never marked me at all." And with that, she disappeared into the trees. The forest swallowed her. Lena moved through it like a ghost, her footsteps muffled by the thick blanket of snow. Her fingers were numb, but the burn in her chest was worse than the cold. Trees blurred past her in skeletal lines. Shadows stretched long across the ice. The wind whispered secrets in a language she hadn't yet learned how to trust. She didn't know where she was going, only that she couldn't stay. The memory of Cale's face haunted every step. The sorrow in his eyes, the quiet desperation in his voice. "You should have never marked me at all." She hadn't meant to say it. Not like that. But it had felt true in that moment. The bond tethered them to something neither of them had chosen. And wasn't that what she'd always fought against? Control. Destiny. The way others carved your life out before you had the chance to claim it yourself. She paused by a frozen stream, her reflection broken by jagged cracks in the ice. Her face looked different, older, colder, hunted. Not the girl who once believed in fairy tales and soft endings. A branch snapped behind her. She turned, blade half drawn, instincts flaring, but it was him. Kale stepped out from the trees slowly, hands raised. His breath billowed like smoke, and blood still stained the collar of his shirt. "I told you not to follow me," she said low. "I know. And you did it anyway. I always will." She shook her head. "That's not romantic. That's obsession." He didn't move. "Maybe, but it's also truth." Lena gritted her teeth. "What do you want?" "To ask you one thing." She didn't stop him. "If you had never been paid to hunt me, if none of this had happened, would you still have chosen me?" The question knocked the wind from her. "I don't know," she whispered. "I do," he said. "You would have. You did once, long before either of us knew what we were." A silence stretched. Then Lena asked, "What happens now?" "That depends," Seal said. "On whether you're still running." She lowered her gaze to the snow, to the tracks behind her. She'd always been running, from pain, from the past, from herself. And now, she was just tired. "I'm not running," she said. "Not anymore." He stepped closer. "Then come back." She hesitated. "I don't want to belong to anyone." "Then don't," he said. "Just come because you want to." And for the first time in days, Lena nodded. The cabin looked different when they returned. Lena noticed the repairs first, splintered beams replaced, the front door rehung. Smoke curled from the chimney and fresh footprints crisscrossed the clearing. The pack had been here, but it wasn't a welcome gesture. It was a warning. Inside, the air felt colder despite the fire. Kale locked the door behind them. "They came while we were gone?" Lena asked. Kale nodded. "Corin's loyalists, or what's left of them. They're watching us now." "Why?" "Because I chose you, and because they're afraid." She crossed her arms. "Afraid of what?" "That you'll make me soft. That I'll turn against them like I turned against Corin." She scoffed. "They should be afraid of me, not you." He met her eyes, and something flickered in his expression. Pride, maybe. Or something darker. "They are," he said. "You killed 2 of their own, and I'd do it again." Kale stepped closer. "You might have to." Lena sat by the fire, the ache in her legs finally catching up with her. "How did it come to this?" "My father," Kale said after a moment. "He was alpha before me, ruthless, cold, but he kept the bloodlines pure, the pack strong. When I challenged him, I didn't just break a hierarchy, I broke faith." "And they never forgave you for that?" "No, and bringing a hunter into our ranks," he shook his head. "To them, it's treason." Lena glanced toward the window. "Then let them come. I'm not sure they'll wait much longer." There was something unspoken in his voice, something heavy. "What are you not telling me?" she asked. Sale hesitated, then knelt in front of her. "The council gave me an ultimatum," he said. "Exile you or step down as alpha." Her stomach turned. "You didn't tell me this before, because I knew what you'd say. That I'd leave." He nodded. "I would've. To protect you. That's why I didn't tell you." Lena stood abruptly, pacing. "What are you gonna do?" "I'm not stepping down," he said. "I won't give them a pack built on fear and bloodlines. But I won't let them touch you either. You can't fight all of them." "No," Seal agreed, "but I don't have to." Lena narrowed her eyes. "What does that mean?" He stood slowly, his voice quiet. "It means we end this on our terms." Before she could ask what that entailed, the wind howled outside, and then came the sound of boots crunching in the snow. Dozens of them, surrounding the cabin. Lena drew her blade. Sale reached for her hand, and together they faced the door. The knock on the door was soft, mocking. Lena's grip on the hilt of her blade tightened. Kale didn't move, his body still, every muscle braced like coiled wire. Outside, the footsteps stopped. Silence fell again, but it was the kind that buzzed with tension, thick and waiting. Then a voice, "Alpha, you've had your time." Kale didn't answer. "You've made your choice," the voice continued. "Now make your peace." Lena stepped to the window and peeled back the curtain. At least 20 stood in the clearing, wolves in human form, cloaked and armed, eyes glowing faintly gold. And at the center, Loras, the council's mouthpiece, Seal's cousin. Ruthless, poised, and always watching for weakness. "They're ready for a blood trial," Lena said. Kale nodded. "They want me to break, to step down in front of you. And if you don't, they'll make an example of us both." Lena slid a second dagger into her boot. "Then we don't give them the chance." Before she could move, Kale caught her wrist. "No killing unless they start it. I don't want war. You won't get peace. I don't need peace. I need truth." He walked to the door and flung it open. The cold rushed in like a breath from the grave. Loris took a step forward. You were warned. I remember, Kale said, but I don't follow threats. Then you follow the girl? Seal looked over his shoulder. Lena stood just behind him, her blade in hand, eyes sharp. I stand beside her, he said. Not behind, not over, beside. Murmurs rippled through the pack. Loris sneered. You've forgotten your place. No, Seal said, stepping out into the snow. I've claimed it. Lena followed, silent as a shadow. You broke the bloodline, Loris growled. Brought a hunter into our territory. She came to kill me, Seal said, and chose not to. She's still a killer. So are we. Loris drew a curved blade. Then let the old ways decide. Seal stepped forward. No, Lena said sharply. He turned. I fight this one, she said. Lena, if they want proof I belong, they'll get it. Loris laughed. You're not pack. You're a mutt with a sharp edge. She smiled coldly. You'll be the first to bleed. The pack shifted. Interest flickered in their eyes. A challenge. Loris didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, blade flashing. Lena ducked beneath the strike, swept his legs forward, and sent him crashing into the snow. He recovered fast, but not fast enough. She drove her knee into his chest, her dagger pressing into the soft space beneath his jaw. Yield, she hissed. Loris spat blood. Never. She pressed harder. Then die. Kale's voice rang out. Lena. She paused, breathing hard. Don't kill him. Not here. Slowly she lowered her blade and stood. You wanted blood, she said, turning to the others. You got it. Now listen. The forest held its breath. I was paid to kill him. I didn't. I could have run. I didn't. I chose to stay. That makes me stronger than any of you. No one spoke. Then one by one the wolves lowered their heads, and in the falling snow, Lena knew. She had been seen. Not as an outsider, but as a threat. They returned to the cabin under a pale sky, the silence between them thick but not empty. The snow beneath their boots was stained from the scuffle, just drops, but enough to remind Lena of what she'd been willing to do. What she almost had done. Inside, Seal sat by the fire, a glass of amber liquid in his hand, eyes distant. Lena stood in the doorway a moment before speaking. They accepted me. He looked up. They feared you. Isn't that the same? Kale didn't answer. Instead, he gestured to the chair across from him. She hesitated, then sat. I should have stopped you, he said finally. Wouldn't have worked. He smirked, but there was no warmth in it. No, probably not. Lena leaned forward, elbows on her knees. So what now? I proved myself. You kept your title. They didn't drag us into the forest and tear us apart. That should be a win. It's not that simple. It never is with you people. He took a long sip. The council won't let it rest. Not after what you said. They saw strength. They also saw defiance. She shrugged. Then let them come again. Kale's gaze sharpened. That's not what I want for you. You don't get to decide what happens to me anymore. I know, he said quietly, but I still want to protect you. Lena's breath caught. She didn't know how to handle gentleness from him. It always came wrapped in danger. What happens when they try to rip us apart again? She asked. I fight. And if you lose, I won't. There was something final in his voice that made her uneasy. Like he already had a plan. Like he was preparing for a goodbye. She stood, restless. I didn't survive all this just to become some shadow beside a throne. I know who you are, Lena. No, you don't, she snapped. I'm not a weapon to be used when it's convenient. He stood too, closing the space between them in 2 slow steps. You're not a weapon. You're the storm that ends the war. His hand lifted, gently touching the side of her face. She didn't pull away. Then tell me, she whispered, what are you to me? Kale's voice was barely above a breath. I'm the mistake you keep choosing. And still she didn't move. Outside, the wind shifted. Snow drifted across the windows. Then, from the tree line, a long, low howl echoed, not a greeting, a warning. Kale's head snapped toward the sound. They're not done. No, Lena murmured, reaching for her blade. They're just getting started. And in the firelight, the reflection of her eyes looked different, sharp, golden, almost glowing. The night was restless. Lena lay awake, blanket clutched in one fist, blade tucked beneath her pillow. Sleep had become a memory. She kept replaying that howl, low, guttural, almost sorrowful. It hadn't come from Sale's pack. She knew their voices now. This one was older, wounded. It came again, closer this time. Seal was already standing by the window, shirtless, his breath fogging the pain. That's not one of yours, she said. He shook his head. No. She slid out of bed and joined him. Snow fell in slow, silent sheets, blanketing the forest in silver. But something moved at the edge of it, large, shadowed, deliberate. Who is it? Cale's voice dropped. My brother. Lena blinked. You never said you had a brother. He's dead to the pack, exiled, long ago. Why? Because he gave in. To what? Cale turned to her, eyes darker than she'd ever seen. To the curse. She stared. I thought the curse was a myth. It's not. His voice was hollow now. It's what we become when we stop resisting the hunger. When the man dies and only the beast remains. Lena's stomach twisted. And he's here for you? Cale nodded. Or you. He grabbed a coat and before she could argue he was out the door. Lena threw on her gear and followed. The forest swallowed them whole. Wind pushed at the trees and that sound again. Closer, more violent. It wasn't a howl anymore. It was breathing. Heavy. Wrong. They crested a ridge and there he stood. Twice Seal's size, fur torn and mottled, claws dragging through the snow like blades. His eyes glowed crimson, not gold. Not anymore. Lena froze. Cale didn't. Ronan, he called. The creature growled, low and guttural. Ronan, you remember me. The beast lunged. Cale met him midair, their bodies slamming into the snow with bone-breaking force. Claws flashed, teeth bared, blood sprayed. Lena shouted, drawing her dagger. Seal roared. Don't interfere. She hesitated, heart pounding. He was fighting for her. For his pack. For what remained of his soul. But it wasn't enough. Ronan slammed him into a tree, and Cale didn't rise. Lena screamed, charging forward. Her blade sunk deep into Ronan's flank, the beast howling in fury. He turned, ready to strike. And then, Seal's hand shot up, grabbing Lena's wrist. Run, he whispered. But she didn't. Instead, she stepped in front of him. If he kills you, she said to Ronan, he'll have to go through me. Ronan bared his teeth, then froze. He sniffed the air. His red eyes flicked to Seal, and then to Lena, and something in them shifted. Recognition. He lowered his claws. Seal rose slowly. He remembers. Lena's voice shook. Remembers what? That once, you were his mate too. She reeled back, and Ronan howled, this time not with rage, but with loss. Lena sat on the frozen earth, knees to her chest, the firelight barely warming her skin. Her thoughts spun in wild circles, dragging pieces of memory that didn't belong. The idea was absurd, impossible. How could she have been anyone's mate before? Seal hadn't spoken since dragging Ronan's limp body into the cabin and chaining him beneath the cellar floor. He'd barely looked at her. But Lena couldn't stop. I would have remembered, she said at last, her voice frayed. Cale sat across the room, his hands still streaked with blood. Would you? I remember you. I remember wanting you even back then. But him? She shook her head. Nothing. He stared into the fire. Some bonds are burned away when the mind protects itself. She looked up sharply. You think I forgot him on purpose? I think something happened, something violent, and your mind buried it. She hugged her arms tighter. You think I was his mate, before I was yours. Cale's jaw clenched. The bond doesn't shift that easily, Lena. A true mating mark. It's etched in bone, in blood. Lena stood abruptly. No, I would have known. He looked at me like he owned me, like I was something he'd lost. Because you were, Seal said softly. She turned on him. Why didn't you tell me you had a brother? Because he wasn't supposed to return. Because I didn't want the past clawing its way back into your life. That's not your decision. He stood now, too. It was never mine to make. But I made it anyway, because if you remembered, if he took that part of you back, I don't know if I could bear it. Her chest ached. What did he do to me? She whispered. Cale's voice dropped, barely audible. I don't know, but I think he marked you once. Claimed you in the old way. Lena's knees buckled, and she caught herself on the edge of the table. The old way. Savage. Unbreakable. A mark that defied death. But I'm not his anymore, she said. Right? He looked at her then, eyes filled with a kind of sorrow she hadn't seen before. You're not his, but part of you might still belong to him. Silence fell, so thick it smothered the air. Lena turned toward the stairs. I want to see him. No, Seal growled. He's barely contained. You go down there and he'll wake it up. What if I need to remember? Seal stepped in front of her. And what if remembering destroys you? She stared at him, eyes burning. I'd rather know what broke me, she whispered, than live in fear of it. He didn't stop her when she moved past him. Didn't follow. Lena opened the door to the cellar, The air hit her like a wall, damp, heavy, full of something ancient. And below, in the dark, the sound of chains shifting. Ronan was awake, waiting, and her pulse answered, not in fear, but in something deeper. Something she didn't understand yet. The steps creaked beneath her boots as Lena descended into the darkness. The cellar felt colder than the outside air, like the stones had been weeping for decades. A single lantern swung from a nail, casting shadows that moved like ghosts across the walls. Ronan was chained to the far side, arms spread, iron cuffs sunk deep into the brick. His head hung low, matted hair covering his face. But the moment she stepped off the last stair, he lifted it. His eyes weren't red anymore. They were silver, reflective. Watching, she stopped a few feet away. "I need answers," she said, voice steady. He didn't move. "I need to know what you did to me." Still nothing. Then slowly Ronan inhaled. "I never hurt you," he rasped, voice like gravel dragged over stone. "You marked me. I loved you." She felt that word like a slap. "I was a child." He shook his head. "You were more than that. You were everything, even back then." Lena took a breath, trying to keep her thoughts from unraveling. "Why don't I remember?" "Cale took you," Ronan growled. "He erased me from you." "That's not how memory works." "No," he agreed. "But that's how magic works." She stared. "What do you mean?" He leaned forward as far as the chains allowed. "The elders feared what we were becoming, feared the bond between a cursed male and a gifted girl. So they did what they always do." Her voice dropped. "They wiped me. They wiped us." A bitter silence bloomed. Lena's legs trembled. "Why are you really here, Ronan?" He smiled, and for a moment it was almost human. Almost sad. "To see if you'd remember me before the full moon rises. Before Cale kills me again." "I won't let that happen." He tilted his head. "Because you love him?" She didn't answer. Ronan's smile deepened, fangs flashing. "Or because you're afraid of what might happen if I die, and take what's left of you with me?" That struck deep. "What are you saying?" He tugged at the chains with slow, grinding pressure. "That maybe I still carry your soul. And maybe, just maybe, if he tears me apart, he tears apart the part of you that loved me first." She backed away, hand to her chest, where something pulsed beneath her skin like it had been sleeping for years. "Lena," he whispered. "Come closer." "No." His voice turned darker. "You need to see. You need to know." I said no. The chains rattled, and then his voice changed, soft, familiar. "Lena, please, don't leave me again." It was the voice of a boy she once knew. A boy who'd held her hand beneath summer trees. A boy with a name that had once tasted like safety. She turned and fled up the stairs, slamming the door behind her. But her hand still trembled on the knob, caught between two pasts, and neither one felt like home. Snow coated the forest in silence. The world felt suspended, caught between dusk and dawn, between truth and myth. Lena stood in the clearing, sword strapped to her back, eyes fixed on the distant ridge where the full moon was rising. Cale waited by the fire, watching her pace. His expression was unreadable. "He's growing stronger," he said quietly. She nodded. "The chains won't hold him tonight." Another nod. "You know what that means." She turned toward him slowly. "I do." Cale's jaw flexed. "I have to kill him." "No," she said. "I will." He blinked. "Lena." "I remember him now," she said, voice low. "Not everything. Just enough to know I loved him. Once. Before everything. Before they broke us." Cale stepped closer. "And now?" She looked up, eyes glistening. "Now I love you." His breath caught. "But that doesn't change what has to be done," she added. "Then let me do it." "No," she said again. "It has to be me. I have to end it. Not for you. Not even for him. For me." They stood in silence as the howling began. Ronan's voice tore through the trees, not a challenge but a call. Wild, pained, beautiful. Lena tightened her grip on the hilt of her blade. "Where is he?" Cale pointed toward the river bend. "He's waiting." She turned to go. But he caught her hand. "If you don't come back." "I will." And then she was gone. The forest whispered around her, branches heavy with snow, the moon throwing silver onto every surface. She found him by the water on his knees, naked, shaking. Ronan looked up as she approached. "You came," he breathed. She unsheathed her sword. "Tell me the truth, all of it." He nodded slowly. "We were bonded as children, not mated, not yet. But we were meant to be. They saw what I was becoming, what you would become. So they severed us. They made Seal forget he had a brother. They made you forget me." Lena's heart pounded. "And now?" Now it's too late. The curse has settled in. I can't fight it anymore. You can. He stood slowly, pain in every motion. Not without you. She hesitated. Then, do you love me? His smile was sad. Always. She raised the blade. I'm sorry, she whispered. So am I. He closed his eyes, and she struck. It was fast, silent. His body collapsed into the snow, not as a beast but as a man. Lena dropped the sword and fell to her knees, chest heaving, heart splintering. Cale found her there hours later, holding Ronan's hand as snowflakes kissed his skin. She didn't cry. She just looked up and said, "It's done." Cale lifted her into his arms. They walked away without looking back. And the moon, full and cold, watched them vanish into the woods, where no memory was ever truly buried. Now, close your eyes and drift into the next story, where darkness is a lover, and every breath carries a secret. The old estate breathed secrets. Ariadne knew it the moment her boots touched the marble floor, damp with age and something colder. Wind whispered through the stained glass windows above, painting fractured colors across the grand foyer like bleeding light. The house had been empty for years, but it didn't feel abandoned. It felt asleep, as though something inside waited. She clutched the key harder, its metal warm against her skin. The inheritance had come with no explanation. A letter, unsigned, a deed, oddly pristine, and a single line, returned to where it began. She didn't remember ever being here, not in dreams, not in stories, but something about the scent of jasmine in the air, the faint thrum behind the walls, told her she had. Somewhere deep in her bones, the place recognized her. A creak echoed overhead. Her breath caught. "Hello?" she called, her voice barely more than a hush. No answer. Ariadne took cautious steps down the corridor to her right, the floors moaning beneath her like they resented being disturbed. Shadows stretched long across the hall, pooling at the edges where portraits lined the walls, faces too faded to remember but all watching. Then she saw it. At the end of the hall, a door slightly ajar. She hesitated. Something inside whispered don't, but curiosity moved her feet before caution could stop her. She approached slowly, her fingers grazing the frame. Behind it, the room was dark, and he was there. A man stood by the window, tall, unmoving, his silhouette carved against the storm-gray sky beyond the glass. She hadn't heard him enter, hadn't seen any other cars outside. She froze. "Who are you?" she asked. The man didn't turn. "You came back." Her heart jumped. "I don't think we've met." A pause. Then no, "But you did once." He turned then slowly. The face was pale, elegant, with features drawn in shadow, cheekbones sharp, lips unsmiling, and eyes, those eyes, they burned, deep gray, with rings of silver like frozen fire, and behind them, centuries. Ariadne stepped back. "How do you know me?" He didn't answer. Instead, he took one slow step forward. "They took your memories. They thought that would protect you." "From what?" "From me." She should have run. Every muscle screamed it, but her feet held. "And why would I need protection from you?" she whispered. He smiled. It wasn't warm. "Because I never let you go." The chandelier above groaned, metal shifting as the wind howled through the bones of the house. The walls whispered something she couldn't quite hear. And in the silence that followed, she realized this wasn't a house at all. It was a prison. And he had been waiting inside it. For her. Ariadne barely remembered stumbling backward, but her spine met the hallway wall with a thud that rattled her teeth. Her lungs strained against invisible pressure, breath short and sharp as her mind raced through possibilities. Dream. Hallucination. Madness. The man before her remained still, his presence unshaken, as though her panic was irrelevant, as though he had seen it before. "You don't remember the garden, do you?" he asked, voice low, so calm it scraped her nerves raw. "The lilies, the sundial, the night you swore never to forget me." "I don't know you," she hissed. "You're trespassing." "I live here," he interrupted gently. She blinked. "Impossible. The house has been abandoned for years." "Not abandoned," he said, stepping closer. "Guarded." His scent hit her before he reached her, earth and ash, and something ancient beneath it. Her pulse quickened. Fight or flight surged, but her body obeyed neither. Her feet rooted. Her eyes locked to his. "I'm calling the police," she said. "Your phone won't work in this place," he replied. The way he said it, it wasn't a warning. It was truth. Something buzzed at the edge of her consciousness, like a memory trying to surface. A scent, a voice. A soft laugh in a garden full of white lilies and sun-warmed stone. "No," she said, clutching her head. "You're playing with me." His voice softened. "I wouldn't dare." She stared at him, fingers tightening against the wallpaper. "Who are you?" He tilted his head, as though the answer was simple. "Your past." Lightning cracked through the sky, momentarily lighting the room in stark white. In that flash she saw the edges of something not quite human. Eyes that glowed too bright, skin too still, a presence too vast for the room that contained it. She gasped. He looked away. "I didn't want it this way," he said quietly. "I wanted time to settle before you returned. But I see now that the curse doesn't care for our plans." She didn't understand. What curse? He looked at her again, and in his eyes was the weight of lifetimes. "I died for you once," he said, "and I would do it again." The hallway swayed, her vision flickered. And when she opened her eyes again, she was lying in the parlor, fire crackling in the hearth, a blanket over her shoulders. She sat up in a rush. He was gone. Only a single lily sat in the chair across from her, petals the color of bone, and her name was carved faintly into the wooden armrest. Not fresh, worn with time, like it had always been there. Ariadne didn't sleep that night. She stared at the ornate ceiling of the parlor, tracing the delicate carvings with restless eyes, while the fire shrank into embers. Her mind replayed every word he'd said, every eerie detail, the way the air had bent around him, the way her name had been carved into wood decades before her birth, and the way he'd looked at her, not like a stranger, but like a man mourning something long lost. By morning, the house had grown even colder. She explored, needing proof she wasn't losing her mind. The estate was massive, with endless doors and corridors curling back into each other like a maze designed to trap memory. Dust cloaked most surfaces, yet the place didn't feel neglected. It felt preserved, like it waited. She found a bedroom near the east wing that seemed familiar without reason. Dark wood furniture, a cracked mirror, pale velvet curtains that fluttered despite the still air. Her fingers brushed the vanity, collecting dust, then stopped on a silver hairpin tucked beneath a drawer. It looked antique, hand-carved, crescent moon at the top. Her hand trembled. She pocketed it without thinking. Later, beneath a loose floorboard hidden under the bed, she discovered the diary. Bound in cracked leather, its pages yellowed with time. The journal felt warm in her hands, as if it had waited for her. Inside, the handwriting was elegant, deliberate, and unmistakably hers. The entries were intimate, vivid, describing moonlit meetings in a hidden garden, touches that lingered, whispered promises. The name Calum appeared again and again, sometimes written with affection, other times with sorrow, sometimes with fear. She flipped forward. "They say he's cursed, that the blood he carries is not human, but I saw the way his shadow moved when the moon rose. I saw the hunger behind his eyes, and I still chose him. The elders say if I stay, he'll devour me, that the past will fold in on itself and trap us forever. But I've already crossed the threshold. I've already whispered his name into the dark. Calum, Selim, Selim." A knock rattled the bedroom door. She dropped the book. Another knock, soft but deliberate. Heart racing, Ariadne opened it. No one. Only the hallway, quiet and still. "Until you remember now," came a voice from the shadows. Not angry, not triumphant, just resigned. Selim stepped from the end of the corridor, dressed in black, eyes heavy. "You wrote about me once. You promised not to forget." He looked at her as if seeing a ghost, but time takes what it wants. Ariadne clutched the journal to her chest. "You cursed me." "I protected you," he said softly. "They were going to destroy us both." Tears stung her eyes. "You stole my life." "I gave you time," he whispered, taking a step closer. "I gave you a chance to live without the weight of me." She shook her head. "Then why bring me back?" "Because time's up." He reached for her. "And I can't let them erase you again." Ariadne awoke on the library chaise, the faint scent of ancient leather and burnt cedar drifting around her. Calum sat by the fire, elbows on his knees, the moonstone ring cradled in his palm like something fragile and holy. She didn't speak right away. She simply watched him. The firelight traced his features, harsh, shadowed, striking. His profile was all sharp lines and old sorrow. In that moment he looked not like a creature of myth, but a man carrying too many yesterdays. When you say I gave you that ring, she finally murmured, voice hoarse. Do you mean in another life? Calum looked over his shoulder, eyes somber. Not another life, another time, this life. But before the keepers tore you away. He rose and crossed the room slowly, careful not to spook her. We were bound by more than love, Ariadne, by blood, by vow. She sat up. What kind of vow? Shalem hesitated, one that defied their laws. He extended the ring toward her. She didn't reach for it. You don't have to believe me yet, he said. But your soul does. That's why the memories are returning. Her fingers twitched in her lap. I don't remember everything. You will. His voice softened. But remembering won't protect you. Not this time. Ariadne stood, her legs steadier than she expected. Then tell me everything, no more riddles. Calum nodded, then led her back through the house, through a hallway she hadn't noticed before. The walls were stone now, rough-hewn and wet with condensation, deeper, older, like the house had a spine that led underground. He opened a door near the base of a spiral staircase. Inside, a stone chamber lit with dozens of candles. In the center stood an altar, covered in carvings and symbols she couldn't read. This was no chapel. This is where the vow was made, he said, where we exchanged blood under the solstice moon. You knew what I was. You knew the danger. He turned to face her. And you still chose me. She crossed the threshold, cold wrapping around her like a shroud. And what are you exactly, Selim? You're not just a man, you're not just a memory. He bared his forearm and with a single claw-like fingernail, cut a clean line across the skin. The blood that welled up shimmered, silver and crimson, glowing faintly in the candlelight. I'm bound to the old moon, he said. The lycanthrope line that traces back before men walked upright. Half man, half god, all curse. The air thickened with the truth of it. And me, she whispered. He stepped closer. You were never meant to be part of this world, but love doesn't bend to bloodlines or borders. You became my tether, my defiance. She stared at his arm, the bleeding slowing as the wound knit itself back together. And the keepers? They're coming, because you're remembering, because if we complete the vow again, he paused. They'll lose control of time itself. Ariadne swallowed hard. So what happens if we finish it? Calum reached out, his fingers ghosting over hers. We burn the past to the ground. Ariadne stood frozen in the doorway, the journal still pressed against her chest. Calum's eyes glinted in the dim hallway light. Not with anger, but something far worse. Longing. Regret. Who are they? She asked. The ones you say took my memories. Selim stepped closer, each footfall impossibly silent. They are the keepers, bound to the old bloodlines. They keep time from unraveling. But when a bond grows too strong between a mortal and something like me, he hesitated, jaw tight. They erase the threat. You make it sound like we were dangerous together. He didn't answer, not directly. Instead, he reached for the journal. She didn't move as he took it gently from her arms, his fingers grazing hers, warm, searing. His touch brought flashes, the feel of wind through moonlit trees, the rush of running hand in hand, his voice in her ear, whispering her name like a prayer. Ariadne gasped and jerked her hand away. Selim closed the journal. You're waking up, but they'll feel that. Let them come, she snapped, breathless. I want answers. He smiled then, faint, wistful. You always did. Lightning cracked outside, illuminating the hallway in blue-white light. The chandelier overhead swayed with a groan as wind howled through the cracks of the estate. Shadows danced on the walls like restless ghosts. I need to know what I am to you, she said, stepping out of the room, standing before him. Why I would give up everything. Why this house, this face, her voice broke. Why you feel like home. Selim looked at her with a pain that seemed to weigh his entire being. You're not just someone I loved, he murmured. You're the reason I became the monster they feared. The words chilled her. He turned, gesturing for her to follow. Come. There's more you need to see. They moved through a long corridor lined with tall windows. Snow had begun to fall beyond the glass, thick and silent. At the end of the hallway stood a set of double doors, blackened wood carved with spiraling runes. Calum pressed his palm to them. They opened without a sound. Beyond was a library, ancient and vast. Hundreds of books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, their spines etched with symbols she didn't recognize. A fire crackled low in the hearth, its glow casting long shadows across a stone floor. Calum walked to the center of the room and knelt, brushing his fingers across the floorboards until he found one that gave beneath his touch. He pried it open. From beneath he drew out a ring, a delicate silver band set with a shard of pale moonstone. Ariadne's breath caught. Her fingers itched to touch it. "You gave me this," he said, rising, "on the last night, when they came for us." She stared at the ring, her heartbeat loud in her ears. "They tore you from me," he said, voice low. "I begged, I bled. And then, they made you forget." A tremor ran through her chest. "Why would I give this to you?" He stepped closer. "Because you knew you were about to be taken, and you wanted me to remember." The library faded around her as memories surged like a flood, fragments, voices, the scent of rain, the taste of fear and devotion, a flash of a promise under moonlight, a scream, a touch. Her knees buckled, and Calum caught her before she fell. "You were never supposed to find your way back," he whispered against her hair. "But you did." The vow chamber pulsed with something deeper than memory, something ancient, primal. Ariadne's skin tingled, as if the very air was alive, whispering in tongues too old to comprehend. Selim stood beside her, quiet but charged, like the storm that hung in his blood was waiting for her command. "You said we burned the past," she murmured, staring at the carved altar. "Did we do that before?" Selim's gaze fixed on the flame of a nearby candle. "We tried, but I wasn't strong enough to hold the line. They erased you before it could be done. I was left with the ash." Ariadne touched the edge of the altar. Her fingers traced the old symbols, each line sending small shocks through her spine. "But why me?" she asked, voice barely audible. "Why would I have chosen to do this? To give up everything?" Calum didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned and walked toward a smaller alcove carved into the chamber wall. Inside rested a bundle of worn cloth. He opened it carefully, revealing a dagger, silver blade, obsidian handle, etched with the same spiraling runes. "You used this," he said, "to seal the vow, your blood, mine, mixed and buried into the foundation of the house itself." Ariadne's breath caught. The dagger didn't just hum with power, it remembered her. As soon as she laid eyes on it, a vision flashed behind her eyelids. A field of frost, two figures kneeling beneath the moon, breath white in the dark, their blood dripping into the snow. A promise whispered, "Even if they take you, I'll find you again." Her knees weakened. Calum was beside her in a heartbeat, catching her wrist, grounding her. "I know it's overwhelming. It's not just overwhelming," she gasped. "It hurts. My chest, there's something burning in it." He placed a hand gently over her heart. "That's the bond reforming." Ariadne shuddered. "And what happens when it's whole again?" "If we finish the vow," he said, "you'll be bound to me in this life and the next. They won't be able to erase it, but they will try to destroy us." She stared into his eyes. There was no malice there, only a terrible, haunting love that had waited through centuries of silence. "What if I don't want that?" she whispered. Selim stepped back, pain flickering across his face. "Then I'll protect you anyway, even if it kills me." He turned, walking back toward the stairwell. "Come. There's one more place I need to show you. The part of the house they never erased." As they ascended, the walls around them shifted, from carved stone to wooden panels marked by time. The stairs opened into a gallery draped in dust. Paintings lined the walls, veiled in cobwebs. Portraits. Ariadne stepped forward and peeled back one of the cloths. Her own face stared back, but younger, smiling, arms wrapped around Calum's waist. Beneath it, a brass plate read, "Ariadne and Selim, betrothed under the second moon." She touched the canvas. It was real. Every brushstroke, every detail. This was no forgery. "They painted us?" she whispered. "No," Selim said. "You painted us." Lightning flashed outside, illuminating the room in a cold, silver glow. "You were always the one trying to hold on to the truth," he said, "even when the world refused to let you." Ariadne turned slowly toward him, the bond burning hotter now, pulsing through her chest like a second heartbeat. "Then let's finish what we started." The rain was falling in silver sheets as Ariadne followed Calum deeper into the forgotten wing of the estate. Dust swirled in the wet air, disturbed by their passing. The storm outside was nothing compared to the one inside her. Ariadne's skin buzzed with the force of reawakening memories. She could almost feel her past selves walking beside her, whispering in riddles just out of reach. They reached a door unlike any other. Iron-bound wood, covered in tarnished glyphs that seemed to breathe. Selim paused, hand hovering over the lock. "Once you step through, there's no turning back," he said. "This room remembers everything." Ariadne stepped forward and pressed her palm to the door. It clicked open under her touch. The room was circular, walls lined with intricate mechanisms, clocks of every kind, all stopped. Grandfather clocks, pocket watches, celestial orreries frozen mid-rotation. A heavy scent of oil and old magic lingered in the air. And at the center of the room, encased in glass, stood a massive timekeeper, gears the size of wagon wheels, motionless yet humming beneath their silence. "What is this?" she whispered. Calum stepped inside with her, his voice low. "The heart of memory. The keepers built it to fracture time, to manipulate your mind and trap your soul in false lifelines." She approached the timekeeper. Frost coated the glass, and when she wiped it clean, her reflection stared back, except it wasn't hers. Not exactly. The woman in the glass wore the same face, but her eyes were gold and her skin shimmered faintly like moonlight on water. Ariadne stumbled back. "What is that?" Calum's jaw tightened. "That's who you were before the vow was broken, before they changed you." The room pulsed around them. A click. One of the clocks on the wall ticked forward a second. Then another. Then all of them began to move. Ariadne covered her ears as the room came alive, echoing with the metallic cacophony of time unraveling. Selim grabbed her shoulders. "They know we're here. The keepers are watching." A sharp wind tore through the chamber, and a voice spoke from the walls, no mouth, just presence. "This is not your time, daughter of dusk." Ariadne turned in a circle, heart pounding. "Who said that?" The voice replied with ancient steel. "Return to sleep, or be unmade." "No," Ariadne growled, fists clenched. "I won't forget again." She stepped to the glass case and pressed her hand against the cold surface. Her reflection shimmered, then smiled at her. The timekeeper groaned. The glass cracked. Calum shouted her name just as the case exploded outward. Shards of memory sliced the air, yet Ariadne stood untouched. The center mechanism of the great clock began to turn, slow, heavy, ancient. She dropped to her knees, breath knocked from her chest. The voice screamed. So did she. Images poured into her mind like a flood breaking its dam. Weddings beneath blood moons, deaths in burning forests, kisses in secret gardens, betrayals carved in stone. She remembered everything. And when the screaming stopped, Ariadne looked up, eyes glowing gold. The timekeeper stilled. The clock stopped ticking. Calum knelt beside her, stunned. "You woke the bond." Ariadne stood, her voice different now, older, clearer, laced with grief and fury. "No more lies, no more erasing. It's time they learned what I am." He bowed his head. "The keepers won't give you peace," he said. "They'll send others, stronger, crueler." She nodded. "Then let them come." The estate had grown colder since the awakening. Even the walls seemed to breathe differently, as if they were watching her now. Ariadne walked its halls with a new weight to her step, the ancient fire of her former self burning just beneath her skin. The memories hadn't come gently. They had crashed over her like a storm tide, leaving her shaken, changed. She remembered everything. The bond, the betrayal, the keepers who'd cursed her to forget, and Calum's desperate attempts to keep her soul intact across lifetimes. Now she knew who she truly was, and they knew she remembered. A tremor in the ground knocked a vase from its pedestal. "They're close," Calum said behind her, emerging from the shadowed corridor. "The keepers don't wait once the timekeeper is breached." Ariadne turned to him, her eyes still faintly glowing. "Then it's time I stop running." Calum reached into the folds of his long coat and pulled out a narrow black box. The velvet inside cradled a blade unlike any Ariadne had seen, smooth obsidian, rimmed in faint violet light. Not forged, but grown, alive. "The Keeper's blade," he said. "The only weapon that can sever a timeline or anchor it. You wield it, it will feed on your truth. You lie with it, it'll destroy you." Ariadne hesitated, then reached for the weapon. The blade sang the moment her fingers touched the hilt, an eerie hum that vibrated through her bones. "I've wielded this before, haven't I?" Calum nodded. "In the last war you led the rebellion with it. You were the only one strong enough to use it without vanishing." She closed the case. "Then I'll lead again." Before Selim could respond, the air thickened. A figure materialized at the end of the hall, cloaked, faceless, radiating malice. A keeper. Ariadne moved instinctively, stepping in front of Selim, the blade raised. You've returned to a path that leads to ruin, the keeper hissed. Its voice was wind and bone. Let go of what was. Forget. Obey. Not this time, Ariadne said, and slashed the blade downward. The corridor twisted violently. Reality wavered. The keeper staggered, its form flickering. Ariadne advanced. You stole my life. You stole my choices. You stole him from me. The keeper snarled. We gave you peace. Without memory, there is no pain. Ariadne's voice was ice. Without memory, there is no self. She swung again, and the keeper dissolved into mist. But she wasn't done. Selim caught her wrist gently. There will be more. You'll burn yourself out if you don't pace this war. I've waited too long. He leaned closer, voice soft but urgent. Then let me help you burn. The bond between them throbbed like a living thing. And now, she didn't fear it. Later that night, the estate's mirrors cracked one by one as more keepers attempted to breach the veil. Ariadne and Calum stood in the middle of the grand hall, surrounded by sigils pulsing with gold light. They're not stopping, Calum said. Then we won't either. A mirror shattered behind them. From its remains stepped a keeper in silver armor, unlike the rest, taller, eyes glowing crimson. You are no longer forgotten, it rasped, and now you will be erased. Ariadne raised the blade. Come and try. The silver-armored keeper stepped through the broken mirror like a god emerging from a fractured sky. The glow of its crimson eyes lit the hall with violent promise. Ariadne held the blade steady, but even her newfound memories couldn't brace her for the power that bled off this one. This keeper wasn't just a sentinel, it was a hunter. Calum stood beside her, his aura crackling with protective magic. That's not a standard envoy, he said under his breath. That's Veros. Ariadne's grip tightened. You know him? I killed him once. It didn't stick. Veros raised a hand and the shards of the shattered mirror rose around him, spinning like orbiting razors. His voice was calm, yet soaked in contempt. The blade chose you again, girl. The world does love to recycle its failures. Ariadne stepped forward. I remember what you did, the villages you turned to silence, the lives you cut from time. He smiled beneath his mask. And yet, you still think memory is your ally. Poor thing. In a blink, he struck. The room exploded in sound and fury. Ariadne dodged right, rolling across the marble floor as the mirror shards slammed down where she'd stood. Selim met Veros head-on, fire roaring from his palms. The two clashed like titans. Calum's flame met Veros's temporal distortion, bursts of heat against warped time. Ariadne rose to her feet and charged into the chaos. The blade vibrated in her hand, hungry. She swung. Veros twisted through time, reappearing behind her. Too slow, but she had already turned. The obsidian blade met his side, slicing through armor like paper. Veros screamed. A blast of temporal energy erupted from him, hurling them both backward. Ariadne slammed into a pillar, ribs screaming. Selim caught himself mid-air, landing in a crouch. Blood trickled down Veros's side, silver, not red. You're not real, Ariadne whispered, watching it pool unnaturally on the floor. You're a construct, an echo, a perfected memory, Veros spat. The keepers don't need flesh to control time, just obedience. He vanished in a flash of light, and the remaining mirrors exploded one by one. When the silence fell, it was loud. Ariadne dropped the blade and collapsed to her knees. The room was spinning again, not from motion, but from truth spinning out of reach. Selim knelt beside her, touching her face. He'll return. I'll be ready. No, he said, voice sharp. We need to end this before they send worse. She looked up at him, something aching behind her eyes. How? There's a doorway, he said slowly, reluctantly. Back through the timekeeper, beneath it. A chill rippled down her spine. I thought that was legend. Selim's gaze darkened. It's not. It leads to the axis point, the moment where your soul was first rewritten. If we reach it, we can sever their influence completely. You'll be free. Or destroyed. Possibly. She nodded. Then take me there. Outside the estate, the rain had turned to snow. The world was shifting again, colder, quieter. As if holding its breath, and deep within the heart of the estate, the timekeeper ticked once more. Only this time, it ticked backward. The stairwell beneath the estate had not been walked in centuries. Dust didn't cover it, time did. Ariadne descended in silence, Selim behind her, both of them lit by the soft hum of the obsidian blade she carried like a tether to her past. The walls wept condensation. Strange glyphs flickered briefly, then vanished as they passed. The deeper they went, the thinner the air grew, as if the stairwell itself coiled through time instead of space. "How far down does it go?" she whispered. Calem's voice echoed low. "To the very beginning. To your first forgetting." The phrase made her flinch. They reached the bottom, an ancient door grown from root and stone. Ariadne reached out, and the moment her hand touched it, the door crumbled like ash. Behind it stretched a chamber so still, so absolute, it silenced even thought. The axis point. It wasn't a place, not really. It was a fracture in reality, where moments tangled and screamed to be remembered. And at the center of it stood a mirror. But not just any mirror. This one pulsed with a deep, living glow, and it reflected not the present, but memory. Ariadne saw versions of herself flickering across its surface, laughing as a child, running through fire, screaming, dying, rising, over and over again. "She's still in there," Salem said. "All of her. All of you. I don't know which one is real. They all are." Ariadne stepped toward the mirror. With each pace, her chest ached more. The blade at her side began to hum louder, as though recognizing the source of its forging. "This was made here." Salem nodded. "Forged from time itself, by you, in your first life." The mirror began to respond to her presence. Its surface liquefied, stretching outward toward her like silver fingers. Her own reflection twisted, no longer Ariadne as she was, but as she had been. A queen of shadows, eyes burning, crowned in flame. "She was terrifying," Ariadne whispered. "She was you, before they rewrote your soul. I don't know if I can become her again." Salem stepped forward, placing his hand on her shoulder. "You don't have to become her. You are her, but this time with choice." The mirror shattered, not from a blow, from her acceptance. Time collapsed inward, she fell. Not physically, her soul fell, through memories, through choices she never made but lived with anyway. Through grief, through power, through centuries of manipulation. And then it stopped. She stood alone in a great hall of fire and glass, face to face with the first version of herself. The queen, the one who had forged the blade and cursed the keepers for eternity. The queen looked at her with sadness and awe. "I've waited," she said. "So many lives, so many chances. Will you remember this time?" Ariadne reached out. Their hands touched. The fire returned. In the chamber, Calem watched as Ariadne's body lifted into the air, her hair rising like flame, the blade spinning at her side. Glyphs lit across the walls, and the air cracked with raw temporal energy. When she landed, she was different. Older. Not in age, but in presence. Power settled around her like a second skin. "Is it done?" Calem asked, tentative. Ariadne opened her eyes, burning gold. "It's only just beginning." Behind them, the mirror reformed, but now it showed only darkness. Not memory, not future. The keepers had felt the shift, and they were coming. The night sky above the estate was no longer still. Clouds churned in unnatural patterns, not moved by wind, but by the rhythm of a march that could not be heard, only felt. The keepers were waking, one by one. Memory-bound sentinels of a world built on obedience. Ariadne stepped from the threshold of the Axis chamber with her blade sheathed at her spine, her movements measured and sovereign. Power still radiated off her in subtle waves, but it was no longer raw. It was owned. Controlled. Calem watched her closely. "You look like her." She turned to him. "I am her, and I'm not." He nodded once. "Then you understand what they'll do to stop you now." "I remember," she said. "The keepers were built to erase rebellion, not just people, ideas. If they reach the Axis again, they'll sever me from myself all over again. Then we don't let them." They crossed the ruins of the courtyard, trees bent away from Ariadne now, as if the very earth recognized her reborn soul. But with each step, she felt the weight of what was coming. She wasn't just a key anymore. She was a target. The keepers came at dawn. It began with the sound, soft, rhythmic, like 1,000 clocks ticking in unison. Then came the shadows, figures tall and lithe, some with armor of obsidian, others stitched from time itself. Their faces were blank, but their eyes pulsed red. Veros led them, the wound Ariadne had given him sealed but still glowing with a dull silver burn. He stopped 50 feet from the estate's shattered gates. "Ariadne of the First Flame," he called. "You have committed crimes against the continuum." She stepped forward, no fear in her stance. I remember everyone. Veros raised a hand, and the army surged forward. Selim unleashed a wave of fire, scattering the first line of keepers into molten ash. Ariadne moved like smoke, the blade a blur as it tore through constructs of memory and steel. But there were too many. For every one they destroyed, two more emerged from time's fracture. A keeper struck her shoulder, another grazed her side. She stumbled back, breath heaving. Then Calum screamed. She turned in time to see him fall, a temporal spear lodged in his ribs. No! She crossed the battlefield in seconds, dragging him behind a broken wall. His breath was shallow, eyes fluttering. "Don't you dare die now," she whispered, blood hot in her ears. He smirked faintly. "Not planning to. Just buying time." "For what?" "For you." His fingers lit with fading fire. He touched her chest, just above her heart. A surge. Something ancient. Ariadne stood, the blade humming louder than it ever had. She walked back to the field alone. The keepers paused, sensing it. Then she lifted the blade and plunged it into the ground. The world broke. A pulse of raw temporal magic exploded outward, freezing everything it touched. The keepers stopped mid-strike. The sky fractured into mirror shards. Time halted, trapped in her command. Only Ariadne moved now. Only she remembered. She walked through the frozen field, slicing through each keeper with grace and precision. One by one, they shattered like glass, like bad dreams exorcised by memory. When she reached Veros, she knelt beside his stilled form. "You were always just a symptom," she whispered. Then she ended him. The spell broke, the world exhaled, and the battlefield was empty. Selim groaned from behind the rubble. She rushed back to him, cradling his face in her hands. "I bought time," he rasped. "Did you use it well?" She kissed him once, softly. "I rewrote it." The silence that followed the battle was not peace. It was heavier than war. The kind that settles when a truth too long buried claws its way back to the surface. The kind of silence that doesn't ask for breath, it takes it. Calum lay in a bed of furs beside the hearth in the ruined east wing, wrapped in the scent of charred air and old stone. His wounds had closed, though not by her hand. The blade had done it. Or maybe her will, now intertwined with it, had chosen to keep him tethered. She hadn't left his side in 2 days. The blade rested beside the fire, no longer humming, as if the battle had dulled its voice. Or perhaps it was simply waiting. Ariadne sat cross-legged on the floor, fingers stained with ash, staring at the hearth but not truly seeing it. Her mind was no longer a storm of fragmented memories. Now it was too clear. She remembered everything. Not just from her own past, but from the lives stolen and rewritten. Faces, the first time she touched Calum's skin in another life, when he was called something else, when she was called something else, over and over. Different endings, same ache, they always found each other, and it never lasted. "Stop looking like you're already mourning me," Calum murmured. She turned. He hadn't moved, but his eyes were open, glinting gold in the firelight. "You lost a lot of blood." "I've lost worse," she scoffed quietly. Arrogant even near death. He managed a grin, weak and crooked. "It's the only way I know how to keep you." She crawled over to him, lying down at his side, resting her head just beneath his collarbone. His hand threaded weakly through her hair. "You should be dead," she said. "You rewrote time, Ariadne. Maybe now it owes you." She closed her eyes. "I don't know what comes next." I think that's the point. Outside, snow had begun to fall, soft, slow, like the world was exhaling after centuries of tension. But the silence didn't last. That night, a knock came at the ruin's threshold. Ariadne opened the door without fear. It wasn't a keeper. It was a woman in white, face veiled, skin glowing faintly with twilight. "You've broken the seal," the woman said, voice calm but far from human. Ariadne didn't answer. "The Axis is awake," the woman continued, "and time will now seek balance." "I paid the cost," Ariadne replied. The woman stepped forward. "No, you only borrowed against it. The debt remains." Ariadne's fingers itched toward the blade. The woman held up a hand. "We are not enemies, yet." "Then what are you?" "Correction," she answered. Ariadne's eyes narrowed. "Then correct this. Leave us alone." The woman tilted her head like a curious owl. "We shall see." She vanished into mist. Ariadne stood at the threshold long after she left, snow melting against her bare feet. Later, as she sat beside Calum again, he stirred. "You'll have to go again, won't you?" he asked. She didn't lie. "Yes." He closed his eyes. "Then take me with you this time." She kissed his forehead. We'll go together. They left at dawn, wrapped in wool and silence. The estate stood behind them like a forgotten ruin, nothing left but cold embers and the echo of unspoken promises. The snow had covered the blood, but not the memory. Ariadne didn't look back, neither did Talem. The blade pulsed faintly at her back as they passed into the woods, deeper than either had gone before. This wasn't the path they'd taken to reach the Axis. This was older, wilder. A place that existed in stories whispered only between those who had danced with time and survived. She had a name in mind now, a place only the old ones remembered. The house beneath the river, where the rules bent, where debts could be renegotiated. But getting there was the true cost. By the third day of travel, Keelam's limp had returned. The wound he swore had healed properly was flaring, and his magic wasn't regenerating. Every time he summoned fire, it flickered out like a dying candle. You shouldn't have come, Ariadne said, wrapping another layer of cloth around his arm. I shouldn't have let you go alone, he replied. They made camp beneath the roots of a gnarled tree shaped like a serpent's spine. It smelled like copper and moss, and the wind that passed through the hollow sounded like voices. She didn't ask what they said. She didn't want to know. That night she dreamed, not of the past, of the in-between. She was underwater, drifting toward a house made of bone and black willow. A woman sat at the door, her face pale and half erased, like memory trying to forget itself. The woman held out her hand, and in her palm was a shard of Ariadne's soul. Raw, bleeding, unfinished. Come claim what was never given, the woman whispered. She woke with blood in her mouth. The river came into view on the 5th day. It wasn't water. Not really. It looked like melted stars flowing uphill, impossible and slow. There was no bridge, but they didn't need one. The blade thrummed as they stepped forward, and the current parted like curtains in a forgotten theater. The house sat beneath it, anchored to the riverbed upside down, its windows facing the sky. Keelam breathed out. How is it possible? She stared at the door, heart thudding. I think we've stopped asking that question. They descended slowly, walking down steps of gravity-defying stone until their boots hit the threshold of the house beneath the river. The door opened before she could knock. Inside, time did not move. There were no clocks, no sound. Only a massive mirror, cracked through the center, and a single chair before it. The woman from the dream stood beside the chair, her features clearer now. Hair like woven frost. Eyes like shattered obsidian. I have been waiting, she said. Ariadne stepped forward. I'm here to pay the debt. The woman smiled and the mirror began to bleed. No, she said, you're here to learn what it truly was. The mirror pulsed like a heartbeat, every crack glowing with a dull, reddish light. Ariadne stared at it, but it wasn't glass. It was something alive, something breathing memory and consequence. The woman in white stepped aside, her silence pressing in like water behind stone. What is this place really? Ariadne asked. The woman didn't blink. It is the price vault. Every magic has a cost, every broken law a record. Yours is overdue. Keelam reached for Ariadne's arm, his skin pale and slick with cold. You don't have to do this, he said. But she did. Because somewhere deep in her bones, she already knew what the woman would say. She stepped forward, and the mirror responded, ripples traveling across its surface like disturbed sleep. Images formed. The first was a girl with hollow eyes, holding a dagger too heavy for her wrist. She cut into the weave of time with a desperation that bled into the future. The second was a boy on fire, golden-eyed and screaming, refusing to stay dead even when eternity begged for silence. Then, the girl again, older now, more dangerous. She stood before a gate she should never have touched, whispering a name into its hinges. The name was Keelam. She gasped. The mirror whispered, You called him back. You chose him. You unbalanced everything. I had to, she said. The woman in white tilted her head. And what will you undo to correct it? Ariadne's fingers balled into fists. What do you want? Your memory, the woman replied. The core that binds your love to him. If you give that up, balance returns. Time heals. The curse dissolves. He lives. Salem stepped forward despite the pain in his leg. No, don't. Ariadne looked at him, really looked. He was still beautiful, even broken, especially broken. She saw every version of him now, every time they'd found each other, loved each other, lost each other. She didn't know if the curse made them love, or if the love was what cursed them, but it had always been real. She turned to the woman. "What happens if I refuse?" "Then the blade will consume you," the woman said. "And him." A pause. "Or," she continued, "there is another path." Ariadne tensed. "Which is?" The woman gestured toward the mirror. "You can give the curse form. A third option, a forbidden one." Ariadne understood in an instant. She could pull the curse out of them, give it body and blood and bone, create something ancient and terrible, something they could fight, something they might not survive. "Give it a name," the woman said, "and it will come." Shalem gritted his teeth. "It's a trap." "It's a choice," Ariadne said quietly. Her pulse thundered. Then she said the name, and the mirror shattered. The mirror exploded into shards that didn't fall. They hovered, suspended mid-air, each piece catching memories instead of light. Ariadne shielded her face, but the wind that rushed from the broken glass wasn't air, it was something older, something alive. A sound rose from the floorboards. Breathing. Caleb stumbled backward, his body already reacting, claws pushing from his fingertips, pupils thinning to slits. "Ariadne, behind you!" She turned and saw it. The curse had taken form. It didn't wear teeth or claws, not at first. It wore her face, her voice, her grief. It stepped from the mirror frame, barefoot, trailing black threads that coiled like veins across the river stone floor. It smiled with her lips. "You loved him," it whispered. "You broke time for him. You sacrificed the world to hold his hand." "I didn't mean to." "You did." Its voice was not angry, it was mournful. "And now I am real." The woman in white vanished, dissolving into mist as if her role had ended. The creature stepped closer, gaze fixed on Caleb. "He's the root. You knew it all along. You tore the world to keep him." "Don't touch him," Ariadne said. The curse smiled wider. "But that's all I want." With a single thought, Ariadne summoned the blade. It burned in her hand, brighter than ever, its hum no longer a vibration but a scream. The curse lunged. Caleb intercepted it, fangs bared, shadows spilling from his ribs like living smoke. He hit the curse midair, driving it into the wall, but it didn't stay down. It melted beneath him, reshaped itself, and struck back, claws dragging down his chest. Blood sprayed the wall. Ariadne moved. She slashed the blade at the creature's spine, but it turned to mist before her strike landed, reforming behind her, whispering into her ear with her own voice, "You loved wrong. You loved selfish." "Maybe," she growled, spinning, "but I loved true." She stabbed forward. The blade sank in, and the creature screamed. Its voice shattered the walls of the house beneath the river. The ceiling cracked. The river above groaned like a dam breaking. Light burst from the wound. It wasn't blood, it was memory, a swirl of their past lives, dancing in smoke and gold. Ariadne fell to her knees, dizzy. The creature writhed. Then, something changed. It stopped attacking. It looked at her with soft, sad eyes. Still her eyes. "You made me," it was crumbling into dust. "You were never meant to let go." And it dissolved, gone. The house fell silent. Caleb collapsed beside her, blood soaking his shirt. "You chose to fight." She nodded, too tired to speak. Outside, the river stilled, the current slowed, and in its reflection she saw only one version of herself. No more fragments, no more mirrors. They stayed in the house beneath the river for 3 days. The curse was gone, but its wounds lingered. Caleb drifted in and out of consciousness, his skin cold despite the fire Ariadne kept burning. His body healed slowly, unnaturally so. Whatever the curse had left in him, it didn't want to leave easily. Ariadne fed him sips of river light, the glowing water they'd drawn from the mirrored current. It shimmered across his lips like liquid silver. It didn't taste like water, it tasted like endings. He finally woke on the 4th day. "I dreamed you left," he murmured, voice frayed with sleep. "I won't," she whispered, brushing damp hair from his temple. The house no longer pulsed with tension. It had exhaled. The walls were warm, the shadows no longer whispered. And outside, the river no longer tried to consume itself. But it wasn't over. The blade had changed. It no longer hungered, no longer hummed. It simply waited. Its glow was dim now, but steady, like something that knew its purpose had not yet been fulfilled. Caleb sat up with difficulty, leaning into her side. "What happens now?" "We walk through it," she answered. nodding toward the glass-like river that shimmered beyond the door. The woman said it was a vault, a lock. But now that we've paid the price, we unlock it. They left the house with only the blade and each other. The river didn't pull them under, it accepted them. Their feet didn't touch ground, they walked on memory, floating across the surface of what had once been sacred, once forbidden. Images moved below them, snapshots of other versions of themselves. In one, Ariadne was cloaked in gold, a crown of teeth on her head. In another, Calum stood in a cage of fire, roaring as chains melted off his arms. They had always been this, doomed, in love, bound. But ahead was something new, a horizon, a place where the river ended. As they stepped onto the bank, time felt different. The cold no longer bit at her skin. Her heartbeat slowed. Calum's limp faded with each step. Ahead, a new forest stretched beneath a pale violet sky where the trees whispered in a language only dreamers understood. The blade pulsed one last time, then cracked in half. Ariadne dropped the pieces, letting them fall into the moss. "We're free," Calum whispered. She nodded, but freedom was its own kind of weight. They walked into the trees, leaving the river behind, unsure of what waited, but certain of one thing. They had rewritten fate. And something in the forest was waiting for the version of them that survived. The forest was unlike anything Ariadne had known. The trees bent toward her as she passed, their silver-white bark pulsing faintly with a heartbeat that wasn't hers. The air shimmered with a lavender mist, each breath steeped in the scent of old magic, and something bitter underneath, like ash washed in rain. Calum walked beside her in silence, his gait steady now, though his eyes flicked toward every movement with the unease of a beast long hunted. They hadn't spoken about the curse since the river. They didn't have to. The memories were carved into their skin like tree rings, visible only to those who'd lived lifetimes within each other's orbit. A clearing opened before them. At the center stood a stone monolith, cracked down the middle, covered in ancient runes that seemed to breathe. Moss curled over its base like fingers trying to hold it together. The energy it gave off was wrong, familiar in the worst way. Not the curse, not exactly, but something born from it. Ariadne stepped closer, heart pounding. "Do you feel that?" "Yes," Calum said, his voice tight. "It's not just memory, it's presence." The monolith reacted to her nearness. A low hum filled the clearing, and one of the runes sparked to life, glowing blood red. Ariadne reached out, fingertips hovering just above the stone. The voice came from behind. "You really shouldn't touch that." She spun. A man leaned against a tree, arms folded, smile too easy, too clean. He looked human, brown hair, simple clothes, unremarkable eyes, but the forest recoiled from him. Calum's hand snapped forward, claws bared. The stranger didn't flinch. "Relax, I'm not here to fight, yet." "Who are you?" Ariadne asked. The man straightened, walking slowly into the clearing, his boots making no sound. "Let's just say I'm the librarian. I keep records of things that shouldn't exist. And you two," he pointed lazily between them, "have been rewriting a lot of pages lately." Selim growled. "What do you want?" "I want to know why you broke the loop, why you shattered the mirror, why you let the curse wear a face and then destroyed it." The man's tone darkened. That story was meant to repeat. Balance, fate, debt, it all hinged on the repetition. Ariadne stepped in front of Calum. "We didn't want balance, we wanted out." The librarian tilted his head. "And you think freedom doesn't come with a cost?" The monolith began to crack further, pieces of stone peeling away to reveal something inside. Something breathing. "Wait," Calum said, stepping back. "That's not a monument, that's a cage." The librarian grinned. "Ding ding, you win. But I'm afraid breaking the curse weakened more than you intended." The stone burst open. What emerged wasn't monstrous. It was familiar. Ariadne gasped. It was her. Or something made in her image, identical but blank-eyed, trailing shadows instead of a heartbeat. It stepped forward with unnatural grace, mimicking her every move like a reflection come to life. "You fractured yourself when you destroyed the curse," the librarian said. "Split your soul to unbind the threads. This is the half you left behind." Calum moved to strike. Ariadne stopped him. "No, let her speak." The doppelganger opened its mouth, and in her voice it whispered, "You were never meant to escape alone." Ariadne didn't move, couldn't. Her double, her shadow self, stood inches away, each breath a mockery of her own. It blinked in sync with her, tilted its head as she did, a perfect mirror save for the eyes. Those were hollow, not empty, just vast. A black so deep it felt alive. Selim tensed beside her but didn't strike. Not yet. I don't understand, Ariadne said, her voice catching. How is this possible? The librarian leaned lazily against a tree, as though spectating a theater act he'd seen too many times. You broke the cycle, sweetheart. The curse was your chain, but it was also your tether. Snapping it left something behind. That, he nodded to the echo of her form, is what remained in the loop. The version of you who never got out. Her double smiled. I waited, it said, voice silken. While you danced through rivers and forests with him, I waited. You were supposed to become me. Calum stepped forward, shielding Ariadne. She didn't. But she could, the double whispered. The monolith behind them disintegrated completely, the runes flaring once before going dark. Shadows spiraled into the clearing, twisting like ink in water. Ariadne's skin tingled, not with fear, something deeper, recognition. This forest, she murmured. It wasn't just a place, it was a reflection, a trap built of me. Almost, the librarian said, yawning. The forest was neutral, but once the curse shattered, it needed a new anchor. Guess who stepped up? The doppelganger's smile sharpened. You left me behind. But I grew, I learned, I adapted. Now I want what was stolen. You want him, Ariadne said, cold horror blooming in her chest. Among other things, it replied. Without warning, it lunged. Selim intercepted the blow with his forearm, claws meeting shadows. The impact cracked the ground beneath them. Ariadne scrambled back as the two clashed, beast against echo, fury against void. The double didn't fight like a person. It moved like smoke with bones, impossible angles, and cruel precision. She's you, the librarian called out cheerfully. She'll know how you think, what you fear. Careful now. Ariadne didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the pieces of the blade, half buried in moss where she had dropped them. The forest around them pulsed, and an idea bloomed. She sprinted. The echo turned its head at the last second. Don't. Ariadne grabbed the pieces of the blade and pressed them to her chest. Pain, not sharp, searing. The shards didn't cut. They merged, sinking into her skin like molten metal. She screamed. Calum roared. The echo shrieked. Light exploded from her body, throwing them all to the ground. The shadows retreated, screaming as they fled into the trees. When it cleared, Ariadne stood alone in the clearing. No more mirror, no more double, just her. And the blade reborn, not in her hands but in her veins. The librarian clapped slowly. Well, that's new. Calum crawled to her side, breathing hard. Are you? She looked down, breath shaking. Her fingertips shimmered faintly with silver blue light. I think I just made myself whole, she whispered. The blade's light faded, but a phantom thrum lingered beneath Ariadne's skin. Every heartbeat echoed with something ancient, something both hers and not. She looked down at her hands, expecting cracks or burn marks, but there was nothing. Only a faint glow pulsing beneath the surface like veins filled with starlight. Calum touched her wrist gently. What did you do? I didn't know I could, she said, her voice hoarse. But it felt like instinct, like the pieces wanted to come home. The librarian gave a low whistle. That's not instinct, darling, that's legacy. He walked into the clearing, brushing moss from a fallen branch as if it mattered. That blade was forged from a soul fragment, yours, perhaps your ancestors'. Doesn't matter. What matters now is that it's inside you, living, breathing, and very, very powerful. Ariadne stepped back. What does it mean? That you're no longer cursed, he said with a wry smile. You're something worse. You're rewritten. The air turned colder. Above them the trees swayed violently, though there was no wind. The sky darkened, not with storm clouds, but with something thicker, more sentient. It pressed down, watching. Calum drew close. We need to move. But Ariadne didn't move. Couldn't. Something was wrong. Her chest tightened and her vision blurred. Not from fear, from a memory. She saw herself in a room with white stone walls and a window that overlooked nothing. She saw a man, Selim, but younger, bleeding from the mouth, chained, screaming her name. No, she whispered. What is it? He asked, alarmed. I've been here before. The librarian looked intrigued. Ah, it's starting to come back. I thought this was the first time I'd broken the curse, she said slowly, eyes wide. But it's not. I've done it before. We've done it before. Calum stiffened. It's always us, she whispered. We always find each other. I always try to fix it. But I never remember until it's too late. The librarian's smile faded. She's remembering the recursion. This is earlier than usual. Ariadne's knees buckled. Selim caught her, but she shook her head. Don't. I need to speak it before it fades. The forest pulsed with pressure. I wasn't just cursed, she gasped. I was the one who started it. I made the wish that created the loop. I asked for him to find me in every life, no matter what. I didn't know it would cost us both everything. Keelam's face paled. You, what? I begged the stars. I asked for our souls to meet again and again and again, and they did. But every time, something breaks. She looked up at him, horror and awe mixing in her eyes. I didn't break the curse. I was the curse. A silence dropped, heavy and suffocating. The librarian exhaled. Well, damn, that's new. A light cracked through the trees, soft and pale. It wasn't moonlight. It was memory, peeling open the layers of time like old wallpaper. The forest was no longer a forest. They stood in a broken hall, lined with mirrors, each showing a different version of Ariadne and Selim. Some in love, some in ruin, some standing on battlefields, others lying dead. Selim gritted his teeth. So what now? Ariadne stepped toward a mirror where she was kneeling over his body, screaming. Her voice was silent behind the glass. We try again, she said. This time, truly awake. The hall of mirrors faded as light returned to the trees, but the echo of 1,000 lives clung to Ariadne's skin like smoke. She stood in silence, the knowledge of who she truly was anchored deep in her bones now. She didn't weep. There was no room left for tears. Selim watched her, unmoving. Do you regret it? I think, she said softly. I always have, but I've never loved you less because of it. They were alone in a forest that no longer pulsed with curses or illusions. The shadows had quieted, not out of fear but reverence, as if the story had finished and even they were reluctant to disturb its ending. The librarian leaned against a tree, arms crossed. You rewrote it, the recursion, the curse, all of it. No, Ariadne said. I faced it. I remembered. That doesn't mean it's gone. The blade no longer glowed in her veins, but it hummed faintly, a reminder, not of power, but of cost. Selim stepped closer. What happens now? She looked at him, really looked, no echoes, no past lives, just him, worn, wounded, and still somehow hers. I don't know, she admitted. Maybe we get a beginning instead of an ending. He reached out, fingertips brushing her wrist. Or maybe this is both. Their hands entwined. No magic surged between them, no prophecy stirred, but for the first time in lifetimes, the silence between them was peaceful. The librarian sighed. I hate happy endings. So boring. You could leave, Calum offered, and miss the part where one of you spontaneously combusts from centuries of trauma? No thanks. Ariadne managed a smile. They walked hand in hand toward the edge of the clearing. The trees parted, not pushed by wind or force, but willingly, as if the forest itself understood that this chapter was done. As they crossed the final line of moss and light, Calum paused. Do you think we'll forget again? He asked. Ariadne glanced back, once, at the place where so many versions of them had lived and died. No, she said, because this time, she didn't run. She didn't save, she simply chose.